awesome day for us and a beautiful day for the family here. I am happy to provide you with the keys.
Welcome home.
All right.
So we know you have a big TV and that's the place.
She organized to have like some canned goods up here, like snacks there. There's brand new pots and pans, and we have some dishes and glasses.
Oh, I love it. Look, that's your little bed.
That is a big boy bed, man.
Oh, yes, these are my favorite colors. I love it.
Here's your playroom, huh?
What do you think? I feel like it can help us moving forward because it can relieve a lot of stress that I've been going through for the last year with trying to find a place. And I feel like the company, all the companies that have been helping have really helped out a lot. Thank you, Say Detroit.
What is this going to do for you and your family?
What it's gonna do? Oh
Yes.
my God, y'all just saved our life.
Aww.
Man, I just can't tell y'all how happy I am.
Say Detroit has been changing lives for the better since 2006, when I wrote about how our city was providing homeless people 3-day shelter parties to get them off the street while tourists were in town for the Super Bowl. A city that is super just for a weekend isn't very special come Monday. So we put out a call to raise enough to at least help all year long. The idea of Say Detroit is in its letters, super all year. You answered our call, and to amazing results. Say Detroit has grown into a charity that offers help where it's needed the most. And we need your help as we meet the increasing needs of people at risk.
We thought it was all said and done with. There was nothing else we could do. We had almost given up. And then Say Detroit came in our life.
We're providing pathways to success for Detroiters in need. And we're doing it with a focus on solving learning, healthcare, and housing challenges. That's why our programs, like the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic, are so important. Not only is it free to all patients, it now has a pharmacy on site.
The clinic is also now hosting Wellness Wednesdays, monthly support groups for women, and providing one-on-one coaching and resources for mothers during their baby's first year.
It's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunities to be healthy.
Their whole concern in this clinic is to take care of you when you come in that door.
The Say Detroit Play Center is about a lot more than play. It's really about learning. We partner with the city's top sports teams to turn an abandoned recreation center at Lipke Park into a first-rate after-school program where students have a safe place to study, play, and socialize.
Every time I come here, it just feels like home. It brings me hope.
The pandemic created a learning loss for many of our young people. We've helped them catch up, and we're partnering with local schools to keep kids in school.
They work together to make kids learn here, so that's why I like coming here. I grew.
It means a lot to me because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to do half the stuff that I'm doing now.
And we'll be offering more to neighbors on the east side of Detroit with a new annex. The Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will provide job training and opportunities for young people and adults.
A diverse community thrives when its members learn to respect each other. That's why our Better Together program launched in 2020.
Human beings connecting with other human beings. We bring law enforcement officials in plain clothes together with the community. Gang members, high school students, people with substance use disorders, and they would grill meals together, sit down and break bread without any labels. Once you connect with each other as human beings, you can begin to identify that we're struggling with some of the same issues. We're struggling with some of the same trauma. We desire to be successful. We all desire to raise a family and have a good family life.
A good family life requires clean, affordable housing and safe neighborhoods. Our Working Homes, Working Families program puts families without a decent place to live into refurbished homes that are previously donated or abandoned.
After getting our home, their grades went up. The behavior became better. It adds a sense of security for them, not just me. I would say my home is home now.
This is just some of the work that Say Detroit does to improve the learning, healthcare, and housing challenges of our city's neediest people. Please help the efforts of Say Detroit by donating or volunteering. Follow along as we share the experiences of your neighbors on their journeys to success all year long. Our story and theirs is only just beginning.
Say something positive.
Say something inspiring.
Say Detroit.
And say something amazing.
Welcome to the Say Detroit Radiothon.
Every year we gather for a 15-hour broadcast designed to draw attention to the plight of needy Detroiters and how the multiple operations of Say Detroit address those every day. Say Detroit is committed to rebuilding our city's neighborhoods, providing opportunities where there are none, and lifting our neediest when they stumble. Our goal is to spread the message, bring some local and national big names in for support, and raise operating funds for the coming year. Your support is a hand up to your neighbors in need of food, shelter, medical care, and education. Join us as we say Detroit and say something amazing. And I am so happy to be able to host it. I'm your host, Mitch Albom. You're used to hearing Guy Gordon and the gang, and they'll be along here actually with us shortly. But today is going to be 15 straight hours of broadcasting here at the North Court of beautiful Somerset Collection, which we want to thank them right off the bat for giving us our radio station for the morning and the afternoon and the evening. And we are going to attempt to try to break our record of last year, which I can't exactly remember, but I think was north of $2,065,000 in a single day, which only shows the generosity of the amazing audience and the people in the state of Michigan. Alongside me, as always, is my co-host, Ken Brown, from the Afternoon Show.
Hello.
Who draws applause even at 6 a.m.
That's right. How are we,
along
sir?
with flies.
How are we, sir?
Well, I've been better.
You've been better, but you trooper.
I've been better. I've been, blessed to have a little baby in our lives now, and along with that comes everything that she gets, you get, and everything that you have goes to her. And so Nadi, our little girl, got RSV about a week and a half ago, and was kind enough to pass it on to the two of us. And so we've been battling that ever since. But I'm loaded up with all kinds of medications, and we will find a way to get through these 15 hours. Alongside me to my right is Chad Audi, who is the CEO, president, head of the Detroit Rescue Mission Ministry, drawing even more applause than Kenny Brown.
What's up with that?
Well, hey, it is what it is.
Chad, I'll talk with you later.
You okay?
You got to take it the way you can. And Chad is here because in 2006, the Super Bowl came to Detroit, and I had read a story about a party for the homeless that the Super Bowl was going to happen in Detroit, a Super Bowl party for the homeless. Had no idea what that was, and found out that it was a euphemism for taking all the homeless people off of the streets of Detroit and hiding them so that they wouldn't bother the paying customers. And then as soon as Monday morning came, we would push them right back out into the snow. I thought that was terribly cruel. And so I said, I'm going to write a column about what it's like to spend a night at a homeless shelter, just to show people you can't take this away from somebody. And somebody said, well, you should call Chad Audi. He runs the organization that houses and gives beds to more people than anybody in the city. And so I met Chad then, right?
Yes,
2006.
2006.
The first day I met Chad was basically he gave me a bar of soap and a blanket and an assignment. And he said, here's your room. Here's your bed. And that was the day that I stood online to get a meal at the which
35 30.
3535 3rd Street in Detroit. And while I was online to get the meal, a homeless man in front of me turned around, looked me up and down, and said, "Aren't you Mitch Albom?" And I said, "Yeah." And then he looked me up and down again. He said, "So what happened to you?" And, after I realizing that I needed to change my wardrobe, I realized that, that was a perfectly legitimate question. And there was, I'm sure in his mind, he never expected to be homeless. And we're all kind of just a few bad things away from that. I wrote a column about it. That column apparently struck a nerve with people. You and I were trying to raise $60,000,
Yes.
right? Because Chad estimated that $60,000 would be enough to keep all the homeless people in the shelter until
April 15th.
April, when the weather warmed up. In 1 week, we had $325,000 or $310,000 from people like you. So really, that was the beginning, Kenny, of the Radiothon. If you think about it, it was like reach out to people for the idea of helping people in Detroit and see what happens. And we were overwhelmed. And we have basically been overwhelmed since. I had $310,000 when I only needed 60. So I said to Chad, "What do we do?"
Open a new foundation.
Yeah, let's start a new organization, which was a better idea, Kenny, than what Kwame Kilpatrick had, who was the mayor at the time.
What do you say? Give it to me?
Yeah.
Give it to me?
Not give it to. He said the city can use that, and we'll put it to really good use.
Yeah, I got a boat I need to buy.
Well, fortunately, I had some insight. I don't know, something inside me said, "No, I think I'm going to go my own route."
And it's all said and done, Mitch. Greatest Mitch moves. That will be number 7.
Yes,
that will be number 7 on greatest.
They write
Mitch
my
moves.
obituary. They'll say, "Finest movie ever made." Did not give the money to Kwame Kilpatrick. And so we started Say Detroit, which stands for Super All Year Detroit. And instead of Super One Weekend or Super, whenever the game comes to town. And we have been doing it ever since. And we have grown from an idea to a multi-million-dollar operation that funds basically 9 separate full-time operations that range from infants and infant care and medical care and care for children after school and programming and keeping them off the streets and getting them into colleges and education and keeping them safe, to veterans and senior citizens and the homeless and the rejoining society. And we have created everything from a medical clinic for homeless children to a bicycle factory. And we provide bicycles, one of which is sitting on the stage right now with us here at Somerset, for people who need to get to transportation in Detroit, which is a huge problem, and need to get to their jobs or need to get to school. And the people who put those bicycles together are formerly incarcerated individuals who are being given a second chance. So Say Detroit has grown to a massive organization, and this is our biggest fundraising event. And as I say, last year we raised over $2 million, which was a record. And this year we're going to see if we can come anywhere near that and see if I have a voice by, 7 a.m., let alone 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. Chad, the state of poverty here in Detroit, while improving, I noted this morning as I was coming in, I was reading that we are no longer considered the poorest major city. Cleveland is. We're second. But we still have a huge problem. Children in Detroit, 43% of our kids live poverty rate or under. That's 3 times the national average. 3 times the national average kids here in the city of Detroit. The homelessness situation, as you know, continues to be a problem. And today, boy, is a perfect day for people to realize, I have it pretty good. I got a car, I got a job, I have a house. Imagine being homeless in this weather, Chad.
I mean,
talk a little about that.
Mitch, right now is the face of homeless is changing. We see more working homeless than we've seen any time for the last 10 years. So individuals are coming to our shelters because they cannot afford anymore the houses that's available, and there's not enough affordable housing. So when we had poor people, real poor people being homeless, now we have people are going every day to jobs and coming back at night to a shelter because they cannot afford to have their own.
Wow.
which is a new. So that's why when we see the number of poor becoming less, but the number of homeless going up, it's because the affordability of the housing is not.
Yeah.
No one can afford it
I know.
anymore.
To a lot of people, you know,
Right.
the crisis of housing is that, boy, the mortgage rates are so high, or what I used to get for $600,000 now costs me $900,000. But housing problems also mean that there isn't housing for people who want to get in at the bottom.
They can't, and not even can rent anymore. So both the rent and the prices of the houses is very high. So we're seeing a uptick in the numbers of homeless people coming to our shelters, which is unfortunate despite everything that we are doing.
So here's what we do today. We spend all day trying to raise money. And the way that we do that is by giving you a phone number, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. And we tell you that you can donate that way. You can go to mitchalbomradiothon.com on the web if you're listening at home. By the way, this whole thing is being simulcast, so you can watch it on WJR.com or on WDIV. Click on Detroit. You can watch it on freepress.com, mitchalbom.com. There's a million ways that you can watch what's going on, and you'll want to watch it because we've got an awful lot of really great people who are going to be joining us here during the course of the day. Rosie, I don't know if you made up a master list, but that would probably be a good thing, a master list of all of the guests that we have coming up so that I don't have to use my memory. But amongst them, I know we're going to be joined by Hugh Jackman, Tim Allen, Dr. Phil, Brian Williams, Dan Campbell from the Lions, Jared Goff from the Lions, J.K. Simmons, Jared Goff, the quarterback of the Lions, Alex Anzalone, Cade Cunningham, Jane Pauley, Hank Azaria, Anderson Cooper, Lily Tomlin. That's just the start of the list. Of course, I'm burying the lead because Guy Gordon and Lloyd Jackson are going to be on the show.
What you need is a doctor
right now.
Even though everybody should see the pharmacy that you got behind you here.
Yeah, I just dumped my medicine cabinet into 2 plastic containers.
Trisha has more tea,
Yeah.
more variations of tea for you, awaiting anything. You got a great support staff.
Well, I do, and all of Say Detroit's a great support staff, and thank you, first of all, Guy and Lloyd and everybody on your team for giving up your hours here so that we can broadcast.
Oh, it's worth it,
Yeah.
and we got to sleep in.
We got an extra 2 hours of sleep. You had to drag these 3 hours out of our cold dead fingers. Sleepy fingers.
You almost feel normal.
Yeah.
Getting up at 6 instead of 4. Right.
Right.
Well, you guys know, you speak to your audience, so try to implore them to make a call right now. You know, people do. There's a telethon every week. There's a radiothon every week. There's a pledge drive.
Right.
You know, I know if I listen to public radio and I hear, okay, we're in pledge. Okay, click. You know,
Is there a time you're not in pledge drive?
Really,
Yeah, right.
I often wonder that but there's a reason that this, I think, is a little bit unique because we do this once a year only for Detroit. We don't do it across the country, although we implore people across the country to help us. But this is the one time that we're asking for Detroit, for a charity that was formed of the people of Detroit for a particular audience. Make the plea.
It has done so much for the city of Detroit, and you know the money that you give, you can see what has happened with it. You can see where it is. If you're driving down, you see the play fields, the different things that Say Detroit funds. You can see them, and so that's why it's so important, I think, to give, because you can actually see as well. And then, Mitch, tell me if I'm wrong. 100% goes to.
That's right.
There's no overhead here.
Yeah,
right?
this was something that I didn't realize was going to be controversial when I started it. But when we began this charity, Chad Howdy and I, back in 2006, I didn't even think twice about. Now I said, well, we start this. If I'm going to form a charity, I'm not taking any money. No one else is going to take any money to run it. Anything. If we get $1, we're going to put the $1 in. And they said, well, how are you going to run the charity?
Yeah.
I said, well, I make some money. What was it going to take? And honestly, we don't really have an office.
Right.
You know, we don't have a building. We don't have, we run it out of the fronts of our cars or off the side of our desks or things like that.
Wherever
So
you are is the office.
Yeah, and not because it's not a big operation. It's a massive operation. I shouldn't say we don't have offices. I have offices for my operations. And in those offices, there are offices for people who work in, say, Detroit. But they don't get we don't put those expenses onto the charity, because I always felt like I found out sometimes you give $1 to a charity, 60 cents of it actually get to the people. And
if
40
they call you on the phone, it's 90 cents goes to the administration and 10 cents goes to the charity.
Yeah. And I thought that's insane.
When they call you, not when you call us.
Yeah.
That we want to make that clear.
So I made that pledge at the beginning, and then of course we became this massive operation, and I still have to stand by that. So I take a lot of my own money and put it into it, but that's okay. And so people seem to respond to that, and they should, because I think that's how charities should operate.
Yeah. Well, we just celebrated a day where we expressed our gratitude. This is a day where you demonstrate your gratitude. And the thing that I love about, this morning we woke up, we got in our cars, the roads are horrible.
Yeah.
And you watch the thermometer in your car go from in my case, 50 down to 15.
Right.
And then you look at the Christmas lights gyrating on the trees. It's like a chorus of Fat Minutes, doing a Magic Mike. It was crazy out there this morning. But you think of the people that aren't going,
who are out there.
Yeah. You think of the people that wake up with a sick kid, or a guy like you who wakes up feeling awful and you don't have a place to go to get treatment, or a pharmacy, or low-cost medications where you can get the help you need. That's what Say Detroit does. Remember the scene in Rocky where he says it's all about gaps.
Mm-hmm.
You have filled a lot of gaps, and for every one of those gaps, there was a personal story that you reported on that got you to the point that say, all right, let's do something.
Exactly. And we're going to hear a lot of those stories today. One of the things that I enjoy the most about this Radiothon, even though it's great to have a lot of famous people on and laugh with them and sing to them. And John Pizzarelli is going to be here and be playing his guitar in a couple of minutes and singing to everybody who comes on. But the best part to me is that we interview a lot of the clients from the operations. They come out here and they say, if I didn't have the Say Detroit Medical Center, I would have died. If I didn't have the Say Play Family Health Center, I wouldn't have had a place to take my kid. If I didn't have the Say Play Center at Lipke Park, my now 15-year-old who has been going there for the last 6 years would probably be dead to violence in the streets. And instead he's going off to college.
Right.
If I didn't have the Say Detroit Working Homes, Working Families program, I wouldn't have a home, because we have literally given close to 60, if not more than 60 homes to deserving families who had no place to live. And we fixed up the homes, gave them to them on the premise that they had to keep them in good shape and work. They had to be working and take care of their kids. They did that for 2 years. They got the keys to the house and the title to the house. And there are, dozens and dozens of people who are now living in homes, thanks to your generosity, who wouldn't have had them if we didn't do that. Seniors and veterans and others, people who are riding bicycles. You see these bicycles in front of you here.
I told Lloyd, I
we
love
were like,
this.
hey,
I
like
like
that
the kid in me said, I'd like to see
Well,
that
you
under
can
the
buy one.
Can you fit that under the tree?
Sure.
You can buy one.
But this is a day. Demonstrate your gratitude by texting Mitch13 to 555-9925. That's the easiest way to give. 59925. Text Mitch13. Demonstrate your gratitude as you're waking up in a warm home, as you have a place to take your kids if they're sick, all of that. And there's a lot of problems that, you haven't even conjured yet that people deal with every day, and Say Detroit fills those gaps.
I want to thank you, Guy. I want to thank you, Lloyd. Where's Jamie?
She's
696.
696.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll see her soon.
She'll give you a really top-notch
traffic report.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe we'll get that. Okay. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, MitchAlbomRadiothon.com to see the great incentive items we have. We'll come back. Cade Cunningham going to join us in a couple of minutes, and many other celebrities as we bring you the 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon, 760 WJR.
WJR traffic and weather first.
It's another beautiful day at Say Play. Going to pick up the kids. Have a great day.
Welcome to the Say Detroit Play Center. My name is Eric Reed, and I have the pleasure of serving as the executive director. And let's meet our students who are about to come in off of our buses. What's up? How y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Yes.
How's school today?
Good.
All right, good. Good to see y'all. How was school?
Good.
Huh?
Good.
for the deep. Our students have eaten, they played, and now it's time to learn. We are entering the deep. The deep is our education center. It's named the deep because it used to be a swimming pool. The deep is where our young people come mandatory Monday through Thursday to spend at least an hour and 15 minutes on a variety of academic enrichment activities. Our young people are engaged in tutoring or literacy with the help of our staff. The students can get the individual attention that they need. This is our reading table. One of our certified teachers who's actually providing some reading enhancement activities to a group of our students who are struggling just a little bit with where they are in terms of reading and comprehension. Cubicles are set up for our students to have some individual space to either work on their own or to work one-on-one with our staff. One of the things that we're blessed with is to have a number of volunteers that come in and support the work that we do here. And I have with me now Mr. Malcolm McCants. Malcolm is the Director of Education, and he oversees all the activities in the deep.
We offer breakout sessions in STEAM, creative writing, and reading.
We've got some students that are getting some homework assistance from Miss Diane, who is a retired certified teacher. And so whatever our students need, we want to make that available. Now let's go and look at some of the activities and the electives that are available to our students here 5 days a week. Notes for Notes is a national organization that provides music studios across the country. Our wonderful art teacher, Ms. Kai Pearson. Can you talk a little bit about just kind of the value of having this kind of space for young people?
Especially in Detroit, this kind of space for young people to express themselves, to learn who they are as like humans and artists, to hone those skills with people from the community like us. I think this is a one-of-a-kind space, and it's needed like throughout this city.
As we leave the creative arts room, you may hear some music in the background, and that's because right next door is our dance studio. And we have a variety of different dance genres: hip-hop dance, tap dance, modern dance, and then we also have an African dance and drum program. And so today, our students on Mondays are engaged in their hip-hop dance activities. We're now in our gym area. We are extremely committed to making sure that our students increase their health. And so we exercise, calisthenics, running, agility, and then we also get into organized sports, including basketball, volleyball, but we also like to get our students outside, where we have a terrific AstroTurf football field, we have a baseball diamond, and we have a grass football field. We try to utilize our outside facilities as much as possible, both for recreational opportunities as well as for competitive sports. So that about wraps it up for our tour of the Say Detroit Play Center.
Annual Say Detroit Radiothon. Jamie Evans has made it in here.
Hi. Hey, everybody. The roads are great.
Well, that speaks to the problem and the issue out there in the city. But we're glad to have you here.
Happy to be here. This is wonderful, what you do every year.
Well, it's not what I do. It's what everybody we're asking out there we're asking them to do, which is to give at 855-955-GIVE. I told you I'd give you a little list. I got like 20 seconds to tell you how many people are coming on here. Hoda Kotb, Mayor Duggan, Nate Burleson, Tim Allen, Brian Williams, Jared Goff, Desmond Howard, Jane Pauley, Stephen King, Tom Izzo, Alice Cooper, Matthew Stafford, Tony Kornheiser, J.K. Simmons, Alex Anzalone, Amy Lang, Adam Schefter, Jim Leland, Chris Spielman, Lily Tomlin, Dan Campbell, Kat Timpf from Fox News, Davis Warren from Michigan, Mike Tirico, Amy Andrews, Jeff Daniels, Dr. Phil, Tarek Skubal, Hank Azaria, Anderson Cooper, Hugh Jackman, and more.
Wow.
All right. 855-955-GIVE. We're doing our part.
We ask you to do your part. Go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. There are amazing auction items that you can get, autographed things. You do all your Christmas shopping today, right here, and help.
Yeah, but
your
you didn't write a
Detroiters.
book. We depend on you to write a book every year, so we have something to put under the tree.
Yes, I'm
And
very
you-
sorry. You'll have to
really
use last
letting us
year's book
down.
this time. How about if I just write something over last year's book, like The New Little Liar?
There you go.
Yeah.
Right.
Coming back with more on 760 WJR.
I'm Bob Riney, CEO of Henry Ford Health. When it comes to caring for you,
I soar high, though the stars remain, they can't deny. I'm a survivor. Watch me touch the sky. I'm rising up. Yeah, I'm breaking free. The heartbreak couldn't break the destiny. Stronger than ever. I won't surrender. With everything, I'm a winner forever. I'm rising up, yeah, I'm breaking free. The heartbreak couldn't break the destiny. Stronger than ever, I won't surrender. With everything, I'm a winner forever.
Forever. 9443.
Did you know the average exterior contractor goes out of business within 3.5 years?
Whoa, it's a lot of stairs.
I am Denzel McReynolds,
I'm Danjetta McReynolds.
and we have 5 children.
We have Denzel, who's 15,
Ava, who's 10,
Katie, who's 11,
Ivan, who's 9.
and Kamari, who's 8. And we're the McReynolds family. Things weren't really going the way that we wanted them to go. We were looking for a progression. So we moved to Arizona and started to thrive.
We had ended up having a very unfortunate situation in Arizona where a lot of things that we thought was working out for us really didn't in the end.
I started, talking to my dad about coming back. So he was like, well, a friend has this place, and if you guys want, we can all move in together and, fix this place up. The deal we made with the landlord kind of started going south, where she was supposed to get the roof done and we were supposed to do the interior. But as time progressed, me and my husband, we started having arguments over it because the landlord wasn't coming through with things, and it was definitely a too good to be true deal. Even if we started to rent, it'll be pretty much like we're going to be from paycheck to paycheck because we have to have enough room for our family.
So we were doing rental applications for a couple weeks, and she got the call about the house.
Say Detroit called, Ms. McReynolds, we have a program called Working Homes, Working Families, and we wanted to nominate your family for this program. Working Homes for Working Families is a program where we give a family a home and we introduce them to home ownership.
Welcome home. Oh, yeah.
I love it, man. I love this.
Oh, my goodness.
What you guys are doing for people is pretty much a miracle. It's a miracle.
When all the cameras was gone and everybody left, and we're sitting here with our 5 children, like, this is our home. Like, guys, we live here now.
I was introduced to Say Play Detroit by a friend. Say Play Detroit is a program for kids to go and enjoy learning after school. They introduce them into a lot of different programs. They also have lots of sports like basketball, soccer, volleyball. anything that you can think of just about Say Detroit is doing it with the kids in the community.
They're really into the community. Like a lot of people say it, but they really prove it.
They prove it.
Yeah.
It's a proven fact. They're in it to make sure that this community is going to thrive, that the kids are going to thrive. That
auction items that you can bid on, and many items you can buy. Some of these auction items, which will be gone by the end of the day, are fantastic. Make great Christmas presents, especially if you're a sports fan.
Oh my goodness!
The Lions stuff you got.
Yes.
Incredible. There's football signed by Jared Goff. There's a chance to go to the Tigers game with J.K. Simmons, a Pistons luxury suite at Little Caesars. Jack Flaherty signed Tigers baseball, which is pretty valuable now.
Yep.
Tarek Skubel's got signed baseballs. Amon-Ra St. Brown signed footballs. An unbelievable super fan experience for the Red Wings. A Dan Campbell VIP training camp meet and greet and much, much more. You can even be a character in my upcoming novel, which has nothing to do with sports, but that's listed here. You can even get tickets for Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks.
Oh, wow.
Now, you can't get tickets for that concert. It's all sold out. But if you want to bid, you can actually have your money go to help needy Detroiters and get those tickets at the same time.
That's a win-win right there.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we're going to have a ton of guests kicking things off. Steve Courtney and Kenny Brown having a chance to talk with Dylan Larkin.
Once again, my friends, we welcome you back to the beautiful Somerset Collection. Oh, big things going on. It's the 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. Can you believe it's already here? If you're in the giving spirit, and we certainly hope you are, here's how you do it. 855-955-4483, 855-955-GIVE, or go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com or text Mitch 13 to 59925. You know, I've been happy to be a part of this for a long time. No need to get into how long. But it takes a lot of folks to make it as successful as it has been, such as our next guest. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the captain of your Detroit Red Wings, Mr. Dylan Larkin. Dylan, how are you?
I'm doing good. Honored to be here.
So thankful for your participation. And I had a chat not long ago with Cade Cunningham with the Pistons. And one thing, and I've been in Detroit my whole life, Dylan. One thing I know, that if you're an athlete here, you take care of your business at hand, but you are also always more than willing to help out those in need. And I think that's really cool.
Yeah. And then, you know what, just echoing that, what you guys doing today and have been doing for 13 years is great and great for the community. And I'm honored to be able to share a few minutes with you guys before the holidays.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate it. And it was a big night for you, Monday night, lad, in Buffalo. You get the shootout winner, and that eliminated the 5-game losing skid. Dylan, that shootout goal had to feel not only great for you, but for this hockey club as well.
Yeah, there was a lot of layers to that goal, and you know, the way we won that game and coming from behind, not giving up, actually scoring some goals. You know, Sebastian Costa's first win. You know, again, going up against former teammate in net, James Reimer. So it felt good to score that one, and it was a game that you know, we thought we'd been playing well, but it's frustrating to sit there night after night and you think you play well, but you don't get 2 points and you don't get wins and results. And we, you know, finally got the result we wanted, and that was 2 points, no matter how they come. And that's our focus here is to start winning hockey games, and enough talk about analytically playing well and however you want to spin it, that we played okay, but we lost. The focus is to try and accumulate 2 points every night.
Well, the reality is the hockey club right now, Dylan, the Winged Wheelers, 11-13-4, tied with Ottawa at 26 points for 6th place in the Atlantic Division. When you consider the Florida Panthers on top at 38, listen, there's a lot of hockey to go here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you know what? I think you know, Florida's got a game on us, and we're 5 wins from that. You know, we're 12 points back, and our division's kind of crazy how clumped everyone is together. So, you know, the focus is just staying with it and to win hockey games. And, you know, yes, there's a lot of hockey, but as it goes throughout a season, it can kind of slip away from you. You got to be in it every night. And I feel like we've never quit. We compete hard. And, I think we're starting to, play more for each other. And that takes time, especially when you get 8, 9 new guys on a team.
Mm-hmm.
We're starting to play for each other, and we've been right there. We just haven't got results, and it was nice to get that in Buffalo.
Well, through 28 games, sir, the captain coming through with 12 goals, 11 assists, good enough for 23 points. And, Dylan, when you consider the way the season ended last year, a lot of expectation on this Red Wing team. Now, let me just say this. Having a few conversations along the way with Coach Lalonde, I know for a fact that there's a lot of confidence amongst each other in that Red Wings room, right?
Yeah, there is. And you know what? To be honest with you, it gets hard when guys feel like they aren't producing to the level they want to produce, and that's why last night it was nice to see the puck go in the net for our whole team. We scored 5 goals and then got 6 in in the shootout. And you know what? It was good for us to do that, and each line contributed, and that's big moving forward to get some guys' confidence back, and then we can kind of rely on each other to secondary scoring, up and down the lineup. So that was a big night for us.
Well, and the great thing about the National Hockey League, you don't have to wait long to keep her going. Dropping the puck 7:00 tonight, as a matter of fact, in Philadelphia against those Flyers. El Capita, let's keep it going, and we appreciate your time, sir.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Thanks for your charity work here, Dylan. Appreciate
All
it.
right, Red Wing captain Dylan Larkin with us here as we bring to you the 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. If you want to give, you betcha. 855-955-4483. 855-955-GIVE, or go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com or text Mitch13 to 59925. Much more to come from the beautiful Somerset collection right here on 760 WJR.
Books are like instructions to life.
It makes me feel like I'm in a whole different place. Like I could do anything if I read a book.
I like reading. It's adventurous. And when I'm reading, I imagine like I'm one of the main characters or something.
Encouraging kids to lose themselves in stories is transformative.
And the thing about kids is they're so innocent. And we have an opportunity to mold them. They're relying on us.
Our annual Radiothon, telethon for Say Detroit, we hold every December. And we were coming pretty close to last year's record. Then Tom Gores called us and blew us all away. He would offer a certain amount of money for every book that one of our kids read and completed. We can have a lot of fun with this. Good luck, Tom Gores, the owner of the Pistons.
Wow.
So he basically just pledged $250,000, which is a little... That means the kids here are constantly facing dangers and threats on the street to their very existence. There's not a lot of options. There's not a lot of entertainment, but a book can take you anywhere.
It means a lot to me because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to do half the stuff that I'm doing now.
It's that idea that you provide an environment to access themselves and their greatness.
Every time I come here, it just feels like home. It brings me hope.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You accumulate not one single cent of interest.
I have had the opportunity
about 50 other times to be in places like this on days like this, and they are amongst the favorite days of my life because today we get to give a home to a family. All right, say hi to your new home. This is your new home. This is your living room where you first come in and you greet your guests and your Christmas tree. Do you like that Christmas tree?
We didn't have a dining room where we were staying either, so to be able to eat as a family together. Be able to eat as a family. Come on, then. The bedroom. Ooh. Oh my God. I almost can't breathe right now. What? Oh my God. I love y'all. You are a godsend. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. This is really beautiful and amazing. I just can't imagine the time this must have took, or Lord God, the money, but thank you so much for everything that it took you to do, for even the stuff unseen that I can't see. Thank you.
Well, just seeing you and your kids so happy is the whole reason that we do this at Working Homes, Working Families, and it's the reason that we're raising money today at the State of Detroit Radiothon, the 9th annual, so we can have more moments like this. Congratulations, Smith family. We are so happy for all of
you. Join the spirits of Christmas as they guide Ebenezer Scrooge on a journey of redemption. Get your tickets by calling 248-377-3300. That's 248-377-3300 or online at Ticketmaster.com. This year, be a part of the holiday tradition and go see A Christmas Carol at the Meadowbrook Theater.
Do you have a leaking roof? How about a wet basement? Do you need new windows? Does your home need a facelift? If you need any of these things, the Inside Outside Guys have contractors for you at theinsideoutsideguys.com. From designing and building a new home to a simple kitchen remodel, whatever you need for your home, go to theinsideoutsideguys.com for housing information you can trust.
Sponsored by Rove Pest Control.
Rove Pest Control, how can I help you?
A mouse just ran across my foot in my kitchen.
Uh-oh, what color was he?
Probably gray. Look, do I need to strap traps to my kids' feet or what?
Don't worry, we'll take over from here.
Well, what about his
Welcome to the Say Detroit Radiothon.
Every year we gather for a 15-hour broadcast designed to draw attention to the plight of needy Detroiters and how the multiple operations of Say Detroit address those every day. Say Detroit is committed to rebuilding our city's neighborhoods, providing opportunities where there are none, and lifting our neediest when they stumble. Our goal is to spread the message, bring some local and national big names in for support, and raise operating funds for the coming year. Your support is a hand up to your neighbors in need of food, shelter, medical care, and education. Join us as we say Detroit and say something amazing.
Up 2 left lanes has traffic backed up to Inkster Road. Westbound 696 after Grossbeck, accident on both shoulders there. Southbound US 23 at Willis Road, accident in the left lane. Northbound on the Lodge at Telegraph, crash there is taking up the left shoulder. Now, WJR weather first from the Weather Channel. Here's your forecast.
The snow and snow showers tapering off. Heaviest snowfall to the west with some of the lake effect out near Lake Michigan. Partly sunny otherwise today. It'll be cold start with those wind chills, especially early. 23 and gusty winds this afternoon. Tonight will bottom out around 14 degrees. Suburbs will be a bit colder, but less wind. That'll lead us to a sunny day for Friday, upper 20s. Chance of rain and 40 degrees on Saturday. From the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Ray Stachik on 760 WJR, where Michigan comes to talk.
760 WJR, custom built for Detroit.
This hour of the 13th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon is generously brought to you by Moran & Company. Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
Okay, as we are back here in Somerset North, glad to be here. Come on out and see us, by the way. It's a great show. They have a beautiful stage. We're right across from Santa Claus. We compete with the kids. And the regular gang, Guy and Lloyd and Jamie are all here. And thank you guys for being here. And I want to encourage everybody to go check at MitchAlbomRadiothon.com the incentive items that you can literally just shop and purchase. These are not auction items. There's plenty of those. But you can literally go to these incentive items and just buy them. So, for example, you can buy an Alex Anzalone signed football, $200. It's yours. You don't have to wait for anybody else to do it. You got it. There's your Christmas present if you got an Alex fan. If you want to go to Baobab Fair, a fantastic East African restaurant in downtown Detroit, $100 gift card, you buy it. You got it. You want to get a basketball signed by Tom Izzo, $250, done. You got it. You want to get, a Fender Player Plus Telecaster electric guitar and 4 lessons out of Hubert Reeves Music for $750. You got some kid in your family.
4 lessons will get you there.
Yeah.
You go on stage after those 4 lessons.
Yeah, you would think if you're going to spend that much on a guitar, you already know how to play it.
In concert.
But we've got everything. I mean, there's hundreds of items. Matthew Stafford signed LA Rams jersey and footballs. Chance to co-host the Mitch Albom show. Are we giving away a chance to co-host your show, Guy?
Sure. Hey,
we haven't put that on there.
Let's
Vince,
tomorrow we can make this a 2-day vacation.
Yeah, I think
we
got ours goes for $1,000. Yours got to be worth more than that. You're the morning show.
Well, we're the morning show. Yeah, we'll probably get you $250.
Well, Vince, what do you want to put it up there for? Let's go for $1,000.
Nobody wants to wake up anymore.
$1,000. You can co-host the show with Guy Gordon and Jamie and Lloyd and everybody.
Yeah,
right?
no, let's do that.
And it's a lot of fun.
More the merrier.
Yeah, so put that up on the incentive items, will you, Vince? And then, in a matter of minutes, it'll be up there. First person to go up there and buy it.
There you go.
You could be on tomorrow.
That's right. Come hang out.
You could be on tomorrow. All right. Amongst our opportunities here, as I mentioned to you guys, and my favorite part is where we get to talk to the people who benefit from Say Detroit. And there are many, many of them, and that's why we're doing 15 hours. The Michigan Veterans Foundation is an organization that we help support, and we helped build a kitchen there for them many years ago, and then a computer center for them. Rheta Dubaya is the Chief Executive Officer. Hi, Rhea.
Hi.
Nice to have you here. And Harry Parker, a former Marine, is here with us as well. Hi, Harry.
How's it going?
You want to pull that all the way up right there. Perfect. Yeah.
How's it going?
Good to have you with us. So, Harry, you are someone who has benefited from the program. You came to them what situation were you in when you first got involved with them?
I was homeless.
You were homeless. What happened?
My mother had just passed. There was a lot of fighting, and let's just say I became homeless. And that this organization was very pivotal because I could have easily taken a different turn had it not been for this organization.
Yeah.
And I'm very appreciative.
What did they do for you when you got there?
Actually, first allowed me a place to live, and then I was able to work my way up by working there, and then by working there, actually have housing now. I took care of some outstanding debts like child support, and things are really, really going well. Like I said, this place was a lifesaver for me.
Wow. And you were able to pay back your debts. You're debt-free. You now have health care, which you didn't have before.
Yes.
And this is all thanks to the Michigan Veterans Foundation.
Yes.
And I assume, Ray, that this is something that you do all the time.
Yes. We are there to help them to be able to stand up on their own. We assist them with their basic needs, from a roof over their head, a meal. We work with them to have an income, and we get them into transitional permanent supportive housing to make sure they have health care, income, and housing, and they're able to be independent on their own so they don't have to come back to homelessness. And this year we adopted a new program. It's called Aftercare Case Management. So once they get discharged from our program successfully, we assign them a case manager where they'll follow up with them for the next 6 months.
That's a really good idea because sometimes, people come, they get help, and then they go back out and there's nobody there again, and they fall back right into the problem that they were in the first place. So here you're able to follow up. Great idea. And Harry, first of all, thank you for being a Marine for for 4 years,
Yeah.
and I assume that you probably know that there are a lot of veterans who come back and they have problems, because
Yes.
war is not a natural state of affairs.
No, it's not. No, it's not. A lot of people who come back, with everybody talking about mental health now, a lot of people are coming back, and people really need to delve into what they've actually gone through.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people need to understand, and that's why we need a lot of dialogue. Because a lot of people come back with a lot of problems that people don't understand.
And when you were homeless, I'm sure you passed people on the street, and they probably looked at you and said, well, there's a guy who just isn't interested in his life, and had no idea that you had actually served your country.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you ever want to say to somebody who walked past you, like, hey, I was in the Marines, I helped this country, maybe you can help me?
I kind of just let it roll off.
Yeah.
Because there was a whole lot of other issues of anger.
Well, you're kinder than most people, but what I want to implore people to do is to remember that there are a lot of the people that you see who are homeless who you might just assume, well, they probably are drug addicts and they never had it. They could have been just like Harry here. They were serving the country, and then something happened when they came back, maybe because of the trauma of serving. I want to thank you for what you do, right? And I want to thank you, Harry, so much for coming out here. It's great to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
This is part of what we do here at Say Detroit. And you can help us by calling 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbomRadiothon.com, or Kenny, how do you do the text?
The text Mitch is text Mitch 13 to 59925. That's
All
59925.
All right, let's check in with our call center. Mark Pastoria at the Lingo call center at Startup Nation, which is handling all of our calls. Hey, Mark.
Good morning, Mitch. How you doing? Good morning, Lloyd and Jamie and Guy and Kenny, of course.
Here, yeah. Hello. So you've got a beautiful setup there at Startup Nation. That's where all I see the people behind you are ready to answer the phones. I hope the phones have been ringing.
Oh, already. Yeah, they started right at 6. I got here at 5 this morning. Great team you put together. I got here at 5. Of course, Gene already beat me here.
Yeah.
Mary's getting out of her car coming in from Nashville, and the Lingo team was here. And then today we'll have about 40 or 50 people, volunteers that'll go throughout the day doing 4-hour shifts. And we got Ford Philanthropy, Ally, Rocket Community Fund, New Image Building Services. And then right now we got Northern Trust, Point Academy Dance Center, A Time to Help volunteers, and GM. These people are incredible.
And these are people who, over the course of the next 15 hours, while I get to be on the camera and look like, I'm really working hard, they're the ones who are working really hard to answer the phones, take down the all the information and pass it on. And we want to thank them so much for coming out. This is really a big, huge community effort. I mean, when I think about, we thought about doing this at the beginning, if I knew what this was going to involve, I probably would have said, let's just find somebody to write a check. Right. But the nice thing is everybody comes together, and all those great volunteers, and you, Mark, and the great people at Startup Nation, we all come together to do this. So thank you, Mark. Great to see you. We'll be checking in with you throughout the course of the day.
Great.
Get some caffeine.
I already on it.
All right. 855-955-GIVE. Guy and Jamie and Lloyd, thanks so much for coming out. Lending us your time.
Yes.
And great to have you guys here.
Yeah, for all of our listeners, we're not going to be here today, but hey, show your gratitude. Text 59925, Mitch 13. Show your support.
855-955-GIVE.
Yeah, and bid $1,000 and you can host their show, and they can have tomorrow off too.
We'd love to have another co-host.
All right, Mitch Albom
That's work
Radio,
for us.
MitchAlbomRadiothon.com. Back with more after this.
This January, we're going full throttle.
What is this going to do for you and your family?
What it's going to do? Oh
Yes.
my God, y'all just saved our life.
Aww.
Man, I just can't tell y'all how happy I am. Like,
Say Detroit has been changing lives for the better since 2006, when I wrote about how our city was providing homeless people 3-day shelter parties to get them off the street while tourists were in town for the Super Bowl. A city that is super just for a weekend isn't very special come Monday. So we put out a call to raise enough to at least help all year long. The idea of Say Detroit is in its letters, super all year. You answered our call, and to amazing results. Say Detroit has grown into a charity that offers help where it's needed the most. And we need your help as we meet the increasing needs of people at risk.
We thought it was all said and done with. There was nothing else we could do. We had almost given up. And then Say Detroit came in our life.
We're providing pathways to success for Detroiters in need. And we're doing it with a focus on solving learning, healthcare, and housing challenges. Without good health, learning is going to take a back seat. If you don't have housing, staying healthy is harder. And if you're not learning, your opportunities are limited. That's why our programs, like the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic, are so important. Not only is it free to all patients, it now has a pharmacy on site.
If this clinic did not exist, I would not be able to get the health care that I need because I don't have any insurance. And this is the only place that I know that I can go to and get excellent health care.
It's been such a joy to see how far the clinic has come. We help move whole communities forward. And the base of that is always good health.
The clinic is also now hosting Wellness Wednesdays, monthly support groups for women, and providing one-on-one coaching and resources for mothers during their baby's first year.
A place like this is needed, especially in Detroit, because there are a lot of women and children that do not have medical care. And where would they go if they became sick?
It's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunities to be healthy.
They are so kind, caring, and they totally wouldn't let me leave until after they had checked my breathing. Then she gave me a treatment and she made sure that I could not leave out of here until I was well. I don't know many places that would do it in that manner.
The Say Detroit Play Center is about a lot more than play. It's really about learning. We partner with the city's top sports teams to turn an abandoned recreation center at Lipke Park into a first-rate after-school program where students have a safe place to study, play, and socialize.
Every time I come here, it just feels like home. It brings me hope.
The pandemic created a learning loss for many of our young people. We've helped them catch up, and we're partnering with local schools to keep kids in school.
They work together to make kids learn here, so that's why I like coming here. I grew.
And when they're at Say Play, students receive homework help, have access to wellness services, and are engaged in activities like sports, arts, music, dance, robotics, drum classes, and more.
It means a lot to me because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to do half the stuff that I'm doing now.
And we'll be offering more to neighbors on the east side of Detroit with a new annex. The Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will provide job training and opportunities for young people and adults.
A diverse community thrives when its members learn to respect each other. That's why our Better Together program launched in 2020.
Human beings connecting with other human beings. We bring law enforcement officials in plain clothes together with the community, gang members, high school students, people with substance use disorders, and they would grill meals together, sit down and break bread without any labels.
We have some other good friends here that I want them to share just a little bit more about themselves and what they do, and then we want to have a conversation about that. And so I'm gonna ask my good friend here if he would say just a little bit more about himself.
I'm Tavan Hall. I'm a police officer for the city of Inkster.
And I'm a cop too. And I
Oh,
turn
you a
myself
cop too?
Yes, sir. And I turn myself around.
He don't look like no cop. He don't look like no cop?
Yeah, neither though, for real.
Neither one of them.
Once you connect with each other as human beings, you can begin to identify that we're struggling with some of the same issues. We're struggling with some of the same trauma. We desire to be successful. We all desire to raise a family and have a good family life.
A good family life requires clean, affordable housing and safe neighborhoods. Our Working Homes, Working Families program puts families without a decent place to live into refurbished homes that are previously donated or abandoned.
After getting our home, their grades went up. The behavior became better. It adds a sense of security for them, not just me. I would say my home is home now.
A stable home can mean a whole new life.
Huntington Bank. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Now, live from the North Side Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Albom.
All right, back here at Somerset North, where we have been lucky enough to be hosting the 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. We've done it actually here for the last 13 years.
13 years, that's why it's 13.
And the phone numbers are 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, MitchAlbomRadiothon.com on the web. And you can text, Kenny?
To Mitch 13, as I just said, for Mitch 13th year. Mitch 13 to 59925.
That's a simple way to
Very
give money.
simple.
You just text the word Mitch 13.
My, how technology has changed. Very simple.
Yes, it has. And technology is at the core of our ability to raise money to help our fellow Detroiters. Chris Ramsey is the Chief Revenue Officer with Lingo Communications, which is the lifeblood of our telephone operations at the call center. Chris, we just wanted to thank you for your participation. We couldn't do this every year without you. Chris, you there?
I'm here.
There you are. Okay, I can't hear you. Speak up a little bit. Just wanted to thank you so much.
Well, good morning. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be a part of this great Say Detroit event that we do every year. We have folks there at the call center that work overnight, put everything together. They're volunteering, waiting for people's calls. So we're excited. Thank you.
And just give me quickly an idea of the scope of the operation that it takes to do this for 15 hours.
Yeah, well, they're making sure everything's set up. So getting the phones in place, getting volunteers out there, setting up the call center, making sure nobody's on hold when they call, right? Plenty of people to answer the phones and direct. You call in, we're there to take their donations and ready to go.
Well, you do a fantastic job, and we're really happy. Without you, we would just be people on the radio telling people to call us, and we certainly couldn't handle it at our offices. So thank you so much for doing this for us.
Well, you bet. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person with you this year and be up there on stage and see all the pretty faces. So
Yeah.
it's not quite the same. But
Well, at this hour, they're not as pretty as you might think. But if you come later on, we might be looking a little better once we get a little coffee in us. But thank you
That's right.
again, and thank everybody at Lingo Communications. We really appreciate it.
I appreciate your time.
All right, as we continue here, the phone numbers are 855-955-GIVE. We're going to read off different donations that people give here as well throughout the course of the day. If you would like to have your donation read, please specify that when you call, and we will at some point during the day. We won't be able to do it immediately, but at some point during the day, be able to read off some of the donations, and we'd be happy to do that. I want to say that the very first donation that came in today at 5:28 in the morning, before we even went on the air,
here.
That's right, was from our own Isabella Cracchiolo and her friends who gathered up. What did they sell? Bottles, bottle deposits. So they returned bottles and managed to get up $194.
Wow.
And make a donation in honor of a nice man, Chris Conkle, who just tragically recently passed away. But you can do that. If you want to make a donation in honor of somebody, which what they did in honor of Chris Conkle, what a nice thing. $194 kicked us off. Other people have done the same in honor of the memory of Ron Wangaro, his wife. And she wrote, my husband, Ron Wangaro in Farmington Hills, made a $200 donation. Thank you so much for that. In honor of Nancy Kozinski from Westland, somebody made a $25 donation. Larry Bowling of Oakland made a $500 donation in honor of Alex Kaczynski of Westland, another donation as well. And so we're happy to read these things off. Someone made a donation in honor of Maggie P. from West Bloomfield, $1,000. Maggie, make more friends.
Yes.
Also in honor of Alina and Sophia and Macomb, a $40 donation. And people have been making, you can make a donation of any size. $5 helps, $500 helps, $5,000 helps. It doesn't matter. Chad Audi here with us from the Detroit Rescue Mission Ministry. Once again, it's pointing out that the need to help. And remember, Say Detroit is not just, sometimes people hear, because Chad, you're here.
Yes.
And they think, well, oh, they help the homeless. Well, yes, we help the homeless, but it's a whole lot more than that. We are dealing with, starting with children through our Bright Beginnings program.
Yes.
Where they come in at, I think, 5 days old, right?
Yes.
Up to 2.5
newborn.
years. And they, these are kids whose parents, whose mothers need the opportunity to go try to find work. And remember, we created this program because we found out that a lot of these women were taking their babies with them to the job interviews.
Or they can't even go. Because
Or they can't go because they have. But when I heard that they were taking their babies with them and said, well, yes, I'd like this job, and they're holding a baby, and the people say, well, who's going to take care of the baby? Well, don't worry, the baby's crying, and they don't get the job.
No.
So we created this program, and we worked with COTS to create Bright Beginnings, where now it's until about age 2.5.
That is
and mothers, sometimes they live in the transitional programs there, and they get themselves back on their feet. And it started there. Then it goes up to the medical clinic that we operate.
Yes.
Right now in Highland Park, the Say Detroit Family Medical Clinic. And that's, not for homeless people. That's for children. That's for families. That's for everybody who can participate, including the homeless. It started as the nation's only clinic for homeless children in the country.
That was a special clinic because it was the mothers also would not go to clinics and take the
emergency
vaccine,
rooms,
especially for their kids, and they would not be able to go to school because they were afraid to go tell somebody that they don't have an address, and then they will lose their children.
Yeah, can you believe that the system was set up that if you went to an emergency room and you were homeless, they had to call social services, and then you ended up having your child taken away from you. So you're bringing your child in to get health care, and you end up losing your child. So what do? Next time, you're not going to bring them in for any health care, right? And so we created the nation's first clinic for homeless children that didn't ask questions and took everybody. And now my child has changed kind of the rules of that, and now we've expanded to women and eventually even men.
Right.
So that's a huge clinic. And then, of course, we have the Save Play Center, which is just a remarkable place. 300 kids a day sometimes. Rick Kelly is here, our executive director for Say Detroit, who just happened to sit down. You can talk about the Play Center and what a remarkable place that is.
Good morning. Absolutely. Well, thanks for having me, and another great day. Hard to believe this is my 5th year at the Radiothon, so excited to be here. But yeah, the Say Play is a wonderful after-school program. As you said, hundreds of kids a day. We feed them, we educate them, and they have the use of the facility afterward. And so just a great program. And we just recently opened the new Kelly and Matthew to Stafford and Friends Annex. So we doubled in size and doubled our impact. And so we just keep going.
Yeah, and that is a remarkable place where, and it's not we just gather a bunch of kids together and play basketball. It's quite the opposite. You can't play basketball. You can't play football on the beautiful NFL quality field. You can't play baseball or soccer or any of the other things unless you put in your hour and a half at least of work time in the Digital Learning Center, the DEEP as we call it, where they work with tutors and they work with computers, they work with STEM robotics, they work with a recording studio, dance programs. I mean, the likes of it are unbelievable. We've even had kids who have gone to Africa on some trips, right, Rick?
2 years in a row, South Africa and Ethiopia 2 years ago. So wonderful programming, and we just continue to grow, as you mentioned, drones and coding. We have the sports too, which is great. We all love sports, but arts and culture and ACT, SAT prep.
I would say we have as many nerds as athletes, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely.
We
love
got a lot of
nerds.
great nerds there,
As we learn,
Hopefully
nerds rule the world.
Hopefully the ones that do both.
Well, yeah, there are
Yeah,
ones that do
you
both,
get-
but I mean, sometimes we tend to classify
Yeah,
people as
right.
one or the other. But we got a lot of great nerds.
Yeah, that's good.
And good athletes.
That is
we,
good.
We have a real good program. So, and again, that's not a homeless program, and
No.
neither is our bicycle factory, which is My Cycle, where we make bicycles and hundreds and hundreds of bicycles. We get donated bicycles. We make new ones. We employ people who are formerly incarcerated, get them back on their feet, and get these bicycles out to people who are in need.
Mitch, I got a text yesterday. We gave away our 850th bicycle yesterday for the year. The year. So we're hoping to give away 1,000. We have a beautiful example of our bike here on the stage today. For a $500 donation, you can walk away with one of those bikes as well. And that puts 2 more bikes into the hands of the kids that need them.
You mean they can ride away with it?
Ride away.
They
That's
can
right.
ride away, yes.
Maybe not in today's weather. But
They want to ride it through the mall. And once you get
he was riding the bike this morning through
That's
the,
true.
through
I
the
rode
parking
the
lot.
bike
I was
in.
watching
Yeah,
him
that's
when I
right.
got here. Yeah, so
Okay.
you can ride him.
You're a talented man. Okay, many guests joining us throughout the course of the day. Hugh Jackman will be with us. Anderson Cooper, Tarek Skubal,
Dan
Dr.
Campbell.
Phil, Dan Campbell,
Woo.
Jared Goff, Hoda Kotb will be with us. Stephen King, my friend and writer, is going to join us. Jane Pauley, Matthew Stafford's going to be with us. Brian Williams from NBC News. Adam Schefter, our good friend from ESPN. And many people don't realize that Adam went to Michigan and okay, sorry about that. I just got a little piece of information. And has great Michigan ties, even though now he's a big national football reporter. He's on the line with us from ESPN. Hi, Adam.
Good morning, Mitch. Congratulations on another year for you. I hope it's a tremendous fundraising effort. And sorry I can't be here on StreamYard. We tried to connect, had technical difficulties for the phone call here. We'll have to spice.
That's all right. We got a beautiful picture of you up on the screen here as we're talking to you.
Great.
So
great. Well, that's
probably you look better than you do at 7:15 in the morning. So
I guarantee that picture looks better than I do right now. I guarantee that.
although I see you on ESPN, and I'm always, because I've known you since you were a kid, and I'm always thinking, is that Adam's bedroom? Is that Adam's library? I don't really care what you're saying. I'm more like, I wonder what room that is in his house, and how come I don't see Bo up on that bookshelf behind him?
You know what? Let me say this. I still have the Bo book that you wrote signed to me, and I will say this, and I'm not just saying this to say it. It's one of my most treasured mementos, and I really mean that. That had a profound influence on shaping me as a young adult and helping me turn into the professional that I am today. You have a huge hand in that. I've always been indebted to you, and always had tremendous respect and admiration for all that you've done and who you are and the great good that you do in that city. Detroit is very blessed to have you as a resident there and doing all the great goodwill that you do.
Well, that's kind of you to say, Adam, and I'm very proud of how you have long left us in the dirt and in the sports world and gone on to do such great things with the NFL. I often do wonder, though, because I worry about you like a kid brother, and I wonder, I see you on it all these hours of the day, and I'm thinking he probably just has a suit that he just grabs, stands in front of that camera in his house, and then takes it off. He's got his underwear on underneath or something like that, because you don't live, ready to do a TV report all the time, and yet you're on TV all the time. How does it work?
There's that great John Clayton commercial where he's in his bedroom and he finishes his live shot and he rips off his suit and he jumps into bed and starts eating Chinese food and yells for his mom. And it's not all that dissimilar in my house. We've got 5 dogs. They're barking. My wife needs me to do something. I'm in my office where you see that bookcase. Anytime there's that bookcase behind me, that is my home office. And yes, there's a very good chance I'm in my sweatpants or shorts or whatever it is. And I can't wait to get my dress shirt and tie off so I can get back into more comfortable clothes and then go play with the dogs and hang out with my family.
Well, I tip my hat to you for trying to find a balance in your life and keep up with all the NFL news. But it's pretty remarkable job that you do. And we might be seeing you at the Super Bowl this year, Adam. That's not something I ever thought I would say being in Detroit, but I have a funny feeling.
Mitch, this is the best chance that the Lions have ever had to go to the Super Bowl. And I know that people in Philadelphia or Minnesota or Green Bay might disagree, but it's hard not to root for the Lions to get to the Super Bowl. They've got the right players, they've got the right people, they've got the right makeup. I'm a little worried about the defensive injuries and all the people on injured reserve. That is a concern. If this team were fully healthy, I really would have very little doubt that it would be able to advance. But it seems like no matter who they plug in, they could put you and me at safety, and we might be making plays.
Yeah.
They continue to find ways to win and get the job done, and it would be an unbelievable story if they made it to the Super Bowl. I know they're playing the Bills this week, but can you imagine what that would be like if those two teams actually met in the Super Bowl and either Detroit or Buffalo would have a Super Bowl parade? Like, that would be
Oh my gosh,
incredible.
I think Detroit Buffalo would be like the underappreciated city Super Bowl.
yes,
You know,
it would be.
that would be like
That would be like, it would be the equivalent of the Cubs and Red Sox meeting in the World Series like 20 years ago.
There'd be no one in New York and Michigan in February. Everybody be in New Orleans. Everybody in both cities would be down there.
That's right. That's right. Because they think this might be the only chance
time.
we have.
That's right.
The only shame would be that somebody would lose because they'd still have to lose it. But well, we'll see if that happens. We look forward to it. Adam, appreciate your support always for our organization here. I'm trying to think, is there something we could ask Adam to put on the auction table here?
I do this all the time. It's become like my standard thing. Fantasy football is so huge, and tonight's the start of the fantasy football playoffs. And I always like to donate like a 30-minute Zoom call to people. It's gone for pretty good money elsewhere. And I get on the phone with somebody in the summer, and I'll give Kerry all the information about how to arrange it.
Okay.
And so someone could bid on it, and they get me for 30 minutes, and I give them all my fantasy football sleepers. I'm in 2 leagues. I'm in my playoffs in both leagues. I've helped people win their championships. So if you want to win your fantasy football championship, you donate here today, and then they'll do a 30-minute Zoom call with me at some point this summer. And I'll give people,
that's a good prize.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea. All right, we will put that. I bet that'll fetch some big bucks.
Yeah, and also have Kerry send me a link to the organization so I could donate myself in addition to the Zoom call, because I do want to make a donation as well.
Okay. All right. Well, we can do that. And it's pretty easy. It's MitchAlbomRadiothon.com. You can do it right there.
Consider it done. There'll be a donation that's going to get made today, a nice donation, and ESPN, I'm going to get ESPN to match it. So let's have everybody keep donating money and raising funds and continuing to support you with all the great work.
Well, if ESPN's going to put up money, let me spell that out. It's MitchAlbomRadiothon.com. You can tell them they can make up for what they paid me for the sports reporters for all those years.
Hey, Joe Larry will be insulted by you saying that. But
Joe wasn't the one paying me. Adam, great to talk to you. Thanks for that offer. That's wonderful. Really appreciate it.
Mitch Albom Radiothon.com.
Yep. MitchAlbomRadiothon.com. You can do it right there.
I'm gonna get it done, and unfortunately, I'm blessed that I'm able to afford right now a little bit more than I was able to afford when I was a student at the University of Michigan. So my donation will be made, and we will contribute the Zoom call to help you win your fantasy football championship as well.
Thank you, Adam. Great to talk to you. Thanks for being so generous.
Send my best. Good luck today.
Adam Schefter from ESPN. Our phone numbers are 855-955-GIVE. Make a donation that way. We'll read out your donation over the air if you want to. Go to MitchAlbomRadiothon.com to do it digitally and make bids on the auction items, including that. What a great item there. Adam Schefter, a 30-minute personal advisory call for your fantasy football league.
On behalf of all the failing fantasy football people in the world, that's a great
Oh,
prize.
my
I'm
gosh.
looking forward to that one.
Yeah, we'll get that up there at MitchAlbomRadiothon.com or text Mitch13 to 59925. Mitch13 to 59925. Back with more on 760 WJR.
The Mitch Albom Show Radiothon.
Hey, it's the Inside the NBA crew. Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith, and Charles Barkley with a shout out to the Say Detroit Play Center.
Say Play is a premier learning center. It offers academic enrichment, athletics, and arts programs for students 8 to 18.
Since day one in 2015, Say Play has been rebuilding and empowering one of Detroit's most challenged neighborhoods.
Set on nearly 15 acres in the Osborne community in northeast Detroit, The facility was the site of the rundown Lipke Park Recreation Center, which had been shut down by the city due to budget cuts.
It was rebuilt by Say Detroit in partnership with Detroit major sports teams. Say Play offers all its programs and services, including transportation, meals, mental health awareness, and resources free of charge.
The students who attend Say Play commit to their after-school studies, and they love to learn.
They could take part in a wide array of activities, including sports, creative and programming, arts, STEM, social justice, and summer employment experiences.
As part of an expansion announced in 2021, the Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will grow services for members and its neighboring community. And let us not forget the staff and the volunteers, right, fellas?
Good job, guys.
They are game changers, providing pathways to success for the youth of Detroit. Well done.
US 23 at Willis Road, accident taking up the left lane. Now, WJR Weather First from the Weather Channel, sponsored by Warren Consolidated.
The new event is offering up a fun way to taste some of Detroit's newest restaurants while helping out a great cause. Mitch Albom is here to talk about Eat Detroit.
Yeah. Eat Detroit is awesome. Eat Detroit. Yeah. It's the best time ever. We're having a great time. Let's
You gotta go.
I'm gonna eat this in 1 minute, but we have to
Cheers,
go.
everybody. We'll see you on the other side.
Cheers.
In a second. Yummy.
734-6666-914 or go online at victors.com.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Are you sick of all the fancy
Say Detroit's involvement with the veterans goes back to its very beginning in 2006. Some of the original money raised went to build the first kitchen that the Michigan Veterans Foundation had ever had.
And we were able to create our mess hall that looked like a cafeteria. With those dollars we did all the computers, we hired an IT guy.
The computer is just a beautiful thing for these people, the guys in here. Because they put you back on track, put you back online. And without that computer, man, you could be lost.
or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better, stress-free retirement, call today to speak to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Retirement.
Say Detroit's involvement.
Hi.
Hi, welcome to your home.
Oh, this Addison, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. It's so nice. Oh, my God. Look. Look. Oh, my God. Look at this. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, wow.
Flavor?
Yeah.
The hangout.
Yeah.
Hello.
Back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial losses alone. Get more holiday fun and less holiday worry with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit lifelock.com. Terms apply.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors. Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
Heading out to share holiday joy? However you celebrate, gift responsibly.
The Michigan Lottery wants to remind you, lottery tickets aren't child's play.
This hour of the 13th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon is generously brought to you by Huntington Bank. Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
All right, back here at Somerset North Collection. Coming up this hour, Jim Leland is going to join us. Lily Tomlin is going to join us. And the great John Pizzarelli, a fixture at the Radiothon, has joined us from New York City, guitar in hand. Good morning, John Pizzarelli. Can we give him a Detroit welcome?
Good morning, Mitch. It's a pleasure to be with you.
This is just terrible. They gave me all this stuff over here. I apologize.
Is your guitar working? That's what I want to know.
Yes.
Let's see.
Ready to roll.
All right. We're here. John will be entertaining us and, more importantly, the various guests, cajoling money out of them in many cases.
We will cajole as well as we can.
And MitchAlbomRadiothon.com. If you want to do it digitally, text the word Mitch13 to 59925. Or, of course, the old-fashioned way, you can just make a phone call. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. Back with Lily Tomlin, Jim Leland, and many, many more guests right after this.
Life is just more complicated as we get on.
I served 28 years in 11 months. Now I'm in Clarenceville High School when they told me I was going to die in prison. Know why I'm here? Because I didn't give up. My name is Daryl. I dropped out of school in the 8th grade. Started selling drugs. I found myself at the wrong place at the wrong time, associating with the wrong people. Someone was killed. I didn't do it. They convicted me for being an aiding and abettor in this homicide. Let's stay engaged with them and hear them a lot, and get them to talk, because that's what's going to make a huge difference when we transition. Oh, this is amazing. This is the biggest one that we ever done with 400 students. They're laughing, they're working together, don't know who they're working with right now, but they just having fun, natural fun. Young people desire a lot. They want to be heard. So it's not just a monologue in here, it's a dialogue that's going on. We're here to lift each other up. First of all, we want to thank you for welcoming us into your school today. It's been an honor and a privilege for us to be here with you guys. We have some other good friends here that I want them to share just a little bit more about themselves and what they do, and then we want to have a conversation about that. And so I'm gonna ask my good friend here if he would say just a little bit more about himself.
I'm Tavan Hall. I'm a police officer for the city of Inkster.
Are you a cop? And I'm a cop too. And I
turn myself,
a cop too? Yes, sir. And I turn myself around.
You a cop?
You don't look like no cop.
He don't look like no cop?
Yeah, neither though, for real.
Neither one of them.
We want to help them to believe in themselves. We want to empower them with the tools that they need so that they can win in life.
I don't like bad people because it's not all cops, just like it's not all kids. To be a cop, you go out there and you risk your own life for everyone else's every day. And just because there's bad people in like the police system, there's bad people everywhere, but you can't like say all cops are bad.
But we're saying here that we ain't got no beef with the police. We got a beef with foolishness. She gets it, and you all got to get it, because many of these cops that's in this room right now could be your ticket to winning. Better Together means us coming together as a community and saying that everyone have a voice everyone have a seat at the table. Everyone's lives matter. And that's what we need to be about as a nation, working together so that we all can be better together.
Now there's something you can do to
slow it down, get it going slower.
iZervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Water ice, popcorn, rice pudding, Philly pretzels, soft serve ice cream, everything goes to charity. The Detroit Water Ice Factory was an idea I came up with to sell the best possible product we could, something really unique, and then give all the profits away to charity. So water ice is a derivative of Italian ices, but it's much smoother, has a lot more flavors, no fat, it's got no gluten, it's got no cholesterol, and it's got no dairy. I grew up in the Philadelphia area, and we used to eat it every day. When I got here to the Midwest, I found out they didn't have it. And we now are able to make it here ourselves. When you run 9 different charities, people see you coming and they start running the other way because they think, oh, he's going to ask us for money again. So we just remind people that charity can be delicious, and it was the beginning of what's essentially become a dessert shop. For watching people's eyes just sort of light up when they taste something that they've never had before. You know, you watch it and you go, yep, told you.
The same dollar saved, and the money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money into this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better, stress-free retirement, call today to speak to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Retirement Deception. Call 888-926-9443. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free. So don't delay. Call right now. 888-926-9443. That's 888-926-9443.
This hour of the 13th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon is generously brought to you by Huntington Bank. Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
All right, as we continue on here from the Somerset Collection with the 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon, our phone number is 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. And you can always go to MitchAlbomRadiothon.com. You can donate there. You can also see some amazing gifts that you can bid on and auction on. And, of course, this is our biggest fundraiser of the year. And we are so happy when people who were born in Detroit or raised in Detroit help us out and come back year after year. And one such person is our next guest, who has not only won Emmy Awards and Grammy Awards and Tony Awards and nominated for an Academy Award. She even got the Kennedy Center honor 10 years ago, and she's still doing great work. Lily Tomlin joins us on the program. Hello, Lily Tomlin, the pride of Wayne State.
Yes.
How are you, Lily?
I'm just totally superior and lively and jazzed up.
And Mitch, we bring presents for her this year, too. Lily, Cass Tech won the state championship in football this year.
No.
Yes,
how
we
could
did.
They didn't even have a field to play on.
Oh, we got a field. We got a field.
Not a regulation field, but it's a field.
It's a field.
Yeah, it's a field.
So we did that for you.
I'm thinking about the old, I went there 50 years ago.
Right. They got the new school and the new field.
I think you went there a little more than 50 years ago.
Is it really?
If I'm doing the math right.
I am too, yes.
Well, I graduated in 57. I guess you're right.
Yeah. So what was the football program like then? Did they just play on the dirt?
They just had a little field across the street on the corner. It was like maybe a gas station had burned down or something. Someone gave them the field, and it was minuscule.
Yes.
And they deserved better. They had a pretty strong basketball team.
Well, and yet you managed to be a cheerleader for that team. So I can only imagine if they only gave the team a field by a burned out gas station, how did they treat the cheerleaders?
Well, you're right. See, we could have really scored big time. we were pretty raunchy as cheerleaders.
Yeah. We're not going to ask you this year to do the Cass Tech cheer because we pulled it up from our archives. You've done it so many times for us in the past. So here is Lily Tomlin's greatest hits. It's not any of the ones that you think. It's the Cast Tech cheer as performed on the Radiothon, I think last year. Here it is.
Well, ladies and gentlemen and students too. Well, here's a little cheer we're gonna do for you. Hands up, touch the touch. Touch the touch, turn around, touch the touch. Touch the touch, touch the ground, touch the touch.
There you go.
Yeah. Still your best
There
work.
you
That
go.
was great. Some of your finest work.
And that's why we win.
That's why we win.
Yeah.
Oh God. Well, we used to have great games. I mean, we were tough to beat.
That's right.
You know, a lot of those old cheer teams way across the city were, you know, just too hokey. They shouldn't have been allowed to defame the name of cheerleader.
Have you been back to Detroit in any recent years?
Well, I was back about 4 or 5 years ago, maybe not that long, for the homecoming.
Right. Okay.
And I regaled people with all my soon-to-be legend stories.
Uh-huh. It looked quite different, didn't it?
Yeah, well, sure, I guess it did. It doesn't seem to me like it's that different.
Huh.
But it is. It's quite different.
Yeah. Well, the people aren't, and the people remain absolutely, you know, dedicated to Detroit and helping one another, and that's what we do on this event here. And
yeah, I know you do. It's so great, Mitch.
Yeah. Well, and I want to congratulate you on you just keep, you know, you're like one of the busiest actors out there. You know, every time I look up, you got another project, often with Jane Fonda, but you got another project or another movie I understand
we don't have anything lined up right now. I mean, I've read a script that I'm sort of interested in, but you know, nothing too earth-shattering.
Well, I think by the time you've reached this point in your career, you can afford to be selective, right?
Well, I've always been selective.
Yeah.
I mean, let's face it, Mitch.
Okay.
I turned down many big hits.
Was there one movie that you got offered that you said, "Nah, this isn't going to work," and it ended up being a big hit?
Well, you know the one about the witch that screen. I turned that down.
Which one was that?
The witch that screen.
The witch the screen.
No, the witch that is green.
Oh, the witch that is green. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Oh. Okay. You turned it down.
Well, sure. I can't fly on a broomstick.
Well, you certainly fly for us, Lily, and I can't thank you enough for just giving a shout out to the people of Detroit. And I don't know if you got anything lying around in your closet. You sent us a script or two over the last years. You got anything that we can toss on the auction pile?
How about a broom? Yeah.
Or a broom?
I might have like a team jacket or a lot of stuff, a Grace and Frankie something.
Okay.
I
We'll
don't
take a
remember
Grace and
you
Frankie
asking
something.
me for anything like this.
Well,
but I'll certainly get up a good auction item.
that would be great.
That'd be fantastic.
That's so nice of you.
Great
And thank you for
pleasure.
always remembering where you came from, the burned out gas station
That's right.
and the
But the
football
gas
field.
pumps, yeah.
That's it.
But there's a certain pride in that.
That's
and
right.
you're helping an
There's
awful
a
lot.
Pride.
Yeah, you're helping a lot of needy people here in the city of Detroit.
Oh.
And thank you so much for joining us. Great to talk to you, Lily. And I'm sure we'll talk to you again next year.
I love you, Mitch.
Love you
right.
too, Lily.
Tell
Thank
them
you
they're
so
state
much.
champs, Lily.
Thank you.
Tell them about Hollywood. Kansas State
855.
champs.
Sure. I'm going to talk about how fabulous you were next time.
855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483 here at the Somerset Collection.
And text
North.
Mitch.
Text.
The Mitch 13 59925. You can do it that way too, Mitch.
Always easy ways.
Easy way to text.
Radiothon.com at 760 WJR. Okay, as we continue on, it was nice to talk to Lily Tomlin. And now we move on to from the world of acting to the world of baseball, as the wonderful Hall of Fame manager and, of course, our friend Jim Leland is on the line with us right now. Let's give him a Detroit hello. Good morning, Jim.
Hey, Mitch. Good morning. How you doing?
Well, we're an hour and a half or so into 15 straight hours, which must feel what it's like for you to do a doubleheader on a rain day. You put in some long days.
It's a great cause.
Yeah, it is a great cause. And you know more than most what it means to, for Detroiters to help Detroiters, because you spent a lot of time here and, you obviously, traveled all over the country. But have you ever seen the kind of generosity that there is here from people who don't necessarily have a lot themselves, who are willing to help others here in Detroit?
Well, I think that's that's one of the most important things about the city of Detroit. I think when you're talking about the city, they've done a great job downtown now. It's really nice there, but it's not so much about the beauty of these cities. It's about the beauty of the people, and I think that's the most important thing. They're very generous. They're giving people. They care about people, and I think that's the most important thing about any city.
Yeah. And Detroit really has that. And there are, we're coming back, but you're right. Downtown looks beautiful, but you only go, a half a mile the other direction, and you still see there's a lot of work to do. And our organization, Say Detroit, starts with kids as young as 5 days old and doesn't stop helping people until literally they're senior citizens. I mean, we've got programs all the way through for veterans, for homeowners, for seniors, for kids after school. And the Tigers help build, in fact, the baseball field out at our Save Play Center, which is dedicated out there, and it's a beautiful baseball field. And we actually have a pretty good baseball team, so it's all part of that same effort to help kids. And I know that means a lot to you, and I know that means a lot to our listeners. And I want to get your thoughts while I have you on the line of our baseball team. A pretty remarkable performance this past year, considering what people expected out of them, and will that carry over into the following year?
Well, I think it certainly has a chance to. We're really blessed with some really good young players, and I think I emphasize the word young. They're really young, and they're really good, and they really held up good under some probably unexpected pressure. To be honest with you, I think they kind of come out of nowhere. That second half, and for quite a long period of time, had the best record in baseball, and certainly showed up well in the playoffs. I mean, They ended up losing to the Guardians, but they showed up well to go to sweep Houston. In Houston, I think we're the real deal. I really do. I think it's here. There'll be some stumbling blocks yet. They'll go through some things this year because the expectations are going to be a little bit more, but this is a little bit of a different group. They're, I think they really embraced it, as AJ said. I think they really embraced it, and they really did well. They were really fun to watch.
They were, and I always say in sports, there's nothing like a surprise. It's one thing when you've got a great team and everyone goes, okay, this is our year, we're going to win it all. All that is kind of pressure, and you have to live up to it. But when everyone's sort of written you off, there's almost a freedom to that, and then when you catch fire and everyone's like, whoa, wait, those are the Tigers, they won again, that has to be the most fun way to sort of roll to success, because you don't have all the burdens of the pressures of expectations at the beginning.
Well, I think that's right. And I think in 2006 nobody expected us to do anything. We were a little bit of a different team because we had some more veteran players,
right?
That just hadn't performed maybe the year before or the year before that, and all of a sudden they started performing, and we snuck up on a lot of people. I know in 2006 nobody expected the Tigers to win the pennant, so it was some kind of similar in the fact that it was neat to see the fans in 2006 get on board, and it was kind of the same thing this year. That particularly that second half, where all of a sudden the excitement's back. And, the towels are waving a little bit, and, postseason play again in Detroit. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Hey, Skip, are they going to be able to compete with these big teams like the Dodgers and Mets with these big salaries now? Are the Tigers going to be able to compete with those guys? Or is anybody in baseball going to be able to compete with these unlimited spending teams?
Well, I think you can. I think this is very interesting, Mitch. Last year, 10 teams in the postseason. And the top 5 payrolls in baseball were all in the postseason, but the 5 of them, they were in postseason. But the second 5 were all toward the really lower tier of the payroll for Major League Baseball. So yes, it can be done. Is it more difficult? The big separation, Mitch, is the fact that those teams can go out and spend some money, and they can afford to make a mistake. And the teams that, you know, have the lesser payrolls or the lesser ingredients, whatever you want to call it, they can't make a mistake. If they make a mistake, it's a killer. And that, I think, is the big difference. But yes, I think the Tigers, can compete. And I don't think one guy, I'm going to be anxious to see what happens with the Mets now. One player is not going to do it. It's not going to happen.
Did you ever think you'd see a day where there was a $765 million single contract?
I don't think anybody in their right mind ever thought they'd see that day. I mean,
it's like that joke you told about, in my wildest dreams, and you asked your wife about going in the Hall of Fame, and your wife said, "You're not in my wildest dreams." This a $765 million contract is not in anybody's wildest dreams. Well, Jim, before we let you go, I know you're a music lover, and we have a tradition at our Radiothon here in Somerset. The great John Pizzarelli, one of the internationally known jazz guitar players and singers, stays with us and plays in and out of some of the breaks and gives us nice musical entertainment, and periodically throws together a little ditty for some of our guests. And he's got one for you right here, right now.
Jim Leland, there's no one else quite like you. Your Hall of Fame dream, it came true. World Series champion, they retired your number 10 too. Yes, it's true. You make us feel brand new. Say Detroit thanks you too. You make us feel brand new.
We put the stylistics because we know you like the stylistics.
I love it. That's fantastic. I saw the Motown Christmas show last night on NBC.
Yeah.
It was fantastic.
Did you sing along with it?
I sure did, to be honest with you, but I can't hit the high notes anymore. Too many marbles.
None of us can hit the high notes anymore, Jim. But it is great. It is great to talk to you, and thank you for supporting Say Detroit and always being around for us. We really appreciate it.
Merry Christmas to all you guys. Thanks for having me on.
You too. The great Jim Leland here on 760 WJR.
WJR Traffic and Weather.
What's up? How y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Yes.
The Say Detroit Play Center opened its doors in 2015. One of the things that I'm most excited about is the expanded outreach that we'll have in our community. With this new expansion, we will be able to double the number of kids that come in on a daily basis.
The heart of this place is its education. And with that in mind, we grew and reached the point where we couldn't continue to educate as many kids as we wanted to without more space. We're really proud to be part of this here. We're really proud that people like Kelly and Matthew Stafford go someplace else but never lose the Detroit that's within them.
We jumped at the opportunity to be a part of that first, center that is this beautiful place right now, and I'm just so proud to see where that has gone, how many kids it has affected in such a positive way. I'm so excited to be a part of this next venture as well. I mean, it's just such a special place, such a special team to be involved with. We're so proud of what it's become, what it's going to be in the future, all the people that it's going to affect. We're just excited to get over here and put some shovels in the ground and get this thing going.
Eric, can you believe it? Construction is happening on the Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Educational Center.
Folks are driving by and they saw the fences go up and they stop in and ask, well, when
what's going on?
See? When are we going to see some physical action? And so
and here we are. Today's the day.
We're incredibly excited for what we'll be able to do. 6 dedicated classrooms that all have flexible spacing and the ability to change their configurations. We have 2 dedicated flexible spaces for vocational training. We have a 125-seat black box theater in the center that's completely flexible.
Are passionate about being a part of this community and expanding the physical space and the opportunities allow us to do even more for this community. We're definitely looking forward to the day that we can cut the ribbon and open the doors.
What we can do for the people around here, what we can do for the kids around here is an amazing thing and something that I'm really proud to be a part of.
We are so honestly proud to give back to the community that gave us so much, and to watch these kids and all the staff here that love them like they're their own. As we said, it takes a village, and you guys are that village.
This whole place is about growth, just growth. Growth of an organization that we started called Say Detroit in 2006, which started with me staying at a homeless shelter and has grown into something well beyond I ever could have imagined. Growth of a hole in the ground that we all dug some shovels in not all that long ago into this beautiful building.
955-GIVE to help.
All right, as we're back here, those are the phone numbers, and we will read out your dedications on the air, like someone who gave $100 in honor of Richard Sarek in Clinton Township. Another nice donation to in honor of Dr. Peter B. Roberts in Destin, in honor of a happy birthday to Mike Pop in Richmond. We want to thank you for those donations, and in honor of Jim Blank in Macomb. Thank you for that as well. And we'll continue to do that throughout the course of the day. And of course, you can do all your Christmas shopping at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, which has got all these amazing auction items or just straight purchase items. You don't have to wait to see if you get the bid. You can just go out and buy them. I want to say hi to Mike Land, who has just joined us, Southeast Michigan, Northwest Ohio Regional President of Huntington Bank, and the Say Detroit board member, who is wisely sitting about 20 feet from me so that he doesn't catch anything that I have. Nice to see you, Mike.
Great to be here, Mitch.
I appreciate your coming on. You do
absolutely
amazing work for us, and you've got a chance to see from the inside out, what Say Detroit is about. Maybe you can speak to people of the business community and how it maybe differs from some other charities.
Yeah, Mitch, we love Detroit. And, what drew me to Say Detroit was all the good work that you do at that center, helping the kids, the after school programs, to me, really touch my heart, because I understand, there's a lot of these working families. These kids don't have a place to go after school. And the fact that they can go to the center, they can get their homework done. I heard you talking earlier. That's really important. They have to take their tutoring time. They get their homework done. They get fed, and then they have time for exercise and to do great things, and it keeps them off the street, keeps them out of trouble, and they get great meals and education as part of it. So that was one of the things that really touched my heart when I saw what you were doing. But it's not just that. I mean, it's the bicycles that we talked about, the 850, I think, that have given away so far, and they're being built by Second Chance. Folks that we're given a second chance to build those for us, and so many of the other people that we're touching. It's homeless. It's so many different factors, and the great work I think that the organization's doing is just tremendous.
Thank you.
And I love it, and that's why I'm here today to make a contribution. But also,
is that right?
Yeah,
I thought you were just here for the coffee.
Well, the coffee's good too, but.
Okay.
Yeah, let me just get right to the point. Huntington is super excited to announce that we're going to donate $25,000 for Say Detroit to the Radiothon.
There's a nice little boost before 8 o'clock. That's better than a double espresso. Fantastic, Mike. Oh, please thank everybody there. That's so kind of you.
Yes,
and we're so proud to have you as part of our board. It was a great moment when you came on and joined us, and we've been better ever since.
Yeah, I love being part of it, and let's keep this rolling this morning. I know we got a lot to go, but anyone who's out there listening, please think about opening your hearts, opening your wallets, and giving to this great organization. They're doing great work. I see it firsthand all the time.
Yep. If you've thought about helping out at Christmas, here's your chance to do it. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. On the line. It's like my grandparents. MitchAlbomRadiothon.com. Or text Mitch13 to 59925. Back with so many more guests right after this.
It's the great.
What's this going to do for you and your family?
What it's going to do? Oh
Yes.
my God, y'all just saved our life. Man, I just can't tell y'all how happy I am.
Say Detroit has been changing lives for the better since 2006, when I wrote about how our city was providing homeless people 3-day shelter parties to get them off the street while tourists were in town for the Super Bowl. A city that is super just for a weekend isn't very special come Monday. So we put out a call to raise enough to at least help all year long. The idea of Say Detroit is in its letters, super all year. You answered our call, and to amazing results. Say Detroit has grown into a charity that offers help where it's needed the most. And we need your help as we meet the increasing needs of people at risk.
We thought it was all said and done with. There was nothing else we could do. We had almost given up. And then Say Detroit came in our life.
We're providing pathways to success for Detroiters in need. And we're doing it with a focus on solving learning, healthcare, and housing challenges. Without good health, learning is going to take a back seat. If you don't have housing, staying healthy is harder. And if you're not learning, your opportunities are limited. That's why our programs, like the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic, are so important. Not only is it free to all patients, it now has a pharmacy on site.
If this clinic did not exist, I would not be able to get the health care that I need because I don't have any insurance. And this is the only place that I know that I can go to and get excellent health care.
It's been such a joy to see how far the clinic has come. We help move whole communities forward. And the base of that is always good health.
The clinic is also now hosting Wellness Wednesdays, monthly support groups for women, and providing one-on-one coaching and resources for mothers during their baby's first year.
A place like this is needed, especially in Detroit, because there are a lot of women and children that do not have medical care. And where would they go if they became sick?
It's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunities to be healthy.
They are so kind, caring, and they totally wouldn't let me leave until after they had checked my breathing. Then she gave me a treatment and she made sure that I could not leave out of here until I was well. I don't know many places that would do it in that manner.
The Say Detroit Play Center is about a lot more than play. It's really about learning. We partner with the city's top sports teams to turn an abandoned recreation center at Lipke Park into a first-rate after-school program where students have a safe place to study, play, and socialize.
Every time I come here, it just feels like home. It brings me hope.
The pandemic created a learning loss for many of our young people. We've helped them catch up, and we're partnering with local schools to keep kids in school.
They work together to make kids learn here, so that's why I like coming here. I grew.
And when they're at Say Play, students receive homework help, have access to wellness services, and are engaged in activities like sports, arts, music, dance, robotics, drum classes, and more.
It means a lot to me because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to do half the stuff that I'm doing now.
And we'll be offering more to neighbors on the east side of Detroit with a new annex. The Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will provide job training and opportunities for young people and adults.
A diverse community thrives when its members learn to respect each other. That's why our Better Together program launched in 2020.
Human beings connecting with other human beings. We bring law enforcement officials in plain clothes together with the community, gang members, high school students, people with substance use disorders, and they would grill meals together, sit down and break bread without any labels.
We have some other good friends here that I want them to share just a little bit more about themselves and what they do, and then we want to have a conversation about that. And so I'm gonna ask my good friend here if he would say just a little bit more about himself.
I'm Tavan Hall. I'm a police officer for the city of Inkster.
Are you a cop? And I'm a cop too. And I
Oh,
turn
you a
myself
cop too?
Yes, sir. And I turn myself around. You a cop. You don't look like no cop.
He don't look like no cop?
Him neither though, for real.
Neither one of them.
Once you connect with each other as human beings, you can begin to identify that we're struggling with some of the same issues. We're struggling with some of the same trauma. We desire to be successful. We all desire to raise a family and have a good family life.
A good family life requires clean, affordable housing and safe neighborhoods. Our Working Homes, Working Families program puts families without a decent place to live into refurbished homes that are previously donated or abandoned.
After getting our home, their grades went up. The behavior became better. It adds a sense of security for them, not just me. I would say my home is home now.
A stable home can mean a whole new life, healthier lifestyles, better job opportunities, and overall well-being. And it makes communities stronger.
It's a sanctuary.
Home.
13th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon on News Talk 760 WJR. This hour is generously brought to you by the A.A. Van Elslander Foundation. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Now, live from the North Side Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Albom.
We are moving into our third hour of the 15 hours that we do this, and we are here at Somerset. We encourage you to come on up. By the way, it's always a great show. There's a lot of guests that come on site here, and you get a chance to see them. They got a beautiful stage, and you can also bring your kids and meet Santa Claus if you come later in the day. Before I introduce you to some of our next guests, I've told you that if you go to MitchAlbomRadiothon.com, you can do all your Christmas shopping there, and there are amazing auction items that you can bid on, and there's also items that you can just purchase straight up. Let me just shoot some of these out to you right now if this sounds appealing to you, all right? You can go golfing at Oakland Hills Country Club with Coach Greg Campy. Oh.
Okay,
you can bid on that. You can have a one-on-one Zoom call with myself. If you're a budding author or radio host or anything else that I do, you can bid on that. A Gibson guitar signed by all the members of the Rock Bottom Remainders, including Stephen King and Dave Barry and Amy Tan and many others. You can co-host the Paul W. Smith Show with Paul. You can play at Plum Hollow Country Club, a round of golf. You can get a Riley Green Tigers signed jersey. You can get a suite, a hospitality suite at the Rocket Mortgage Classic coming up this year. A Shields Pizza Party, a Spencer Torkelson signed jersey. You can golf with Coach Tom Izzo. Okay, you can get a Gibson Les Paul standard guitar. John Pizzarelli, is that a decent guitar? Gibson Les Paul?
If you like guitars.
Okay. All right. You can take batting practice with the Tigers. You can get a Barry Sanders signed helmet. You can get tickets to the Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks concert. These are all things that you can bid on. Casey Mize signed jersey. You can be a character in my upcoming novel. Literally, I did that in The Little Liar. A couple people are in that who literally bid on this. You can get a Red Wings super fan experience with a morning skate. And watch the game and meet some of the players and the coaches. I'm on Ross St. Brown, sign football, go to a Tigers game in the broadcast booth. These are all kinds of things that you can bid on, even have lunch with Carmen Harlan and Bernie Smilovitz. Bid on them and you can get them. And what a great gift to give somebody for Christmas, right? So go to Mitch Albom Radiothon. I can't possibly list all of them, but they're all there. And the incentive items, which you can just purchase right off the top, are also there as well. Chris Spielman from the Lions is going to join us a little later on in the program. Dan Campbell from the coach of the Lions is going to join us. Kat Timpf from Fox News. Davis Warren, the quarterback for the Michigan Wolverines. Jeff Daniels, Mike Tirico, all coming up in the coming minutes or hour or so. Craig Gass, our wonderful friend who has become a new friend to this event. I think we found Craig washing out tights at the Ice Capades, and somehow yet he's become a regular on the program. Go figure. Craig, how you doing?
For some reason, I'm getting more insults on this trip than I ever have. Rosie sits me down a few minutes ago and says, yeah, Craig, come on up here. I'm going to have you sit right here. And thanks for dressing up for us. And he walks away.
Well, you are wearing something I usually sleep in, but
wearing a sweat. And Rosie is dressed like the guy at the gym who tells you we're out of towels. He's insulting me. But
so I'm a little foggy because I'm dealing with a lot of cold medication. But I'm trying to remember. Did we just meet you because you happened to come into town to do a comedy thing and came into the show?
Came into the show. And we hit it off. And as I was walking out the door, I think it was September of that year, Rosie said, you should come back and be a part of this event that we do, this charity event. And I said, yeah, sure. And I just thought it was one of those kind of conversations come back. We'd love to have you. And it was within a week. He said, all right, here's the date. Lock it down so that we have you. And then you guys flew me out. And then we did it again last year. This year, I tell Rosie, hey, do you mind if I come in and stick around so I can work? I want to do a comedy show somewhere near Detroit. And he said, yeah, that's fine. And I said, okay. He gave me the date. I booked a show in Flint, got plane tickets, got hotels. I'm all set to go. And about a week later, they said, hey, so we're going to move it a week down the road. And I said, well, but I already booked the show. And they said, oh, so come twice. And so I flew out here last week. I felt like I want to serve my country, and you guys tested me by sending me to North Korea for like a couple weeks to see how much I really wanted to be a part of this. And then I came back again. So
short of likening Flint to North Korea, I think I get the point of the story. I'm sorry. Yes, we did originally have an earlier date, and then we had to move it. So I apologize for that. But I am grateful that you did come back out here. I didn't realize that this was the second time you're going to have
Grateful to be here. And by the way, I had an amazing time up there in Flint at the machine shop. Those guys were great. The town was great. Everybody, it was an amazing experience. So.
Well, you're a very funny guy who has an incredible talent. As John Pizzarelli sitting next to you has a great talent for singing and playing guitar.
Thank you.
You have a great talent for doing voices. And throughout the course, feel free to just jump in as anybody because it'll make it sound like we have those people on the show.
Last year, right at the end of the broadcast, we got into this groove of me reading all the names of people that were donating as different celebrities. So I was excited to be able to do that again.
Yeah, well, you can do that again because anything that you can take off of my plate today will be welcome. I know you do fantastic Al Pacinos and many other people. Although you told me a funny story, and Hank Azaria is going to be on with us. I don't know if you'll be with us when he comes on, but I know you ran into him on the street and he pretended he was on his telephone or something,
which he denied on the phone. But he absolutely, I ran up to him and he saw me coming, pulled out his cell phone and went, yeah. I just started doing this without touching anything on his phone. And I said, Hank, you said a really nice thing about me on the air. And he looked at me like, I did? And I said, yeah, my name's Craig Gass. I'm a stand-up comedian. He goes, oh, all right. And he put the phone right back in his pocket.
Right. Yeah. Said, whoever he was talking to went right in his pocket.
And asked me to do some voices for him. So he was great. Yeah.
Well, if Hank Azaria asks you to do voices for him, that's a little bit like, Shohei Ohtani asking you to take batting practice.
Yeah.
He's sort of the best at it.
He really is.
Did you have that talent like as a kid?
Yes, because I grew up I know we've talked about this before. I grew up in a deaf family. Everyone in my family, my mom, my dad, and my sister are all completely deaf. So growing up in a deaf family, I couldn't learn how to talk from my family. I learned how to talk by watching TV and copying all the voices I heard on TV. So to this day, the weirder the voice, the easier it is for me to do it. From Christopher Walken, who's got a real stop and go kind of voice where he'll talk every once in a while. He'll stop and then he'll keep going. Or Al Pacino, which is that voice that women love to hear, even though he loves to yell for no reason. So we'll be joined by Adam Sandler, Tom Arnold, Gene Simmons, maybe My Pillow guy. We'll have a whole bunch of people
and Dr. Ruth.
Yeah, and Dr. Ruth.
But I'm thinking as a kid, if you learn to speak by watching television, so obviously you can't do Al Pacino when your voice is
not
of
there.
a 7-year-old.
Right.
So what were the imitations you did when you were a child?
The Fonz, Howard Cosell,
okay,
Muhammad Ali, all the people I looked up to and admired as a kid. And I just
But
always
you did them in a voice like this.
Yeah, exactly. And
This is Howard Cosell.
yeah, and it's weird because I can still go to different ranges. My throat's become raspier as I've gotten older, but I can. Like if I do Adam Sandler, I can do a little silly shibidoo, you know. It's weird. It's a different part of my voice that I can go to.
But can you do any of those kid ones anymore?
I don't think so. No, it's
voice
harder. And I also can't do women's voices. I can't do female, and I can't sing. But I always, whenever I get an audition from Family Guy or American Dad or like Howard Stern, I'm working with Howard Stern again. They'll send me assignments and say, hey, can you learn this voice? And usually in a couple of days.
You know, you speak about that. It's funny because we do that sometimes with our show. We have, voice impersonators of Trump and Biden. We could not find anyone to do Kamala Harris.
Really?
We searched the country trying to find anybody who could do Kamala Harris. And there was one woman on the internet who did an impression, and she was really good. And the woman literally would not answer any phone call, any text, and we're like,
she keeps calling us now, though.
Yeah.
She's begging.
Exactly.
Begging for work. By the way, she's on the line now.
Yeah. I was like, what are you holding out for? Like you're waiting for the Ed Sullivan show. It doesn't exist. Take the gig, but we couldn't get anybody. So
that's hilarious.
Anyhow, we're so happy to have you here.
Happy
Craig.
to be here. I'm
it's
excited
just
to be
part of the. How about it for Craig?
Yeah,
a hand for Craig Gass.
For all his voices.
I mean, we have people like Craig and Hugh Jackman and Stephen King and Hoda Kotb and people who are not from Detroit who are helping us out here to help our fellow Detroiters, and that means a lot. Now, of course, we have an awful lot of people from Detroit. That includes the likes of Gary Van Elslander, who's the president and board member, and David Van Elslander, also board member of the Van Elslander Foundation. Of course, so we all know Art Van and their dad, and they are on the line with us right now to say good morning. Great to have you guys with us. Hi, Gary. Hi, David.
Morning, Mitch.
Great
morning, Mitch. How are you?
Thank you guys for coming on with us so much. It means a lot. You carry on the tradition of your dad and the charitable giving that he was so well known for, and you have been instrumental in helping us in recent years with Say Detroit. Just talk about why that matters to you.
Well, Mitch, we just appreciate everything that you're doing, and I know Dad had a great appreciation for everything that you and your team do for the whole city of Detroit.
Well, we're so grateful for the generosity that you showed at our Safe Play Center at Lipke Park. Without it, the Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center would still be being built because we wouldn't have had enough money. But it became a reality. We cut the ribbon, you guys, along with the Staffords back in April, and it has made such a huge difference at that play center. And, we do many things. We have 9 full-time operations here, but that play center seems to be, there's always one part of your charitable operations that kind of warms the heart, and people who go out there and see these kids who start at 7, 8 years old and they stay there all the way through high school graduation. It seems to be like, yeah, this is what it's about. Let's help the kids. We live in a city where 43% of our children are at the poverty level or below, and that's 3 times the national average. So I think anything that helps children get out of that situation speaks to them, and maybe that's what spoke to you guys.
Yeah, absolutely, Mitch. In life, as you know, there's a lot of paths to success. And you and your team at Say Detroit's Lipke Center give these kids so many options to find which path works best for them. So while we were there to celebrate the completion of the annex that you mentioned, we heard about your plans to introduce this Culinary program. It teaches kids not only, how to make cooking a profession, but also teaching healthy eating habits as a life skill, which is often overlooked. Pretty basic skill, but it's often overlooked. So when we heard about it, we knew we wanted to be a part of it. And so we have decided that we've committed $500,000 to fund the kitchen renovation and implement the kitchen program there.
Wow. Okay. Say that again, because my ears are a little clogged.
Yeah. All right. So when we
No, not the whole part. Just the part about the money.
Okay. when we knew we wanted to be a part of it, so we decided to commit $500,000 to fund the kitchen.
Okay, that was $500,000 that I just
Amazing.
heard. Wow. Okay, that deserves like quadruple applause here.
And Mitch, that's in ones.
Yeah, in one. And you know what's so sweet about that? There was a woman named Mrs. Falls when we started the Safe Play Center. She was one of those women who just, the minute you saw her face, you felt like you were in her family. She made you feel good. She made you feel like she was your mom, your grandmom, and everything rolled in one. And the kids, that was the first face that they saw when they would come into the Play Center because they were hungry. You know, a lot of kids come from the Detroit school system. They haven't eaten. And in many cases, the first meal that they really got was at our Play Center, and she was the cook. And this is going to be the Mrs. Falls Culinary Kitchen, and I can't think of a better blend of down home, sweet Detroit,
love,
feeling and love, and $500,000. What a great message, Gary and David. I cannot thank you enough. What a tremendous launch to the day. Thank you. Amazing. God bless you guys for what you do.
We're happy.
The A.A. Van Elslander Foundation making a tremendous, tremendous gift. So how about that, Craig Gass?
That's
Not
incredible.
bad.
That's when I was here 2 years ago, I didn't know what I was in for. I just knew it was a charity event, and I just spent the whole day. My mom had just passed, and I wasn't feeling that Christmas spirit. And that whole day long, I was just seeing incredible displays of the Christmas spirit, and it was really amazing what you guys do.
Well, that's what it's like, and that's what. And listen, folks, don't feel like because somebody just came on and donated a $500,000 commitment that your $5 doesn't make a huge difference too, because those $5 things add up and enable us to do everything that $500,000 kitchen will enable us to go into. So please, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. If you don't type letters, or MitchAlbomRadiothon.com on the web. And again, that's where you go for the auction items and the incentive items. Text, if you prefer to text a donation, that's really easy. You just text Mitch 13. That's because this is the 13th year we're doing
Mitch
this.
13.
Mitch 13 to 59925. 59925, and you just text it right on your phone. John Pizzarelli, you can do a little something for us right now. Just
a little something? Didn't mean to wake you, John.
Show your
I
talent.
found my love in Avalon, beside the bay. Left my love in Avalon, and I sailed away. Dream of her and Avalon from dusk till dawn. So I guess I'm gonna travel on to Avalon. So I guess I'm gonna travel on to Avalon.
I mean, when I think about the talent that is sitting here in a shopping mall at 8:23 in the morning.
You know, I was just thinking, 47% of jazz musicians are hungry.
And strange. One day we'll do a radiothon for them
tomorrow.
Yeah. But God bless you, John, for coming in. And folks, we don't know.
Take care. I'll see you. It's been a pleasure.
People pay big money to see John in New York City
not
at
us.
the biggest clubs. And John's here at the Somerset Collection with us because he wants to help out. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, MitchAlbomRadiothon.com, or text Mitch13 to 59925. Kenny Brown alongside.
Hello.
Chad Audi from the Detroit Rescue Mission. Craig Gass will be joined by Chris Spielman in a minute. Kat Timp from Fox News, who's from Michigan. I don't know if you knew that.
Mm-hmm.
Davis Warren coming up. Hugh Jackman, Tim Allen, Jeff Daniels, Hoda Kotb, Hank Azaria, Dr. Phil, and many, many more as we continue here live from Somerset North on the Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon. Stay with us.
The Mitch Albom Show Radio.
This is always an awesome day for us. It's a beautiful day for the family here. I am happy to provide you with the keys. All right.
So we know you have a big TV, and that's the place.
She organized to have like some canned goods up here, like snacks there. There's brand new pots and pans. We have some dishes and glasses.
Oh, I love it. Oh my God. Look, that's your little bag.
That is a big boy bag, man.
Oh, yes. And those are my favorite colors. I love it.
There's your playroom, huh? What do you think?
I feel like it could help us moving forward because it can relieve a lot of stress that I've been going through for the last year with trying to find a place. And I feel like the company, all the companies that have been helping have really helped out a lot. Thank you, Say Detroit.
Cold Thursday morning. Hopefully you prepped for it. Gusty winds putting wind chills close to 0 or below this morning. Still a few leftover flurry snow showers, partly sunny and low 20s later today.
This is our time. If you work in this space around in underserved communities, you know that is a time for us to really put our feet down and do something about what we see.
A new coronavirus testing site opened today with an important goal: eliminate barriers to get Detroit's most vulnerable screenings. It's at the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic in Highland Park on Glendale near Woodward and the Davidson. You don't need a car or health insurance to get screened.
So we're very fortunate that we were able to erect a mobile site to do some COVID testing. We had several days of testing at the clinic, and we're able to be mobile with that. So we did some testing here at Say Play, and we did some additional testing at the Detroit Rescue Mission's main offices.
As you know, when COVID hit, there was a great need for testing, and it wasn't available at the state fairgrounds to people that didn't have cars and didn't have doctor's prescriptions. So the Say Clinic with the surrounding community really rose up to the occasion and had a great service.
Say Detroit has launched a new testing site in Highland Park and says it will help serve underserved communities. And doctors say they want to administer as many tests as possible to meet the growing needs.
We thought that we would not see so many this week, and it turns out we've seen much more than we thought.
We were often the only test site available to people because it was a free service. We didn't ask for an appointment. You didn't need any insurance. So it was very convenient for that community, and that was an important piece of our outreach.
There's only so much any individual can do, and being part of a collaborative effort where everyone cares, everyone's passionate is incredible. And again, this is how you get stuff done in Detroit. This is what makes Detroit great.
Mitch Albom founded Say Detroit in 2006. Now, every week he's been posting new chapters to his series called Human Touch. All the proceeds will go to running this free testing facility.
What made you decide to do this, Mitch?
I wanted to help out my city, Anthony. I mean, Detroit is the hardest hit city after New York. We've got first responders that are dying. We've got hospitals that are overrun. And, I thought, well, this is what I do for a living. I sell books. So let me write a work of fiction. It's not a big full book, but it'll be a work of fiction. And let me offer it for free and see if I can get people around the world. I'm blessed to have readers from all over to help donate and help our city out.
So moving forward, we're going to look at opportunities to continue our testing efforts as we see the numbers rise. And we're going to look at opportunities to do something with the vaccine once we have something approved. For a lot of our communities, this is going to be their only opportunity. And so we want to make sure that we're ready to serve the community in the best way possible around COVID-19. So it's very important for us to think about how can we remove the
13th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon is generously brought to you by the A.A. Van Elslander Foundation. Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
Amongst the items you can just go online and buy, and all the money, of course, will go to Say Detroit to help needy Detroiters. You can do your Christmas shopping. Amongst them are the chance to co-host any of the shows, basically, here on WJR. Guy Gordon threw in there, Paul W. Smith, our show for $1,000. You can come on and co-host the program. So if you like the radio station that you're listening to, That'll be a great way to go. You can also get an autographed football by Desmond Howard for $200. You can get a Matthew Stafford LA Rams jersey for $300, LA Rams football for $150. And literally, you can just buy these things. You don't have to bid. You don't have to auction. You don't do anything like that. Craig Gass here will do a voicemail for you for $100 as any celebrity that he can do.
Pick a celebrity. I'll even whatever you want.
How would Al Pacino do a voicemail quickly?
Leave a message and get right to the point. Nobody wants to hear you rambling on and on. If I hear you rambling, I know where you live. I'm coming to your house, and I'm taking a flamethrower to that.
855-955. Give Mitch Albom, radiothon.com on the web, or text Mitch13 to 59925. Many, many more guests joining us as we are live at the Somerset North. Come on out and see us, and we'll continue right after this.
Let's see, landscape.
I'm Mitch Albom. I'm an author and storyteller in a number of different mediums. I see there was a lot of talented young people who weren't getting opportunities. Maybe I could help them. And the first thing I did was create this sort of dream fund, which was basically just a small scholarship fund to help kids take some summer programs who wouldn't otherwise have the opportunity. And it ultimately has led to sort of a steroided version of that, where we now have something called the Dream Scholars, where instead of it being for a summer class or a semester here or there, we actually present full 4-year scholarships to matriculated students to study the arts, kids who wouldn't otherwise have a chance. And it's in its infancy, but we already have a half a dozen beneficiaries of it, and we hope to grow it even more.
What didn't the scholarship do for me? Now I do not have to take out so much money in loans. I'm really, really thankful, and for other kids coming after me receiving this award. I'm happy for them. It's such a nice thing that he decided to, hey, I'm just give these kids some scholarships. Nobody really has to do that. The fact that he did that is really sweet.
Sabrina Nelson called and she said, "You got the scholarship," and I was like, "Whoa!" And so I told my mom, and she was jumping up and down in the aisle, and she was like hugging and kissing me and stuff, and we were like, "Whoa!" It was really funny, and it was amazing.
I can remember when she first went to elementary school, and it just makes me bubble up to see her now entering art school, especially CCS, one of the greatest art schools in the world.
Words cannot express how happy I am. Hopefully I'll make people proud.
I've been given a great gift to be able to have a voice in the community through a newspaper, through a radio show, or things like this, to try to reach out to people. But you can come join us every September and come down and see the new students that we're admitting, see the artwork that they've done, put your arm around the student that you helped and say, hey, how you doing? You're on your way? What did you make? What are your plans? And anyone who's ever had a child and watched that child grow up and blossom knows the feeling of being a part of that blossoming process. And you, if you would contribute, or whoever's ever watching this, to become a Dream Scholar sponsor, you'll have that feeling too, and it's quite remarkable.
In this morning, northbound on the Lodge after Telegraph, an accident has a left lane blocked. Southbound 75 at 14 Mile, crash off to the right shoulder.
Home had caught on fire in 2019. It was the coldest day of the year, and we basically lost everything. I love living there. That was my home for all of my life. I moved there when I was 8. That was my dad and my mom's home. He passed away in 2014, and I inherited it. So it was near and dear to me, and then it caught fire. This is when I met Rosie. Rosie told me that, hey, I got a way that not only fix your electrical problem, but make your house a home as well for you and your children. here we are, 2020, and we're living the dream. I can't help but to say I love living there. That was my home. They did everything for me in a way that I never would have been able to fix, even though I was so adamant about fixing my home, going back home on myself, even if I had to paint and do it myself. But I couldn't ask for a better way of going home. After getting our home, their grades went up. The behavior became better.
13th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon is generously brought to you by the A.A. Van Elslander Foundation. Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
There is a lot going on. Yes, indeed, it is the 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. Once again, we are en masse at the beautiful Somerset Collection as the festivities continue. By the way, if you want to give, and we certainly hope you do, 855-955-4483. That's 855-955-GIVE. Or simply go to MitchAlbomRadiothon.com. Or, I'm not done, you can text Mitch13 to 59925. Listen to me. The dignitaries continue to participate. Happy to have with us right now the one, the only, Cade Cunningham from your Detroit Pistons. Yes. Who, by the way, coming off that very nice 120-111 win in New York against the Knickerbockers on the road, no less, last Saturday night. That snapped a 3-game losing streak. Cade, how are you?
I'm great, man. How we doing over there?
Trying to make that money. You trying to get it in, so this was helping out. Appreciate you coming on and helping us today.
Yeah, definitely, man. I love what y'all doing with Radiothon, man. Appreciate all the support.
You know, that's one thing about our Detroit athletes, Cade. Anytime that we send up the bat signal for participation, y'all always come through, and it's greatly appreciated.
Oh, no, of course, man. Of course. Appreciate y'all, getting me on here. Thank you to all the listeners and everything and all the support that y'all are getting. Y'all doing a great thing. So it's nothing.
You know, what's interesting here, Cade, while we have you on the line, 14 wins all of last season. That was then, this is now. Right now, your Detroit Pistons coming in at 10-15. Now, maybe it's just me, Cade, but with this 2024 team under the watchful eye for the first time of J.B. Bickerstaff, it just seems like you're having a hell of a lot more fun getting to the arena.
We are. I mean, winning helps with a lot of that. I think we're just playing a better brand of basketball. We're flying around, playing harder. So it's good, man. We got a lot of games left, but definitely been a good start for us.
I think I looked it up, and don't quote me on the exact date, but I don't think you guys won your 10th game last year sometime in March. And it's amazing that you got it even before Christmas time. And is last year like a blur? Did you just put that out of your mind now?
It won't. It doesn't leave my mind. It's hard to. I feel like it's such a part of all of us now. Going through what we went through that year, but it's definitely lit a fire under all of us, and I mean it's the reason why we don't want to go back to that, and we're playing so hard now is to earn the respect of the league and represent Detroit in a better way.
You're off to a hell of a start there, Cade. 23.9 points per game, 7.3 boards, 9.4 assists. For the love of God, you're almost averaging a triple-double per game. That being said, I know there's a lot of basketball to go, but you've got the Pacers, Bulls, and our Pistons all at 10-15. And the thing is, right now, the Pacers are 9th, the Bulls are 10th. So, listen, I'm just saying, postseason hopes are alive, baby.
Oh, 1,000%. That's what we're working towards, is to get in the playoffs and bring the playoff basketball back to Detroit. So, like you said, like we all said, it's a good start. A lot of games left to go. We just got to stay hungry and keep working.
He was just talking about the triple doubles, and I think you have a bunch of them this season. Too many to count right now. I'm real busy. But what is the hardest of the three for you to get? The scoring, the assists, or the rebounds?
I'd probably say the rebounds. Playing with guys like Durn, Stu, I mean, it's hard to go get 10 rebounds for me for the guard, but you know what I mean. I'm working for them. I'm trying to take them down as much as I can, and really just trying to help the team, you know, keep our rebound numbers up.
Right. I didn't want to slam you on the score. And that was a standard question because I know you're looking at me like, can I get 10 points? So
yeah, nah.
All right.
I think I can go get 10, and my teammates make me look good. You know, I've been getting 10 assists pretty easy, just getting them the ball in their spot. So the rebounds I have to work for sure.
Well, listen, Cade, on behalf of all the other, and I know there's a ton out there, born-again Piston fans, just keep doing what you're doing, bro.
Yeah, I will, man. I will. I appreciate all the support. Like I said, man, it's been a pleasure to be here and play for a city like this. And you know, it's only the beginning for me.
I know you're from Dallas, but you got to be on that Lions train before we get you out here too. You got to come on up to the side at least for this year.
No, I have been for this year, man. I've met a lot of the guys on the team, and all great dudes. I like how they play. I love what they represent. I'm definitely I don't know what the word is, but it's my new team. You know what I'm saying? My Cowboys ain't know what they're supposed to be doing. So I'm definitely supporting the Lions right now too.
And the way it looks, you're gonna be here for a while because the Cowboys got a little ways to go. So you come stay with us for a while.
A little. Hey, listen, Cade, thank you again so very much for participating with us here. You guys are indeed playing tonight, as a matter of fact. I don't know what the hell the deal is, but you're back in Boston. You were there a week ago just last night to take on those Celtics. All the best to you and, of course, that Piston team.
Really appreciate you guys. God bless, man. Appreciate y'all having me on.
All right. Cade Cunningham spending some time with us here on the 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. Once again, if you'd like to give, it's simple. 855-955-4483. 855-955-GIVE, or simply go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com or text Mitch 13 to 59925. We've got more coming up from Somerset Collection right here on 760 WJR.
Appreciate that, Steve, as we continue here from Somerset North Collection. 855-955-GIVE, our phone numbers indeed. The Lions are one of the great success stories of our sports calendar year. And Chris Spielman, who plays a very integral and yet quiet role with the Lions, is on the line with us and on StreamYard with us right now. Hey, Chris.
Hey, good morning. How is everybody?
Everybody's doing good out here. This is early for us, but I'm thinking for you, you've always been an early guy. You've been up for like 5 hours working out already.
Exactly. Well, actually 4 hours and 2 minutes. So yeah, you're right on it.
So what time do you go to bed in order to wake up at 4:30?
I fall asleep at this time of year to the Hallmark Christmas movies about 9 o'clock. 9:50.
Is that what puts you to sleep? Or?
Yeah. How can it not? I already know how it's going to end, so it's all good. The guy always gets the girl, so we're good.
The guy gets the girl, exactly, and then snow falls, and then the tree, and then we go to the clouds, and that's the end. First of all, I want to thank you for taking time to talk to us, Chris, and I also want to say that congratulations and how much fun it must be. It's a lot of fun for the fans. But I can only imagine how much fun it must be for you who bled Honolulu Blue for so long as a player to be part of, a 12-1 team that really has legitimate Super Bowl claims. I mean, it's got to be a special kind of fun for you.
Well, the fun is to see the success and the joy in Sheila and Rod and Brad and Dan, the whole coaching staff, all the work that they put in the belief that they had in what our philosophy was and why we hired who we hired, and to see that kind of pay off. Now, it hasn't paid off ultimately, but we're getting better and keep improving. That's the joy that I have. And I said, Mitch, when we first talked, I think you and I first talked the night I took the job or soon thereafter, where I did say that, I've climbed my mountain, man. And the joy that I get is being a part of helping other people reach where they want to go. And I just get to go along that journey with them. So that's been the cool part for me.
Can you imagine Chris Spielman, the player, with Dan Campbell, the coach?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, it probably would look a lot like Jack Campbell, and because and just I just think that Dan epitomizes what football is and how I would define it. I think that it's a game that needs to be respected. It's a game that needs to have sacrifice by the players to make it good, to make it right, to make it true. And I think the message that he gives to the team, and the cool thing is how all the players respond to his message, and the only way that they respond to his message is that he's authentic in how he presents it. He's authentic in how he approaches each and every single day, because as players, you look for a guy to have some inconsistencies. He's so consistent. Guys believe in him. And guess what? The message that he's preached is working. So that's why you can get 5 guys off the couch on a Sunday and come in here and perform on a Thursday good enough to win a football game like we did last week.
It's just incredible. I mean, they were wearing "Hello, my name is" stickers. You're on our team, right? Okay, go cover that guy. And yet they won. And is there any concern that that's going to bite them eventually? I mean, you can still only lose so many players, and now you're taking on Buffalo, which has got an amazing offense. I think there are a lot of fans that privately worry, like, oh, maybe the Magic's going to end this week, just not because the Lions aren't great,
right,
but because you can only miss so many players.
Yeah, I mean, obviously. So when you're in a situation like we're in, then the offense understands that, okay, we have to be extra good. We can't turn the ball over. We got to score a certain amount of points. We got to be so good on third downs. Special teams, when called upon, they have to pin them back. If we decide to punt, who knows? If we do punt, then we got to be able to pin them back. And then when you have the big thing is, and we're pretty good at this all year, and I think Ben and his staff do a great job, is our red zone offense has been pretty solid since the loss to Tampa, which I think we were 1 for 6 or whatever it was against Tampa Bay. All year has been pretty good. And so I think, yes, you're at a disadvantage when you don't have Aiden Hutchinson, or you don't have Alex Anzalone, or you're missing a number of other guys, Davenport, who was off to a really good start before he got hurt. But those guys, I was just talking to Ray Agnew, our great assistant GM, and I hope Ray gets an interview this year. He certainly deserves it. Is that, the one thing that never changes, Mitch, is that when you are able to get guys that love the game, have the athletic ability, have the competes, you can hang with anybody. And we've been able to do it. Like, if you watched last week's game on Sunday and how we were able to do that, is that AG did a great job. And it looked like a hockey game where the lineups, I don't know if you saw 5 guys run in, 5 guys run off, how we were able to do that and get those guys ready to play. So, yes, is it more challenging to a very long answer to a short question? Absolutely more challenging. But when you have a team that's pretty healthy on the offensive side, they know they got to wear the harder hat. And they've done a pretty good job with that, putting 34 points up last week.
I've wanted to ask you, we keep hearing about your integral role with the Lions, and, when Sheila's interviewed or some of the other people, so it's so great to have Chris, but you never appear, like you're really quiet and whatever it is you're doing. So what is it that you're doing? I know it's significant, but you're so humble that you probably don't want to talk about it, but can you just sum it up in a sentence?
Yeah, I'll sum it up this. I'm an outsider on the inside. And sometimes if you're an outsider on the inside, you're the first to see it. You're the first to be able to validate something, or you're the first to be able to say, hey, you might want to look at this. And so I have a lot of freedom around here and a lot of open, honest conversations with all parties involved. And that allows me to validate or maybe raise a concern. And what people do with that information is up to them. But I think it's a unique role, and it's a role that, frankly, I could not have had or could not execute if I weren't part of the team that hired the coach and the GM.
Right.
So that does everything.
That's what I would. I mean, you look at like the Bears or the Jets, 2 jobs that are open now, any other jobs, and I've kind of heard some people ask the same question that you asked, Mitch. What is it that he does? And you know, the thing you have to do is that you have to have somebody that comes in that has the team first mentality. I get all that. No personal agenda. And that you have to have open and honest conversations and not be afraid to. And it's hard to do that if you're constantly answering to somebody. But in that being, everybody knows that I have no goal to be the general manager of the Detroit Lions. I have no goal to be the head coach of the Detroit Lions. My only goal is to lift and support.
He
Well,
does
you're doing a
everything,
great
Mitch.
job.
He was filling divots in one day. I was out at training camp. He had the bucket.
Well,
I
I want to make myself valuable. Like I did learn a lesson. My dad always taught me, man, whenever you have an opportunity, make yourself useful. And
So you're filling in the divots on the practice field, Chris.
Well,
Billman.
yeah.
I like it.
Our landscaping crew is awesome. So
No job
I
too
wanna be a
small,
part
no
of their
job too
greatness.
big.
Yeah.
Well, Chris, you know, we go way back, and I know you to be not only a fantastic player and football guy, but I know you'd be a man with a big heart. And I've watched you raise money for very important charities and cancer causes and things like that. And we're raising money here today to help needy Detroiters, as we do with Say Detroit every year. And I thank you for helping us support it and giving a shout out to everybody in Detroit to give and help those less fortunate.
Yeah, I think, look, if you're in a position to do so, I only speak for myself that I've lived a life of learning about receiving when I was younger, obviously, than when I was given position and be able to make some money in my life with football or opportunities that have come my way. I always wore my old cleats. That's never forget where you came from or how you got where you are.
Right.
And I think this event that you do every year, Mitch, and your team is the epitome of what you give will grow and what you keep, you lose. If you give it away, it'll grow, spread, and prosper. If you keep it all to yourself, it eventually dries and dies, and you'll end up losing it. So why not give to people that will
Beautifully said. Beautifully said, Chris. Thank you for coming on. God bless you. Best of luck, and we'll see you. We'll see you at the Buffalo game.
All right. Merry Christmas. God bless you. Happy New Year.
Chris Bielman from the Lions here on 760 WJR. Back with more. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, or text Mitch13 to 59925.
And now, a Say Detroit Radiothon Rewind.
Did you ever have a song, Smokey, that like you wrote when you were 12 that you never recorded or anything like that, but it was like sort of the first time you ever put any music and words together?
No, Mitch, because the first time I did that, I was 6. So,
oh wow, 6.
6 years old. I went to Dwyer Elementary School there in Detroit, and
right.
We had a class called Auditorium, and in Auditorium we did musical things. I was in the junior glee club and all those things like that, and we did musical things. And she was having this play. Mitch, do you know who Uncle Remus is?
Sure. Oh yeah.
Okay, Uncle Remus. For those of you who perhaps do not know, Uncle Remus is an old black folklore guy. I don't know if I doubt if he was real, but he was an old black folklore guy for kids in school books and stuff like that. And he was the one who taught the kids how the animals got to be like they are, why the leopard had spots, why the zebra had stripes, so on and so forth. So my auditorium teacher was giving the play about Uncle Remus, and I'm playing the part of Uncle Remus. I'm 6 years old, and I'm playing the part of Uncle Remus. And she had a musical interlude that she played at the beginning of the play and at the end of the play. And while we were rehearsing one day, I asked her, I said, Mrs. Campbell, I said, can I write some words for that interlude? And she said, oh yeah, baby, go ahead. And I wrote them, and she liked them, and she let me sing them at the beginning of the play and at the end of the play. And I sang it.
Wow.
And my mom was in the audience, man, and you would have thought I was Cole Porter or somebody like that.
Do you remember it? Can you sing any of it now?
The only part that I remember, good night, little children, good night, little children, good night, little children. Uncle Remus said, it's time to go to bed. So that
it's already catchy.
Yeah. Smokey, if I could ask you a quick question about songwriting, I've dabbled. It's such an honor to talk to you. My name's Kevin O'Neill, and I've admired you for years, and I've dabbled in songwriting throughout my life. And I came to a point once where I thought, maybe I'm just not very good at this. And I read something you had written that was such an inspiration. You said, everybody is a songwriter. Everybody has it in them to write songs because everybody can tell a story. And I thought those words meant so much to me. And I really appreciate you saying that. You said, hey, it's all about putting it to the music, but you have to have the story, and all of us have a story. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that.
Well, Kevin, thank you for remembering that, man. and yes, I'm an advocate for songwriting, man. That's why I'm telling Mitch, if he's going to have songwriting classes like that for the kids and whatever, and I'm.
Okay, here with us now, and this is as much important to the program as the many celebrities who are coming on with us, are the people who benefit and help run some of our organizations at Say Detroit for our Radiothon here that we're raising money. Chuck Nagy is the director of our My Cycle program. Hi, Chuck.
Good morning.
And Erica Wright is the founder and director of Westside Cultural. Hi, Erica.
How are you?
Good. And Carrie Wright is the board member and related to Erica. Yep. Great to see you guys as well. My Cycle has given away over 800 bicycles so far this year. This is something that we came up with because transportation is such a big issue in Detroit. These bicycles are donated to us. Chuck and Anthony, who is here with us as well, an employee. Hi, Anthony. Yeah, talk loudly into that thing.
How you doing?
All right. Chuck and Anthony have helped refurbish these bikes, giving them away to anyone who needs transportation to and from work or school. We also give these bikes to kids after Chuck measures for the correct size bike. I think, Erica, we've given 200 bicycles to your kids?
In 2024.
Just
alone.
this year alone.
Yes.
And how much of a difference has that made for those kids?
Oh, God. These kids don't have what they should have. And you should see the faces on their, the smiles on their faces when they see, oh, I got a pink one. Yeah. It's just amazing. What you do is amazing, bringing us together. You brought Mr. Nagy is outstanding, and we just have a good time watching the kids just go through and pick.
Well, in many cases, those bicycles enable them to get to school, enable them to get to a summer job. We also give those bicycles, of course, away to adults who use them for transportation to get back and forth to a job. Anthony, I know that you're a success story for us. You spent some time in prison. Your wife and 2 kids were renting a home from a guy who falsely presented himself as a landlord, and then you ended up homeless, moved to a COTS shelter, and through the My Cycle giveaway with COTS, you got a bicycle and ended up getting a job. Is that right?
Yes, sir. It's more than just, a bicycle for me. My cycle has opened doors for me in so many ways.
Were you, how did you feel when somebody came out of the blue and just offered you a bicycle?
Kind of humble at first. I was pretty tall back when I was a kid, so bikes wasn't really my thing.
Mm-hmm.
But more and more I got into it, but very much appreciate it, and I like it very much.
And then the job is the most important part, isn't it?
Yeah, it's giving back to the people who are in need, working on my people skills, and just venturing off, just meeting new people. It's amazing.
And Chuck, Anthony's typical of the employees that we have at My Cycle, right?
Very, very much so. Anthony is a huge success story, though, because when he came to us, he was very quiet and closed off, but he's really opened it up. And to see him working with people and getting them on bikes, and during his interview, he said that he wasn't mechanically inclined, but I had a feeling about this guy, and he's a great mechanic. He's a great person. He's done as much for us as he's probably done more for us than we can do for him. But having Anthony with us it's a pleasure.
Well, that's what Say Detroit is about handing up, not handing out. And Anthony, you're a success story for us, and we're proud to have you as part of the Say Detroit team.
Thank you so
much. We really are. And Erica, what you do for the kids in your neighborhood is just fantastic. And Carrie, to get to work with Erica is got to be a thrill for you as well.
Yes, it's great the way my mother-in-law brings relationships and people together, and the kids who are so successful once they've come through her program. If I could just highlight a few things, the conflict resolution skills they gain, just making sure they give back to the community, volunteerism. So she really pulls it out of the children, and they continue that, at a small age and then through their adult life.
And just like Say Detroit, Erica started it with an idea. She said, I'm just gonna get kids in my home and try to help them out. And that started with a few. And how many have come through your program at this point?
Thousands.
Yeah, well, 47 years will do that.
Without your support, I don't think we would have reached that many kids.
Well, without your help, we wouldn't have reached them even with our support. So God bless you, Erica Wright, Carrie Wright, Chuck Nagy, Anthony. Thank you guys for coming out. You are what Say Detroit is about. That's what you're giving your money for, folks. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Back with Dan Campbell from the Lions right after this.
It's another beautiful day at Say Play. Going to pick up the kids. Have a great day.
Welcome to the Say Detroit Play Center. My name is Eric Reed, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Executive Director. And let's meet our students who are about to come in off of our buses. What's up? How y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Yes.
How's school today?
Good.
All right, good. Good to see y'all. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How was school?
It was so good.
Yeah, I like to hear that. What's up, big fella? Y'all doing good?
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
I got the highest grade in the class.
Oh, sweet. Hey, how was school?
Awesome.
Good. Y'all doing all right? How was school?
Good.
Huh? For the D. Our students have eaten, they played, and now it's time to learn. We are entering the Deep. The Deep is our education center. It's named the Deep because it used to be a swimming pool. The Deep is where our young people come mandatory Monday through Thursday to spend at least an hour and 15 minutes on a variety of academic enrichment activities. Our students are separated by grade. Our 3rd through 5th graders are on one side, and our 6th through 12th graders are on the other side. Our young people are engaged in tutoring for literacy with the help of our staff. The students can get the individual attention that they need. This is our reading table. One of our certified teachers who's actually providing some reading enhancement activities to a group of our students who are struggling just a little bit with where they are in terms of reading and comprehension. Having the reading table has been a valuable addition to the Deep. Cubicles are set up for our students to have some individual space to either work on their own or to work one-on-one with our staff. One of the things that we're blessed with is to have a number of volunteers that come in and support the work that we do here. And I have with me now Mr. Malcolm McCants. Malcolm is the Director of Education, and he oversees all the activities in the Deep.
We offer breakout sessions in STEAM, creative writing, and reading. So we've identified almost 10 students that are reading well below their grade level. And what we're doing is giving them 1 hour of instructional time Monday through Thursday here for free at the center. So our goal is to have them reading at least 1 grade higher than where they are now by the end of the school year.
We've got some students that are getting some homework assistance from Miss Diane, who is a retired certified teacher. So whatever our students need, we want to make that available. Now let's go and look at some of the activities and the electives that are available to our students here 5 days a week. Notes for Notes is a national organization that provides music studios across the country. We also offer students an opportunity to learn how to podcast and expands the overall development of our young people. We have our wonderful coordinator here, Ms. Lolly.
Notes for Notes is a nonprofit that started in Nashville, and it has expanded. So there's over 20, I believe 26 actually, locations throughout the nation, and youth are able to really grow in the program, become tomorrow's musicians. So we really help them to record and get used to what it is it means to be in the music industry.
So now we'll take a walk so that you can see our art room as well as our dance studio and the space that we hold our social justice initiatives. Our wonderful art teacher, Ms. Kai Puritan. Can you talk a little bit about just kind of the value of having this kind of space for young people?
Especially in Detroit, this kind of space for young people to express themselves, to learn who they are as like humans and artists, to hone those skills with people from the community like us. I think it's a one-of-a-kind space, and it's needed like throughout this city.
As we leave,
Welcome to the 13th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon on News Talk 760 WJR. This hour is generously brought to you by Illich Holdings. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Now, live from the North Side Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Albom.
All right, as we enter hour number 4, we've done 6 a.m., 7 a.m., and 8 a.m. We'll be here until 9 p.m. So hour number 4 of the 13th annual Radiothon. Last year, we were able to raise over $2 million to help needy Detroiters in a single day. And remember, everybody, Say Detroit, 100% of the donations that you make go to help the needy. Chad, that's rare in the charity business.
It
right?
is actually, it is the only charity that we know of that takes only from your pocket to support administrative costs.
There are some
and
charities
the money
that you
goes
give
directly.
$1, about 80 cents of it goes to pay for the lobby and the artwork, and 20 cents goes to the.
There's some 90%.
Yeah.
Some.
So we don't do that here. So if you give us $1, it's going to help needy Detroiters. And Detroit has been unified around its football team this year like no other. And one of the biggest reasons is our next guest on the Radiothon, and Dan Campbell, the coach of the Detroit Lions. How about it for him? Hey, Dan.
How you doing?
This is a rare treat to get a chance to talk to you. I know how busy you are. Thank you for taking time.
Absolutely. Glad to be on.
Yeah. The Lions have done an amazing thing for the city of Detroit. I mean, we try to bring people together to, help those who are less fortunate. They could be their kids, be they teenagers, veterans, senior citizens. Say Detroit covers all of them. But you've probably seen them, and you played here before, obviously. You've played all over the league and traveled all over. But there's a pretty unique spirit in Detroit in terms of how it comes together for a cause, be it football or for charity, right?
Yeah, I see that, and yes, it is. It is unique. Not every place is like this, and I do think it's a combination of really what was, what the city was built off of, and the kind of work that was involved to get it to where it is, and then to have the hard times and to get back out of it, and really just the spirit of giving and helping each other out, I think is big. And Detroit embodies that better than anybody, and that's, when I think of grit, that's what I always think of is the city of Detroit in this area.
Yeah. How do you, you go from playing on a Lions team that, shall we say, didn't have a lot of success. Now you're the coach of a Lions team that's having so much success that everybody's kind of pointing to you as the reason for it, and the magic is Dan Campbell. How do you keep insulated from that so that it doesn't go to your head, so it doesn't distract you, so you don't become, the focus that you don't want to be? How do you balance all that?
Well, look, the easy part of all this is, that it's easy to start singling out one person here, one person there, this player, but the obvious is, man, when you have the kind of success we're having, or anywhere where you have success, it's because of teamwork, and it takes a team, and I'm all about the team. And I've always said to me, man, you get this thing where you want it, and you're having success. I would rather just sit in the back seat and let these guys take over. And because we all win, and it takes a village, it takes a team. We got good people, we got competitive people, and we got people that are team oriented, and that's across the board. That's from ownership to president to GM to the coaches here, the coordinators, the players themselves, equipment staff, you name it. It's all for one common goal, and that's to be the best of the best. And it takes every one of us.
Yeah.
But I did see a Dan Campbell lookalike contest this week, Dan.
Yes.
So there are some perks coming out of that.
The guy who won, he was actually pretty close to you, a little grayer than you, I think.
Yeah, they showed me some pictures. I'm not going to lie, it was pretty close. It was
I
pretty
think
close.
it's you in about 10 years.
Well, the good news is, look, if something happens, if I do something wrong, I'll just blame it on that guy.
Yeah, that's right. And you can have, he can like get out of cars instead of you, and then you can duck out like the spy.
That's right.
Did you ever think that your locker room speeches would become viral sensations? Like people wait on Sunday nights to see what you had to say to your team.
No, I didn't. And, you get used to all of it now, but from the time that we win a game and you go in there, I don't think about the fact we're going to have cameras in there. And, luckily they cut out a lot of the stuff that I do say, because it's not for public consumption, but
right. Yeah.
But, listen, it is what it is. I know the fans enjoy that, but that's just how we are in the locker room. And it always feels good to get a win.
Yeah, well, your speeches are great, and I think every time we play them sometimes on the radio program, and the reaction is always like, "I want to go play for that team." I want to go play for that guy. Somehow, do you take that from when you were a player, what you wanted to hear from a coach, or does it just kind of come out of your mouth?
No, I think that more than anything, I just know this as a player. I always responded well to coaches that were authentic and they were themselves. And it didn't matter what that was, man, because I've had coaches that were wired very tight, man, but I knew who they were. And then coaches that were everything was monotone. They were pretty low key. It was matter of fact, dry sense of humor. And I appreciated that. That's who they were. And I've also had some throughout my time that were fake, and I didn't respond well to that. And so I think the most important thing is, I'm going to be myself no matter what it is. And if I feel compelled to say something in whatever mood I'm in or my emotion, that's who I am. And if I don't have something, I'm not going to fake it. I just won't speak, or it'll be monotone. It'll be low key. But you got to be yourself. And I believe in that.
Yeah. Well, it comes across.
Yeah. I was wearing down about 5 minutes ago, Dan. I'm ready for another 10 hours now. I was almost ready to tap out.
You guys got a long one. I mean, I'm hearing 9 p.m. That's a long time.
Yeah. What are you doing about 7:15 tonight?
I'll be up. Trust me.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. You'll be looking at tape. Are you going to have enough guys to field the team against Buffalo this week?
Well, hopefully we'll find out. We'll know more today. Actually, I think we're going to get some guys back. We had some guys practice yesterday, Levi and Pascal and those guys. I think Mac's going to make it. We may get Reeder back. We'll see, but Decker, I think we're going to at least have a couple more than we had last week. But we'll take it as it comes.
No, this should be a real test. This could be a Super Bowl matchup. I know you don't want to talk about Super Bowl. I'm saying it, not you. But these are right now two of the best teams in football meeting. So this should be a hell of a test.
It should be. This is a really good football team. And they've got as much over there and as much talent and ability to make it on their side as we do. So, you never know. I mean, this could be the first of two matchups. We're looking forward to it. Certainly Josh Allen makes things difficult. I mean, that team does in general, the way they play, very disciplined, play hard, explosive offense, defense. But Josh Allen is, he's a factor. He's somebody we're going to have to try to contain.
Yeah. By the way, I wanted to ask you, I see a lot of coaches in the NFL, and I know the hours that they keep, from the Dick Vermeil, sleeping at the office 6 nights a week to all the rest of it. And a lot of them look like they sleep at the office, and some of them look like they eat at the office too. You actually still look like you could play. Do you work out with the team or something? How do you even find time to stay in that kind of shape?
No, I could not play anymore. All right. There's no freaking way. I say this all the time. No, do I work out every day? I don't. However, I never stopped working out from the time that I was done playing. So I never really took any time off. Now, it doesn't mean that, hey, I'm off a couple of weeks or a week here, a few days, but I just never let myself go away from that. So I've always, I bend, I squat, I push, all of that. But it's not like I load up like I used to. But yeah, I try to stay active and at least sweat. And if I'm able to do that, even in the shower in the morning, I'll do something. So I just try to stay active.
What can you actually do in the shower? That is,
you'd be surprised. You can do a lot in the shower.
and that holds for lots of things, and we're not going in there. Listen, I want to thank you not only for joining us here, but you have been kind enough to offer an auction item for us where people will be able to meet you during training camp next year at Allen Park, take a photo, meet you, watch the press conference and the media seating. And this is a pretty big deal because camp tickets are already sold out for next year. So I'm sure that's going to fetch a lot of money, Dan. I want to thank you first for doing that. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
And are you a music fan?
I do like music.
Okay. By the way, speaking of music, do you know that song that they play every time you score? Nowhere down the field. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, is that like that? Are you aware of that? Could you sing that thing?
No, I couldn't. I'm aware of it. All right.
Yeah.
And enough to know what it is. But if you asked me to sing word for word, no, I couldn't do that.
Okay. Because it's in my head forever. The great John Pizzarelli, who is a very, very famous international jazz guitar player, plays in New York City, sold out all the time, is actually here with us. And for our special guest, he does always a little thank you ditty. So he's prepared something on the lines to the tune of an Eagles song. Are you an Eagles fan? Not the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yes, I am. I do
Eagles
like the
fan.
Eagles.
Okay, here you go. Here it is. Listen.
All right.
You can't stop those lions, guys. Got their eyes upon the prize. You gotta love this enterprise. There ain't no way to stop Dan Campbell's guy.
There you go. Nicely done, John.
That was better than Don Henley. Don't tell Don.
Yeah, we won't tell him.
Also, Mitch, Craig Gass here, stand-up comedian. I'm usually funny. I am working on a Dan Campbell impression I'd like to roll out right now.
Is that right?
Yes. Can I do my Dan Campbell impression?
Okay. All right. You're doing it for Dan Campbell.
I'm
Go
doing
ahead.
it for Dan Campbell. Dan, this is my impression of you at a casino. Keep in mind, my impression of Dan Campbell sounds like Al Pacino. Here we go.
That dealer, she's showing a 6. I got 20. You know what I do? Split them. We're taking this whole casino down. Hoorah.
Okay. All right, I'm going to work on that impression. Sorry.
Yeah, it sounds a lot like Al Pacino and not Dan Campbell. So, okay. Dan, I didn't know that was coming, but my apologies.
No, we're good.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for taking time to do this. We raised $2 million in a single day last year, and your coming on is going to help us hopefully break that again to help needy Detroiters. Can't thank you enough.
Well, thank you guys. And Mitch, what you guys do out there, it's unbelievable. I mean, what you said, the fact that 100% of the proceeds go to helping the needy, man, that speaks for itself. So credit to you and all involved.
All right, we'll see you at the game on Sunday.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Okay,
Good luck.
good.
Dan Campbell, how about it, folks? Joining us here on 760 WJR. That's fantastic. What an interesting and inspirational guy he is. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, MitchAlbomRadiothon.com, or text Mitch13 to 59925. Now, normally, if you just turned on your radio, you'd be hearing Kevin Dietz. Obviously, he's not here.
No.
But he is here because he's on the line with us right now. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, Mitch, that's a tough act to follow. I don't think I want to talk about my workout schedule, what I do in the shower, and I don't want to sing for you either. So I don't know.
Yeah, what I do in the shower is going to be a soundbite that we're going to play for a long time. Yeah.
I think that's going to be around a long, long time.
Well, you speak to your audience, on a daily basis. Give them a little shout out and encouragement to make today the day that they do that charitable giving that they were thinking about doing all year. And maybe I should help somebody. Maybe I should help out this year. Let Kevin Dietz tell Kevin Dietz's audience why they should do it.
Yeah, I got to tell you, we have a fabulous audience. We have a generous audience. We talk a lot about the hurdles and challenges kids in Detroit and in the state of Michigan have every day. But you are out there doing stuff for them. You're raising money. You're helping them. You're helping them get tutored. You're giving them a safe place to go. It's really, really important that we don't just talk about stuff, that we do stuff. And if we don't raise the most money in these 3 hours during your radiothon, I want to have the most number of people give in these 3 hours. So, hey, it's 10 degrees at my house right now. So if you got $10 to give, call in and give $10. If you have more, that's great. But let's get the most number of people during these 3 hours to have the biggest number of donors for your radiothon, Mitch. That's what I'd love to see.
That would be a great thing. And, and that's really, really important. We don't care about the dollar amount, $1, $5, $10. That's what the fact that we could get the number of people to participate means that, we're doing what we're supposed to do as an organization, which is reaching people. The goal of our organization isn't to make a certain amount of money. It should never be the goal of any charities organization just to make a certain amount of money. It should be to reach people, to let them know that the message that you're getting out there is affecting them. So that's a great idea. And let's hope to do that at 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or Mitch Albom, Radiothon.com. You want me to do this now, Rosie? You want me to do this now? Okay, Kevin. While you're on the line with us, we're going to go to a tote board and see where we are. Now we started. This is the first time we're going to do this. We started at 6 a.m. It's now 9:21. Going to get a drum roll, please. All right, and the current amount at 9:21 is $218,549.
Wow. That's great.
Let's go. Let's go.
We're ahead of last year. Okay, that's great. And we're not counting that $500,000 donation by the Van Elslanders. No. That's a whole different category. So that's great. We're off to a good start. Kevin, thank you for encouraging your listeners to join us, and thank you for lending us your time.
Thank you for everything you do, Mitch. We appreciate you.
All right, Kevin Dietz. This is his hour, but we're renting today, and we're very appreciative not only to him but to everybody at WJR. I want to. Sometimes I do this at the end of the show, and I really should do it a lot sooner. I can tell you, folks, having worked at multiple radio stations, it's not every radio station in America that will let you take a day of their programming to do a radiothon to raise money. We don't pay for this airtime. They're not asking for anything from us. They're kind enough to promote it and just to help give back to the city of Detroit. That's what distinguishes WJR from a lot of other stations that are just in it to make money. WJR is part of the community, and things like this kind of show it. And I have great gratitude towards the everybody, Steve Beneteri and all the wonderful people who are running WJR, who let us have this time. So, Kenny, say thank you.
I'll say thank you.
Okay.
I'll be cleaning the closet tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay. We'll be filling in the divots
Right.
like Chris Spielman. Back with more from Somerset. 855-955-GIVE is the phone numbers. Mitch Albom, Radiothon.com.
Thought it was all said and done with. There was nothing else we could do. We had almost given up. And then Say Detroit came in our life. Started, thought we were doing fine. My husband had a TIA, which meant he had to stop working for a moment. But in the middle of that, the bad news just kept coming. Tried to go back to work. Work let him go, continued to let him go each job he found after that, because he would have a seizure at least once a week, something that was new to him. They sold the home from up under us. So that meant the leasing went up and we still couldn't afford it. Before we knew it, we were living out of our car and a motel sometimes 2 times a week with 3 children. Drastic difference from a 2-bedroom home to a vehicle. My chest felt heavy every night we were finding somewhere to park. My chest felt heavy every time my crying baby was laying on my chest and we're in this vehicle parked. You can't imagine the claustrophobia, the shame I felt. You have these children and it's just this car. No space to play, breathe, be human, you know. It was a lot. It just seemed like one thing was happening after another. We still were working, but not full time. And every dime we made, it just seems like it wasn't enough. We just thought, what more could happen? Like, we're just gonna continue to go down. Then they say Detroit came into our lives and things drastically changed. It's almost like it was a dream, a fairy tale that someone could never imagine.
For me, it was a relief. It was a point to where I'm no longer having to worry where we're gonna have a roof on our head that night, where we're gonna be displaced to tonight, where are we gonna park the car, or where we're gonna rest our heads. It's a sanctuary.
Home. Comfort.
Right.
Security.
Right.
Peace.
Right.
All the kids have their own room, personally to them. Their names are even on the wall. They know this belongs to them. It's a sense of comfort, even with my girls, because they're older. They know this room belongs to me, and this is just my personal area. I can be free to be me and just be comfortable.
These are not lazy people. Me and my husband both work.
How happy are you about that?
I can take a shower in peace.
That's all we needed was a chance. All we needed was a chance. Almost immediately, getting into the home, we slept peacefully. And then the calls came in from the jobs. It's like everything fell in line, one after another, after another, after another. I could come home, make food, and just sit there peacefully at a dinner table with my children and just listen to them laugh and play and run around. Best feeling in the world.
Play. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Paid for by Estella's Pharma.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
This holiday season, give the gift of unforgettable dining at the Capitol Grill. Imagine treating your loved ones to a world-class experience. Succulent dry-aged steaks, fresh seafood, and award-winning wines, all in an atmosphere as luxurious as it is welcoming. With a Capital Grille gift card, you're not just giving a meal, you're giving a moment, a memory, and a reason to celebrate. Perfect for family, friends, clients, and colleagues alike. And here's a gift for you. Purchase $500 or more in Capital Grille gift cards and receive a set of signature steak knives. And for $1,000 purchases, receive a 10% bonus gift card. Give the taste of the extraordinary with the Capital Grille, because some gifts are meant to be savored. This season, elevate your holiday gifting with a Capital Grille gift card. Call now at 248-649-5300. That's 248-649-5300.
On the street that I grew up on, man.
My name is Rick Kelly, and I'm the Executive Director of Say Detroit. Our families are facing a lot of the challenges that many in the city are facing in terms of food insecurity, housing issues, medical issues, and schooling, really, and making sure kids are going to school. The pandemic set us back greatly in this city in terms of learning and healthcare, and so we're able to address a lot of those issues with the families that we serve. I get to see the results of our efforts on a daily basis. And it's not always that way, especially in the nonprofit world. I've worked in nonprofits for many years, and sometimes you're in a dark room on a telephone making calls. Here, I get to see the smiling faces of the kids that we serve at our play center. I get to see the smiling faces of the patients that we serve at our health clinic. I get to see the smiling faces of a family taking ownership of a home for the first time. And so I get to see the impact of all the good deeds that really our community does. A lot of our employees come from the communities where our kids come from, and them being successful in life is just as important to me as the kids that we serve. And so having an environment that's safe for them as well, and a career path, and a pathway to success, it goes right into our mission statement. Not just the constituents that we serve, but also our staff and our volunteers are a very large part of that. We're very excited for the next few years because through our strategic planning process and our focus on these new 3 pillars, we have a lot of exciting things coming up in the future.
WJR.
What's this going to do for you and your family?
What it's going to do?
Yes.
Oh my God, y'all just saved our life.
Aww.
Man, I just can't tell y'all how happy I am.
Say Detroit has been changing lives for the better since 2006, when I wrote about how our city was providing homeless people 3-day shelter parties to get them off the street while tourists were in town for the Super Bowl. A city that is super just for a weekend isn't very special come Monday. So we put out a call to raise enough to at least help all year long. The idea of Say Detroit is in its letters, super, all, year. You answered our call, and to amazing results. Say Detroit has grown into a charity that offers help where it's needed the most. And we need your help as we meet the increasing needs of people at risk.
We thought it was all said and done with. There was nothing else we could do. We had almost given up. And then Say Detroit came in our life.
We're providing pathways to success for Detroiters in need. And we're doing it with a focus on solving learning, healthcare, and housing challenges. That's why our programs, like the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic, are so important. Not only is it free to all patients, it now has a pharmacy on site.
The clinic is also now hosting Wellness Wednesdays, monthly support groups for women, and providing one-on-one coaching and resources for mothers during their baby's first year.
It's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunities to be healthy.
Their whole concern in this clinic is to take care of you when you come in that door.
The Say Detroit Play Center is about a lot more than play. It's really about learning. We partner with the city's top sports teams to turn an abandoned recreation center at Lipke Park into a first-rate after-school program where students have a safe place to study, play, and socialize.
Every time I come here, it just feels like home. It brings me hope.
The pandemic created a learning loss for many of our young people. We've helped them catch up, and we're partnering with local schools to keep kids in school.
They work together to make kids learn here, so that's why I like coming here. I grew.
It means a lot to me because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to do half the stuff that I'm doing now.
And we'll be offering more to neighbors on the east side of Detroit with a new annex. The Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will provide job training and opportunities for young people and adults.
A diverse community thrives when its members learn to respect each other. That's why our Better Together program launched in 2020.
Human beings connecting with other human beings. We bring law enforcement officials in plain clothes together with the community. Gang members, high school students, people with substance use disorders, and they would grill meals together, sit down and break bread without any labels. Once you connect with each other as human beings, you can begin to identify that we're struggling with some of the same issues. We're struggling with some of the same trauma. We desire to be successful. We all desire to raise a family and have a good family life.
A good family life requires clean, affordable housing and safe neighborhoods. Our Working Homes, Working Families program puts families without a decent place to live into refurbished homes that are previously donated or abandoned.
After getting our home, their grades went up. The behavior became better. It adds a sense of security for them, not just me. I would say my home is home now.
This is just some of the work that Say Detroit does to improve the learning, healthcare, and housing challenges of our city's neediest people. Please help the efforts of Say Detroit by donating or volunteering. Follow along as we share the experiences of your neighbors on their journeys to success all year long. Our
Albom Say Detroit Radiothon is generously brought to you by Illich Holdings. Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
All right, those are the phone numbers as we are live at the Somerset North, the wonderful collection, our home every year for the Radiothon, and we are now in our 13th year. Mitch Albom, Kenny Brown is here. Chad Audi from the Detroit Rescue Mission is here. John Pizzarelli. A couple notes there, John.
I'm just playing a little backup music for you because you need it.
Okay. And Craig Gass is here as well. Craig, you have some of those names you want to read out? Because we promised people, if you want, you hear your donation read out over the air.
Yes.
We will do that for you right now. Go ahead, Craig.
And we're being joined by Morgan Freeman, ladies and gentlemen.
Morgan Freeman. We'll read them out.
My, oh my. The following people have qualified to get into heaven.
Okay, I'm not sure that pace is going to work for us here. Can we get somebody younger? Okay.
Hey, this Morgan is Freeman Jr. This is Tom Arnold, and we have $370 in honor of Doug Post from Ypsilanti. We have $250 in memory of David Dearborn. We also have $105 in honor of Gene Wainwright, baby, and we also have a wonderful donation here. $800. Patrick Roberts of Destin, $250 in honor of Love Chica Always from Troy. And we'll keep reading these names in as you keep donating.
And thank you for that. Chica was, of course, our adopted daughter who passed away from a brain tumor. And we're blessed to have another one now. So we have a little baby in our lives, a little Noddy, who was kind enough to give me RSV last week. And kids just never stop giving, do they? 100% of what we raise today will go to help the needy here in Detroit, from children aged 5 days and up all the way through teens, new homeowners, veterans, senior citizens, the homeless. That's what Say Detroit does 100% of the time. And our guests are joining us from all over the country today, kind enough to help out. One of those, you may not know, comes from Detroit, but she does. Kat Timp, who you see on the Gutfeld program and Fox News all the time, is from Detroit and is kind enough to join us. Hi, Kat.
Hi, how are you?
Good, good. Thank you for taking time to join us in the morning. I'm sure anyone who follows the program knows that you're well along in pregnancy, so that's really kind of you to do this.
Yes, I'm very well along in a pregnancy and also working a lot.
How long are you gonna work right up to delivery there?
That's the plan. I hope so, honestly.
And then how much time would you actually take off?
3 months.
Well, 3 months. Okay. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
good. Well,
Mhm.
for people who watch the Gutfeld program on Fox News, pregnancy, first of all, they never stop talking about it with you every night, some part of your introduction. And now I understand the host, Greg Gutfeld, just had a baby too.
Yeah, he had a baby and he kept that a secret. But I obviously, well, I don't know if it's obvious or not, but I knew the whole time that his wife was pregnant. And he's making fun of me, and it's like, and I can't say anything. It's like, you're also about to have a baby. So I'm glad that the secret's out, basically.
Well, the difference is he's about close to twice your age, right?
Yeah, he's 60 years old. Which,
yeah. You have a lot of material to start teasing him about.
I don't know if he's ready yet. You know what I mean? I don't know if you should have waited a little longer.
Yeah. Well, I heard the conversation that you had about the difference between a boy and a girl when you're a dad, and having we adopted a little girl from Haiti, from our orphanage in Haiti, and she came into our life when she was 6 months old and only weighed 7 pounds and hadn't had anything to eat but sugar water. And we were also in our at the time earlier 60s, and it was it's a trip, to suddenly have a baby in your life at that age, but it is something to have a little girl when you're a dad, and and when she says, "Daddy, Daddy, I want you," that's basically the end of anything else that you're doing, and your life just goes in that direction.
Well, that's why I don't know if I'm having a boy or a girl, but I am worried about it being a girl because I feel like she'd like my husband and she'd hate me. So.
and if it's a boy, what trait will the boy have?
See, I don't know. I just feel like if a girl, like I'm a girl, if anyone doesn't know, and it's like if this girl is anything like me, I don't know how I handle that. I don't know how. A lot of my behaviors throughout the years, they're more acceptable in boys. So.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah. Well, I don't think a lot of people. You don't talk a lot about Detroit on the show, or Michigan. You went to Hillsdale College. Where did you go to high school here?
I went to Lutheran North.
Okay. You don't talk a lot about Detroit on the Gutfeld program, but what part did Detroit have in kind of shaping you?
Oh, I loved it. I absolutely love Detroit. This will be my first Christmas in my entire life that I'm not going back at any point around the holiday because I can't.
Right.
And I love it so much that what I did every year is I can't fly because I have this old feral cat who's 14 and a half, who's had medical problems for years. And it's hard to get care for him around Christmas, and he can't fly. So I've made my husband drive 12 hours to Detroit every Christmas. And by the way, I don't drive anymore. I don't know that I remember how. It's been like 10 years. So by that, I mean, like, I'm in the car, I'm providing witty commentary, but I'm not driving,
How fortunate for your husband. Yeah.
Yeah. That's whenever anyone in the comments is like, he's a lucky man, I think about that. I'm like, you have no idea.
Yeah. Well,
all the guys I friend zoned were the lucky ones.
It's great that you support Detroit and that you still want to have something to do with it. And it is a pretty unique place. I mean, we were able to raise $2 million last year in this single day in this event. This is the 13th year that we're doing it. You were kind enough to join us, I think, last year as well. And we're hoping to even break that today. And there aren't very many cities where you could do a kind of a local-based radiothon, telethon, and raise that kind of money. But that's the kind of people that there are here in Michigan.
Detroit's my favorite city. It's still my favorite city. I lived in New York for almost 11 years now, but I'm never a New Yorker.
Nah. Good.
Never.
Don't ever become a New Yorker, because then you walk around with clenched fists all the time.
Yeah, no, I'm never a New Yorker.
Yeah. Well, the popularity of the show continues to grow, and your role on it, and can't wait to see if the baby is a boy or a girl, and I'm sure it'll be the subject of a lot of conversation there. I know we had you on when your first book came out, and I think you've got another one out there now or on the way.
Yeah, I have another one that came out. It is a New York Times bestseller.
Oh, wow.
It's called I Used to Like You Until. It's about how, one difference of opinion shouldn't be enough to write off another human being. And like the other book, it's full of a lot of fun, funny, wild at times stories as well. But yeah, I'm really excited about it. I've been on tour for it. I only have one more tour date in Florida this weekend, but it's all sold out. But I'm then I can't fly anymore. My doctor's like, you need to stay home.
Yeah, have that baby. Yeah. Well, before you go, we have a little tradition here on the Radiothon. John Pizzarelli, the wonderful internationally renowned jazz singer and guitarist who plays in all the big clubs in New York, where you are, writes little ditties for some of our guests. And so you can't see him because you're on the phone, but he's going to sing it for you here right now. Go ahead, John.
Cat Timph. It's hard to rhyme cat Timph. I'll go on a short lymph and say we're happy you're here. Cat Timph. We can't skimp on can Timph. We're filled to the rimth of the brimf, and this himph is a thank you so dear.
Okay, there you go. He did his best to rhyme something with PH.
I thought that was great.
Thank you, Kat, for remembering Detroit, and best of luck with the baby and continued success.
Thank you.
All right, Kat Timph, everybody. The phone numbers are 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbomRadiothon.com. And remember, amongst the things that you can bid on for auction, recently thrown up there, in addition to the chance to meet Dan Campbell, go to Lions training camp, hang out with him at the media conference and things like that, is Adam Schefter from ESPN this morning threw something on the pile. He is the NFL analyst, and he will give you a 30-minute private Zoom call for your fantasy football league in the summer to advise you who to pick.
I love
Kenny.
that.
That is huge.
Great.
Isn't it?
Big for all the fantasy people.
You talk about like the most informed guy in the NFL.
That's gonna go big because those fantasy people are nuts.
They're nuts, right?
They're nuts.
You can win some big money.
That's great.
Yeah,
I'm going to go in on that.
Yeah, so go in and try to bid on that. You go to MitchAlbomRadiothon.com, and amongst the many other things that there are. Davis Warren, I've just been told, is going to join us, a quarterback for the Lions, in just a minute. You can get tickets to what did I say? The Lions. The Wolverines. He's not yet.
He's not yet.
Yeah. Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks, that concert that's been sold out already. We've got tickets for that you can bid on. So instead of the money going to Live Nation or whoever does it, the money will go to help needy Detroiters, and you could go see Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks. I got tickets for that, by the way.
Do you?
Yeah. I remember.
That's a good one.
Oh. That's a good one. I want to see him one more time.
Okay.
And we've got a Red Wings superfan experience. Amon-Ra St. Brown signed football, a Tigers game where you can go in the broadcast booth and batting practice.
Love that.
Tarek Skubal, who's going to be on the Radiothon with us later today. We've got signed baseballs from him. We've got a Grand Hotel bed and breakfast package for two. What a great experience there. How about going to a Tigers game with J.K. Simmons, the Oscar winner? You can do all that. You can have lunch with Bernie Smilovich, who's going to be here later, and Carmen Harlan. You can have lunch with Mitch Albom Radio Show crew.
We've done that.
Yes, we've done that. We had a great lunch. Where did we go? To the Capitol Grill.
Capitol Grill.
We didn't like go to McDonald's or anything.
You pay for that too, right? You guys picked that up?
We did pick that up. That's part of
we died a
part
day.
of the package is you bid on it, and then when you come, you have to pay for lunch.
That's amazing.
No, we pay for the actual lunch. So your bid is all so it's a great way to do your Christmas shopping. Go to MitchAlbomRadiothon.com and either bid on the auction items or just buy the incentive items straight out so you know you've got them. And instead of, I got nothing against big corporations, but they make their profit every day of the year. One day of the year, you have an opportunity to get the same item, but the money can go to help needy Detroiters instead of the corporations. Why not do that, right? What? I see no objection.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Does it make sense to you, Craig?
Makes perfect sense. I'm looking at this list of stuff. This is amazing. The stuff you can bid on. That Adam Schefter thing in itself, I think, is
that's some big money. There are a lot of people who you can make the money back with his advice.
Yeah.
And again, remember that we are here to help kids literally from 5 days old up to senior citizens with the programs that we run here at Say Detroit. We're going to take a brief break,
and then come back with Davis Warren. Amongst the people who are going to be joining us, Stephen King, Dave Barry, Jared Goff, Dr. Phil, Hugh Jackman, Anderson Cooper, Hoda Kotb, Jane Pauley, Brian Williams, Desmond Howard, Matthew Stafford, and many, many more. Keep it here. MitchAlbumRadiothon.com or 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483.
The holidays mean more travel.
Say Detroit has been changing lives for the better since 2006, when I wrote about how our city was providing homeless people 3-day shelter parties to get them off the street while tourists were in town for the Super Bowl. A city that is super just for a weekend isn't very special come Monday. So we put out a call to raise enough to at least help all year long. The idea of Say Detroit is in its letters, super all year.
Hello, my name is Rick Kelly, and I'm the Executive Director of Say Detroit. Our families are facing a lot of the challenges that many in the city are facing in terms of food insecurity, housing issues, medical issues, and schooling, really, and making sure kids are going to school. The pandemic set us back greatly in this city in terms of learning and healthcare, and so we're able to address a lot of those issues with the families that we serve. I get to see the results of our efforts on a daily basis. And it's not always that way, especially in the nonprofit world. I've worked in nonprofits for many years, and sometimes you're in a dark room on a telephone making calls. Here, I get to see the smiling faces of the kids that we serve at our play center. I get to see the smiling faces of the patients that we serve at our health clinic. I get to see the smiling faces of a family taking ownership of a home for the first time. And so I get to see the impact of all the good deeds that really our community does. A lot of our employees come from the communities where our kids come from, and them being successful in life is just as important to me as the kids that we serve. And so having an environment that's safe for them as well, and a career path, and a pathway to success. It goes right into our mission statement. Not just the constituents that we serve, but also our staff and our volunteers are a very large part of that. We're very excited for the next few years because through our strategic planning process and our focus on these new 3 pillars, we have a lot of exciting things coming up in the future.
Say something positive. Say something inspiring.
All right, we're back here at the 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon, which will be going till 9 o'clock tonight here at Somerset North. I want to welcome Davis Warren, the quarterback of the Michigan Wolverines. Most recent performance, a victory over Ohio State. Hi, Davis.
How you doing?
All right. Thanks for coming on with us. Yeah, we do
Thanks
this
for
every
having me.
year, and we raise money to help needy Detroiters, and 100% of what we raise goes to help them. Kids from 5 days old all the way up to senior citizens, and a lot of teenagers, who you weren't that far away from, who take part in our Say Detroit Play Center, and we have a football field here. We have a football program for them, so thanks for taking time to help them out.
Great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. What was that feeling like coming off the field having defeated Ohio State?
It was one I'll never forget. That's for sure. Just kind of that, the sound of silence of their fans, and seeing them kind of exit out of the stadium. And, me and JJ had talked about earlier in the week of like, hey, this is, man, when you hear that sound, there's nothing better than that, the sound of silence. So seeing them kind of filter out and just knowing that we got it done in a game like that means so much to us, to this team, to this program, and to this state was definitely something I'll never forget.
Yeah, it was silent for a while until somebody planted a flag, and then it got a little noisy.
Yeah.
But we'll leave that to another day.
That's a felony now, so you got to kind of.
The funny thing is, everybody counted you out in that game, and they said 21 points isn't a big enough spread. That Ohio State was finally going to take its revenge. You have such a unique story because you've beaten cancer, and I imagine at some point in your life felt a little counted out too. Is that something, a feeling that you're familiar with? Because, a lot of the people that we're helping here today also feel counted out.
Yeah, totally. I think, having that chip on your shoulder, and, having a little bit of grit and perseverance and kind of going through things kind of just molds you, and taking it as, instead of feeling like, hey, you know, I think as a team, like being like, hey, why has this happened to us? You know, we won a national title last year. You know, like, man, we're losing these games. We're not having the year we want to have. And you know, we as a team, you know, I think it would have been easy to be like, feel bad for ourselves and, you know, kind of get down and, you know, tuck our, you know, chins a little bit and all that. But I think just as a group and, you know, for me in my life, it's like, hey, man, like, let's just take this as an opportunity to have a chip on our shoulder, be like, you know, who cares if this is going on? It doesn't really matter. You know, all that matters is the next opportunity in front of us. And I think we did that really well to close out the year, whether that was Michigan State or Ohio State. So I'm just proud of this group and proud of these guys. And I felt like as a leader, as a quarterback, it was important for me to kind of lead that charge and be like, hey, you know, this is an opportunity to feel bad for ourselves. This is an opportunity to get better and to finish the year on our terms, how we want to finish it. And but like I said, just really proud of the way the guys did that. And yeah, it's kind of been a theme in my life too. So I felt compelled.
Well, nobody's going to ever forget that game, least of all you. Right. And thanks for giving everybody a great memory. And for a reward, you get to play Alabama in a bowl game. Yeah, good. Congratulations. You know, Davis, thank you so much for taking time to talk to us. And we really appreciate your coming on and helping us raise money here. Thanks, Davis.
You.
Thank you. Davis Warren from the University of Michigan, the quarterback. By the way, we want to say hi to Blaine Fowler right now. We're simulcasting with 96.3 WDVD. So you can hear us there and they can hear us here. Blaine, are you there?
Yeah. I'm going to bring them up here. And let's
bring us up, Blaine. Bring us up, Blaine.
Look at that.
Hey, hello.
How are we doing this morning?
Radio station talking to radio station. Yes. We're doing so far pretty good. Last time we checked, we were well over $200,000 early in. Our goal is to try to break $2 million, which is what we did last year for the first time ever. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, so far, so good.
Mitch, so if I'm brand new to Detroit or listening to either WJR or 96.3 WDVD, can you give us kind of a rundown of what Say Detroit does?
Say Detroit has blossomed into a major charity here in Detroit, a multi-million-dollar operation that operates 9 different separate operations ranging from young infant kids in daycare programs all the way up to senior citizens and pretty much everything in between, from veterans programs to a medical clinic for families that don't have insurance or children who aren't covered, to a major rec center for hundreds of kids every day who can study and learn everything from STEM robotics to football, all the way to home programs where we refurbish homes and give them to needy families who are working, and even have a bicycle factory that creates and builds bicycles using people who were previously incarcerated to get jobs and then give bicycles to people who need transportation around Detroit. Did I sum it up pretty quickly?
I'm impressed.
I've done it once or twice.
Covering all the bases there. It's so wonderful. Now, you and Kenny and the crew, you guys are going to be on the air for 15 hours today. Am I saying
We've already
right?
done 4. Yeah.
Oh, so that's
11
easy.
more.
Yeah, you're good.
Only 11 more.
Only 11 more
Nothing
hours.
to it. Yeah.
Okay, so we want our listeners to help out as well. We want the WDVD crowd to kick in a few bucks if you can. 855-95-GIVE. That's 855-955-4483. Anything? Who's coming up on the show today?
Let's see. We got Hugh
Who isn't
Jackman,
coming up, actually?
Hugh Jackman, Hoda Kotb, Dr. Phil, Hank Azaria, Tarek Skubal, Jared Goff, Desmond Howard, Brian Williams, Tim Allen, Matthew Stafford, Tony Kornheiser, J.K. Simmons, Alex Anzalone, Tom Izzo, a bunch of other people.
Just a humble brag at this point. Mitch. I mean,
and we love the AM dollar, but yes, we also love the FM dollar.
Yeah, that's right.
We would like now for the FM dollar to
can
come.
spend FM dollars the same way.
Yes,
and
both ears.
And Blaine, 100% of what your listeners give goes to help the needy. We don't take administrative costs out of the money that we get. That's different than a lot of other charities. So sometimes people wonder, well, if I give them $10, you know, 8 of it's going to go to the paintings in their lobby.
Right.
No,
Right.
it doesn't work that way.
You can also donate by doing a little Christmas shopping. You guys have an amazing auction going on at MitchAlbomRadiothon.com with some really great items to bid on.
Yeah, I mean, there's everything from the opportunity to go to New York and have brunch with Jane Pauley to go to a Lions training camp practice and meet Dan Campbell, hang out. Adam Schefter, the ESPN football analyst, called in this morning and offered a 30-minute Zoom call during football fantasy
Oh my
plan
God, I
to
would
give
love
you
that.
private advice as to how to pick a football fantasy team. How about that?
Yep.
Oh my! I wish I had money. I would do that one. I have a little crush on him. I always have. That's a good one.
The Schefter. Yeah. All right. Well, gentlemen, good luck to you and everyone today. And thanks for doing all that you do, because honestly, every year it's very impressive. And we're really grateful. And it's nice to have you in the building as well, bud.
Great to work alongside you, Blaine, and everybody. Thanks so much for coming on.
You bet.
Yeah, thank you for what you're doing, guys. Awesome.
All right, we'll continue here. They'll continue there. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbomRadiothon.com on the web. Mitch 13 is how you text, which is a very simple way to do it. Mitch 13 to 59925. Back with many, many more guests. Mike Tirico, Amy Andrews, Jeff Daniels going to join us in the coming minutes. Stay with us.
This may look like your typical health clinic with waiting rooms, medical equipment, and patients, but it's not. When the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic opened in 2008, it made history. Located in Highland Park, it was the nation's first free medical clinic devoted to homeless, uninsured, and underinsured mothers and their children. 12 years and thousands of patients later, the clinic has expanded its reach to children, women, and now men, regardless of their ability to pay. The clinic is open weekdays, 9 to 4, and provides all sorts of exams, from ear infections, high blood pressure, cardiology, and even on-site laboratory services. In 2019, Trinity Health became a managing partner, and they provide medical staff, including doctors and nurse practitioners.
This is our time. If you work in this space around in underserved communities, you know that is a time for us to really put our feet down and do something about what we see around poverty, around access to health. We changed out and included some additional staff there so that we can serve more people and can have a connection to the community. We did some cosmetic changes where we upgraded the floors and painted out the ceilings, and most recently we've done a new pharmacy build out, so it'll be additional service available to our community.
Right down this hallway is the pharmacy, and this is important because patients will be able to see their doctor and receive their prescriptions on site. That's a big deal. Most of them don't have transportation.
This clinic is a type of clinic that every city and any city in the United States should want to have the type of people that work here that care.
Always looking to improve and expand, the clinic is upgraded to electronic medical records. In addition, the clinic now has a new community outreach coordinator who will make sure that more residents take advantage of the free services here. For example, the clinic hosted C-Mobile screenings where 1,500 Detroiters received free COVID tests during the height of the pandemic.
It does not matter about your finance. Their whole concern in this clinic is to take care of you when you come in that door.
For those who need it the most, the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic is a gift, truly a gem of the city, and just what the doctor ordered.
Sponsored by Guernsey Farms Dairy. Guernsey Farms Dairy has been serving Michigan for over 80 years and wants to wish you a happy holidays. Enjoy the Guernsey Farms Dairy special holiday eggnog this season at your upcoming event. Experience the Guernsey difference. Visit your local grocer or visit GuernseyFarmsDairy.com. Partly cloudy, cold, blustery today, a high of 22. Right now it's 14. Wind chill making it feel like 2 degrees. Partly cloudy, very cold tonight with a low of 12. Sunshine tomorrow, a high of 26. I'm Renee Vitale, WJR Traffic and Weather First.
Do you have a leaking roof? How about a wet basement? Do you need new windows? Does your home need a facelift?
If you need any of these things, the Inside Outside Guys have contractors for you at the InsideOutsideGuys.com.
From designing and building a new home to a simple kitchen remodel, whatever you need for your home, go to the InsideOutsideGuys.com for housing information you can trust. Sponsored by Rove Pest Control.
Rove Pest Control. How can I help you?
A mouse just ran across my foot in my kitchen.
Uh-oh. What color was he?
Probably gray. Look, do I need to strap traps to my kid's feet or what?
Don't worry. We'll take over from here.
Well, what about its mouse friends and mouse family and, stuff?
We'll take care of them, too.
Call Rove Pest Control. That's Rove with a V, and get 50% off your initial visit. 248-988-9094. Or visit rovepestcontrol.com. That's ROVE pestcontrol.com.
The holidays are such a busy time for everyone. And with all the stress and pressure we put on ourselves to get it all done, the task can seem even more unbearable if you or someone you love is in pain. I know that I've been telling you about pain-free life centers for a little bit now, but listen up here. Imagine your holiday traditions and time with family and friends completely pain-free. This can happen for you, and there's no better time than right now. I recently met with some pain-free life center patients, and their stories were incredible. Some had, knee pain, joint pain. Others had MS. Pain-Free Life Centers is so confident in their ability to help people that your consultation and first treatment are completely free. The exclusive and state-of-the-art therapy program is totally non-invasive and has been cleared by the FDA. No drugs, no injections, no surgery, no side effects, no more excuses. You have nothing to lose but your pain. Call Pain-Free Life Centers today at 248-879-1100 and truly enjoy this blessed holiday season. That's 248-879-1100. Learn more at painfreelifecenters.com.
I'm Ann Thomas. Congratulations to the 2024 Women Who Lead class. Christina Millman Rinaldi, Executive Director of Detroit Dog Rescue, says dogs saved her life.
And wherever I went, there was always just a dog that you connected with. I have been that person who has lived out of her car. Yes, of course, I love dogs. I just think they're really special animals.
Special thanks to the University of Michigan Health Von Voigtlander Women's Hospital for supporting Women Who Lead.
Michigan Slip and Fall Lawyers protects people hurt in slip and fall accidents. That's all we do. We've recovered millions in compensation for our injured clients. Go to falllaw.com now for your free consultation. That's falllaw.com.
Welcome to the 13th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon on News Talk 760 WJR. This hour is generously brought to you by the Zatkoff Family Legacy Fund. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Now, live from the North Side Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Albom.
All right, we are here and entering, what's this, fourth hour? Now 10 o'clock. We've been on since 6 a.m. We'll be here till 9 p.m.
So this
Fifth
is
hour,
five,
all right.
Yeah, this is five.
And we are trying to break our record last year of $2 million in a single day, all of which will go to help needy Detroiters from age 5 days old all the way up to senior citizens. MitchAlbomRadiothon.com, a great way to go and do your Christmas shopping with all our auction items and purchase items there. And, of course, you can just make a donation at 855-955-GIVE. 855-955-4483. Many guests joining us throughout the course of the day, some of whom will have Detroit connections, and one of those is right here with us, Mike Tirico from NBC Sports. Hello, Mike.
Good morning.
Ann Arbor's own.
Happy Radiothon. How we doing?
We're doing great.
How are you doing? I know you tore your Achilles. Are you okay?
I did. I'm limping around a little bit, but I'm doing all right. Fortunately, I make a living with my mouth, not my legs, so I can keep working and haven't missed a game and doing all right, and soon to be on the road to recovery.
So you went to the Olympics and you thought, I can do what those guys do.
Exactly.
Hold your leg.
You read all these injury lists and go, hey, he's coming back from a knee, he's coming back from this. I do it now with a lot more sympathy. This guy, he really had to come back from something.
It's just an empathy injury. That's what.
That's it. Well done. Thank you.
An empathy injury. Mike, do a lot of people know that you are, Michigan Bay? You didn't grow up here, but you've been living here for a long time.
I like to say not from here, but of here now. We've lived here longer than any place that we live. My wife is from here. Our kids are born here. And I think, actually, Mitch, the Lions' success last year helped make a connection because 30 some odd million people are watching a playoff game. And Chris Collinsworth says at the end, you're from here. You know what this means to these people, right? So like, okay, I guess 30 million people find out all at once that way.
Well, there's
but yeah,
nothing the matter with that. That's good.
no, it's great. And, Scott Van Pelt, who does what we do in the sports world at ESPN, is one of my dearest friends. And Scott has a great line. We're all from somewhere, right? And no matter, that doesn't mean that you can't be neutral. You can't be objective. You can't see things the way they are. But we're all from somewhere. I'm from New York, but most of my life now has been lived here, and happily so. And I will say this, Mitch, just as you always have these little tests of how's Detroit doing, right? And a lot of your great work downtown and all around Metro Detroit is a huge part of we're doing a lot better than we were 10, 15 years ago. We have the season opener for Sunday Night Football. Our crew used to stay in Dearborn. We stay downtown this time. And we have about 100 people who travel every week across the country. And they're walking around the streets of Detroit and having dinner. And they loved being here. They can't wait to come back. These are people who didn't know the city, who haven't spent time in the city. And it just tells you with 100 folks of evidence how this turnaround is not just something we talk about. It's real and people notice.
That's a great little litmus test. The fact that you said we used to stay in Dearborn, or people used to stay in Birmingham when they had a concert to do in Detroit, and now they stay right across the street from the stadium or whatever because it's safe and it's nice and everybody wants to be in downtown Detroit. Yeah.
And a lot of that is the work that you've done, many people. But, at times here today, we have to give you and your group your flowers as well for believing in, putting in the hours and the caring, and using this pulpit as word to get out to everyone. It's not perfect just yet. And we still have folks who need a hand up. And you've done that in spades. So congratulations.
That's what we try to do with this Radiothon, a hand up, not a handout. Everybody, as you know, Mike, you've known our charity for a long time. Everybody that we help, we're trying to help improve their life. We're not just saying, here's a check. We hope that you do something good with it. We are giving people who don't have medical care the opportunity to have medical care. We're giving teens and younger kids who don't have a place to go after school, a place to go where they can actually do their, in fact, during COVID, our Place Center was the only place that a lot of kids could go to do their schoolwork because they didn't have internet at home. So they came in, and we were literally the place where they continue to be able to go to school. If you work but you can't afford a home, we fix up houses, give them to you on the premise that you keep them nice, you pay the taxes and utilities, then you can get the deed and the keys to the home after 2 years. So all of it is earned, and I think people appreciate that. And we won't, it's for what you do, and you do so many. I mean, you host the Olympics and you football and golf and all those things. So you do have to kind of remain neutral, but we won't blame you if you're doing a really big Lions game in the playoffs and they score at the very end and you go, we win. You can just say, we win. And then everyone will say, what did Tirico mean by that?
Save that for the Super Bowl next year, right? We get to do the Super Bowl, not this season, but next season. So that would be
hopefully that'll be the Lions' second Super Bowl.
There you go. Exactly. I think people are now realizing how hard it is to get there, right? All of a sudden, when you have a team that has that ability, all you see is now, well, look at all these injuries, and we've got to play Buffalo. And oh my gosh, if that game, the last week of the season against Minnesota, comes down to that's the game for the number 1 seed, the difference is you're the 1 seed and you're home until the Super Bowl, or you're the 5 seed and you're going to be on the road most of the time. So you start to see it in a little different light when it's your team, and how just the little difference can make the biggest difference in who makes it and who doesn't.
Yep, 100%. We had Dan Campbell on a little earlier today live. I asked him about how does he stay in such amazing shape, because you look at him, he looks like he can put a helmet on and go back out. And most coaches, I think Mike McCarthy, they don't look like they can play football. And he goes, well, I don't really work out all that much, but any chance I get, I try to work out like in the shower. And I'm going, how do you work out in the shower? And you might want to ask him about that if you do a Lions game in the future, because we never really got a good answer on that. But listen, before we let you go, you got anything? Last year you gave us something. You got anything that we can offer up on an auction pile here?
I heard that you did an Adam Schefter thing for folks during fantasy football.
Yeah.
I would offer that, but my son runs our fantasy football team. I'm terrible. I'm the
Okay.
worst at it. So how about we offer this, Mitch? You know, we as you know get asked very often to come speak at places, and you speak and you do Q&A with sports fans. What if we do a Zoom call, a 30-minute Zoom call for somebody? If you want to grab 8 or 9 of your friends. And we'll we'll limit it to a small group. We'll do 10 people, and we'll just do Q&A on sports and what's going on, whether it's the Olympics or golf,
I think that. But you and Collinsworth?
basketball. No, I was just going to say me, but
Okay. Well, you said we. I
You
mean,
know what?
Only God usually speaks in the plural singular, but
Well, we the group of 10 of us, but
okay.
you know what? I'll find some sort of a special guest who can join us for 10 minutes of that conversation. That's an easy one to
Fantastic.
do. But
I think
why don't
that'd be
we
great.
do that? And in
I
addition
think
to
that'd be
that, as part of our annual tradition from my wife Debbie and our family to all of you, we're gonna support the Radiothon here with a nice donation and a thank you for all that you do in your name and on your behalf for making Detroit even better than it is.
Thank you, Mike. God bless you, man.
Our
Thank
pleasure.
you for coming on with us.
You
Mike
too.
Tirico, Michigan's own. Fantastic job. And that's a great thing. So is this now? Okay. That would be a great thing that you can, you and 10 of your friends can hang out with Mike Tirico on a Zoom call.
That's a good prize.
And a special guest. Yes, I never know when people say we, when they're talking and saying we and the Lord. Okay, let's say hi to Sue Norlander, the Director of Parks and Recreation in Highland Park. Hi, Sue.
Good morning.
How are you?
Wonderful.
Thank you for coming on with us. Tell us a little bit about the park builds to benefit the neighborhood there in Highland Park.
We've done 3 park bills in Highland Park. Our latest one was some additional swings. And it's wonderful how when the build is going on, the neighbors come out and then they start talking with each other. So these park bills bring the community together. They bring them out. And from some of our park bills, we've been able to do adopt a park programs where we have other nonprofits come on board. Our Casey Park, we now have sponsored Easter egg hunts. They did a free community garage sale. And with the exercise equipment, they have a gentleman who comes out and does free fitness classes. And it's just showing the neighbors how to use the equipment and just bringing everyone together. And the partnership with Say Detroit has been wonderful. It initially began with the COVID vaccines when it was difficult to get the vaccines in Highland Park. And the Say Clinic stepped up and said, hey, let's do this together. And from February until June, we vaccinated over 9,000 people.
Yeah.
And from there, we just continue to build and continue to include the community and work with our Wellness Wednesday and do additional park bills. And
well, we
bring
love
Highland
our
Park back.
partnership with you, and that is part of our what we call our Working Homes, Working Families program, as well as our medical clinic. And so you see how a lot of the programs of Say Detroit now, because there's so many of them, they work with one another. So we were able to in Highland Park to offer that COVID vaccine. So we have our medical clinic right there, but then that grew to helping the neighborhood there, and our Working Homes, Working Families project, which provides homes for needy families, now helps build parks in to beautify and provide recreation and solace there in a lot of those areas. So we're happy to be partnering with you, Sue. We hope we build many, many more parks in the city of Detroit with your help and help make Highland Park an even better place. So thank you so much for your partnership, and thanks for coming on with us.
Oh, anytime. Everyone have a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you too. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. I have to tell you that I was a fan of John Pizzarelli's long before I met him, and I finally got a chance to meet him, and we became friends, and I consider it one of the great blessings of my life. And to be sitting here and doing a Radiothon and having an artist of John, he is internationally superstar, and he's playing the dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun at the end of the thing for our Radiothon. It's crazy. It's a little bit like, having Mick Jagger sing you out or something. But I want to appreciate that, John. Thank you.
I'm here for you. I'll do whatever you need.
Okay. Amy Andrews is here for us as well. Let's say hi to Amy Andrews from...
So good to see you guys. guys. I was on air at Fox 2 this morning when Robin was doing the live shots with you.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm going to be there in a few minutes if I can make it through this snowy weather.
Thank you for making the effort to come out.
Anytime for you. You do so much for our community. It's mind-blowing.
Well, it's a great community to do something for, though. You see that. You see the need as someone who's in the media, but you also see the way that people get together and help. I'm sure Fox 2 sees that all the time.
We see it all the time. And I actually just had this week, it's been really busy. You know, a lot of events in December to raise money for folks. And I do all the Gleaners telethons for Fox 2. And it's just incredible how people who really are stretching their own dollars at home still dig deep and call in and make a donation to help those in need. And it's because, I don't know, Detroiters are just a different breed. I've worked all around the country and I've never, ever seen this level of commitment to taking care of each other.
Yeah. Did you grow up here, Amy?
So it's a funny story. My dad always worked for GM, but I was born in Muncie, Indiana.
Okay.
Which is about 4.5 hours south on 69 between Fort Wayne and Indy. So Ball State's there. So I went to school at Indiana University, and then my family moved up here to Detroit because we were always going to anyways once we graduated from high school. And I switched majors from pre-med at Indiana University to journalism at Oakland. And I ended up interning at one of the local stations and with the Lions because I was going to do sports.
It's funny because I went into journalism and my dad kept saying to me, why don't you go to pre-med? And, and yet there was nobody ever goes the other direction.
The parents always want you to go pre-med, right?
Yeah,
so you can make a little bit more money.
So you went from being a doctor to being a morning show TV host.
And I couldn't be happier right now. At least I'm not, I don't have people's lives in my hands.
Well, in some ways you do. You got to get them out of bed and get going in the morning. I have to say that, having done morning television as a guest and always dreading and always say to my wife, oh my God, I got to go do Fox 2. And I got
to never say that about Fox 2.
No, but no, I mean it this way. I got to get up. I got to shower. I got to put on a thing. I maybe got makeup or something. And I'm like on at 8 o'clock. You guys start at like 4 or 5 in the morning. I don't know how you get yourselves to look as good as you do in the and especially for women who generally will take more time with it. I mean, when do you start? Like you start the night before?
Thank God for coffee is all
it?
I have to say. Yeah. I go to bed 7:30, 8 o'clock at night.
Wow.
And I have for the last 20 years of my life because I've been a morning anchor. So you just have to really be disciplined about when you go to sleep, more so when you're older than when you're young. When I was younger, I used to just go to bed whenever and pop up. But so I get up usually around 3:30, and that's late for some morning anchors, but I live pretty close to the station. So I get up at 3:30 a.m. I go into the station, I do my own hair and makeup, read through all my scripts, and then I'm on from 6 to 9 a.m.
Wow. The only good thing about that is that at 9 a.m. you're close to done.
Close to done. I usually go out and do stories. I developed Amy's Angels while I was at Fox 2, so I do a lot of stories about people like you, actually. So I get to come and do things like this while other people are working during the day. So it is great if I have a doctor's appointment or need to go somewhere by like 11 a.m.
Except that you're falling asleep in most of them,
I am falling asleep.
Because this, for us, you coming to visit us here is sort of like having dinner with us for you.
I am having dinner. I might, stop by and have a, afternoon cocktail. But it's probably not open yet.
Well, that's fair. You've been working since 4 a.m. Well, thank you for taking time to come see us, Amy, and thank you for having me on the program. Would it be possible, I don't mean to put you guys in the spot, would it be possible to auction off the opportunity for someone to come and watch the morning program with you guys, you think?
Absolutely. We'd love to have someone come in.
Yeah, so maybe for a couple of people?
Absolutely.
Because people don't want to come by themselves. So we have a couple people to come watch the Fox 2 morning program one morning and get a chance to meet you guys. And
and
get
Jay
an autograph.
Towers will show them the studios, and maybe when I'm off, we can watch the 9 a little bit later so they don't have to get up early.
Okay, and then have the cocktail. Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I don't even drink, but.
All right. Will we put that on there, Vince? Okay.
That's a good prize.
All right, good. That's a great prize.
Mitch, thank you.
Thank you for coming in. Amy Andrews from Fox 2. That's great. Thank you so much. Okay, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. Mitch Albom, Radiothon.com. And that's not only can you make a donation there, but you can also see all the great auction items and incentive items that you can buy as your Christmas presents. You can always text a donation, just texting the word Mitch 13, the number 13, to 59925. We want to say hi to Ashley Plamp. It's hard to put into words the impact that our next guest, Ashley, has had on our organization. Ashley is a nonprofit sponsor for the Zatkoff Family Legacy Fund, which has been one of Say Detroit's major funders since 2020, which happened to be right before COVID hit. And although the Zatkoff Family Legacy Fund has supported each of our major programs over the years, advocating for under-resourced families, particularly those for young children, is near and dear to Ashley's heart. In fact, honoring mothers who were part of our Say Clinic's first year project with an annual baby shower was actually Ashley's idea. And Ashley's joining us remotely. She's taking care of a sick child. I know what that's like. My sick child gave me this cold. Nice to see you, Ashley. How are you?
Hi, Mitch. So good to be with you. How's everything going?
Everything's going great here so far. And that was a great idea that you had for the first year project. Tell our audience quickly what that was about.
Yeah, so the first year project is near to my heart. I have 3 kids under the age of 5. And, I wanted the chance to give these moms who go through this incredible program through Say Detroit at the health clinic to have a chance to celebrate, right? And through my community here where I live and throughout Southeast Michigan, we had other moms who wanted to step up to the plate and get these moms the resources they needed, the pack and plays, the play mats, all of the gear that babies tend to need as they come out. And so we've been able to kind of link up 2 groups who are really willing to donate these items and put on a beautiful event, which is what all these mothers really deserve.
Right. And these are a lot of moms who, quite frankly, were never going to have a baby shower. No, and this is kind of the baby shower and first year, gifts all rolled into one.
Right. It's everything they need. And that's what makes me so passionate. A quick story. I had my 3rd baby this past January, and they brought me back into the hospital, and they ask you questions when you go back there. So there was a woman on my left and my right with the little shower curtain dividing us. And they asked these moms, have in the past 9 months, have you had any food insecurity? And have you had any housing insecurity? And both women answered yes to both of those questions. And that's just something that on top of being pregnant, these moms don't need to be dealing with. And that's where the first year program is really incredible, giving them the resources and the knowledge of where they can get things that they need, helping them get out of domestic violence situations. It's just an incredible program, and it's helping the littlest members of our community that's only enhancing our community as a whole.
Fantastic work. Thank you for your ideas. Thank you for your Zatkoff family's contributions. Thank you for your partnership and for your spirit. You are exactly what we are looking for in our partners here in Say Detroit, and we so appreciate having you.
Thank you, Mitch. We're so proud to partner with you, and everyone give. It's such a great organization.
How about it? Ashley Plamp, everybody. The Zatkoff family fund. Jeff Daniels will be coming up and joining us in just a second here. Stay with us, 855-955-GIVE, MitchAlbomRadiothon.com on the web, or text Mitch13 to 59925. If you've been thinking about making a charitable donation in the holiday season, today's your lucky day. Stay with us.
What we're going to be doing in this cohort is to create and design a t-shirt for the Pistons.
I want you to be as creative as you can. Create something crazy no other team has done before. That whole part of coming up with an idea, designing it, producing it, and then marketing it, that's exactly what you guys are going to do.
Let's go ahead and grab our workbooks.
If we wanted to include most of these, then we could do what you said. We could do it in black and white and then include the tattoo gun by that and make it look like it was tattooed in black and white.
Through this project, what we were looking for you all to do is start taking some agency and having a voice.
One thing that makes us unique is the support behind our organization. For instance, Tom Gores with the project from this past 2 years.
Just building on the idea of last year with the kids having the voice and understanding the process. And I want them to be able to build a business product and a little entrepreneurial program.
What they did over the last 6 weeks really speaks on entrepreneurship because it's all about self-motivation.
To be able to do that in such a small time frame was incredible.
I definitely have grown as a person. I've learned to collaborate with others a lot more
The whole process of like making the shirt and coming up with the ideas was just a really fun like experience.
The thought of like a team member wearing something that I helped make. I'm just saying.
This is dope right here. I like the paint splatter. Got some roses, kind of like, the roses growing through concrete because the pistons are tough. I need one for sure. For both.
Y'all got some XLs or something? Yeah. I'm not playing. Like, these are hard.
Hey, it's
Traffic
the Inside the NBA crew. Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith, and Charles Barkley with a shout out to the Say Detroit Play Center.
Say Play is a premier learning center. It offers academic enrichment, athletics, and arts programs for students 8 to 18.
Since day one in 2015, Say Play has been rebuilding and empowering one of Detroit's most challenged neighborhoods.
Set on nearly 15 acres in the Osborne community in northeast Detroit, the facility was the site of the rundown Lipke Park Recreation Center, which had been shut down by the city due to budget cuts.
It was rebuilt by Say Detroit in partnership with Detroit major sports teams. Say Play offers all its programs and services, including transport.
All right, so my Morgan Freeman was a little too slow, so I realized I got to do stand and deliver Morgan Freeman. It's faster.
Okay.
In honor of Dr. Ranjith Fonseca, $100 donated from Macomb. $200 donated in honor of my brother, John Picella. Also, $250 from Glenn Wilson of Farmington Hills. $200 in honor of Ron Wengaro of Livonia. And $100 in honor of our parents, Richard and Rosemary Nelson from Grand Blanc. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. All right, Jeff Daniels is going to come up and join us here. Many, many more guests to come, including Jane Pauley and Jared Goff and Tim Allen, Hoda Kotb, Matthew Stafford, Dr. Phil, Hugh Jackman, Anderson Cooper, and many, many more. But the point isn't the celebrities. The point are the people that we are here to help. And you can do that at 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbomRadiothon.com on the web.
No! Way!
How y'all doing?
Brandy.
More for prescriptions. Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com. Show the coupon.
What we're going to do now is present to you, Rashida, the keys to the house. And it's our wish from Say Detroit and everybody else on the team that this is a new start for you. Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Wow, this is so beautiful. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is so special. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you. We have a spaghetti for dinner tonight. Oh, radio. This is nice. This is crazy. Look at that room. All right, open them. Yeah. Cool. What's that in mom? Oh, wow.
It's been a really big difference with the stability it brings to me and my children. We have somewhere we can actually call home, and we're safe. The community is good. I haven't had any issues. We've had a Thanksgiving here. We've had a Halloween here. The kids were able to decorate our home, and now we're getting ready to decorate for Christmas. So it's a lot of family togetherness. So thank you, Say Detroit.
I'm very happy. I don't know what to say. I can't stop smiling. Nice couch. My table is, my house is nice.
$25 a month on America's most dependable 5G network. Switch today. Just dial #250 and say keyword switch now to save 50% off your first month with Pure Talk.
The commute has been a challenging one all morning long. Westbound 96, off-ramp to Beck Road is closed due to an accident. Northbound 75 before 11 Mile, crash off to the right shoulder. 2 right lanes are blocked on the Lodge northbound at Telegraph due to an accident. Eastbound 94 at North River Road, emergency vehicles taking up 2 right lanes. Traffic backed up to Metro Parkway. Eastbound 94 at Moross, accident in the right lane. You're seeing backups to Whittier. A disabled vehicle off to the right shoulder of eastbound 94 before Linwood is causing backups to Warren Avenue. Mac at Cadju and Grosse Pointe, we have a crash there. 8 Mile west of Ryan, an accident there as well. Now, WJR weather first from the Weather Channel. Partly cloudy, cold, blustery today, a high of 22. Right now, it's 14. Wind chill, making it feel 2. Partly cloudy, very cold tonight, low of 12. Sunshine tomorrow and a high of 26. I'm Renee Vitale, WJR Traffic and Weather First.
Original Murdoch's Fudge is delivering fudge to your door now, direct from the Straits of Mackinac. It's time to say happy holidays to your clients, friends, and family with a holiday treat. Give the sweetest made-in-Michigan treat, Original Murdoch's Fudge. Place your order now for sweet savings. Order now online. OriginalMurdochsFudge.com. That's OriginalMurdochsFudge.com.
Do you have a leaking roof? How about a wet basement? Do you need new windows? Does your home need a facelift? If you need any of these things, the Inside Outside Guys have contractors for you at the InsideOutsideGuys.com. From designing and building a new home to a simple kitchen remodel, whatever you need for your home, go to the InsideOutsideGuys.com for housing information you can trust.
Sponsored by Shelby Mechanical.
Hi, it's Jamie Edmonds. Winter weather can bring so many plumbing issues like frozen pipes and leaky faucets. Well, Shelby Mechanical wants to give you ways to save. Get $150 off sewer repair. That includes inside and outside. Or get $50 off snake and camera service. And the one that I have used is $25 off any faucet install. Schedule today at shelbymechanical.net. That's shelbymechanical.net. For projects big and small, you know who to call. Shelby Mechanical for all your plumbing needs.
The snow will fly soon, but no need to worry. I'm Dave Lorenz, and I'll tell you how you can have fun in Michigan any time of the year. On the Michigan Travel Show, Sundays at 4 on 760 WJR.
This hour of the 13th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon is generously brought to you by the Zatkoff Family Legacy Fund. Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
We are back here at Somerset North. By the way, come on out and see us. It's a great show. Thanks to screens and Zoom technology and everything, we're able to be joined by people all over the country, and you can come out and kind of watch the whole thing. It's like, sort of like a movie, and a lot of people, of course, are going to be here in person.
Yeah.
A lot of times, Hugh Jackman is going to join us, and Hank Azaria and Anderson Cooper and many other people around the country. But sometimes we're able to get an international film star who happens to live down the road. And Jeff Daniels has done many, many great things in his life and many, many great works of art. But for Kenny and me, the best thing that he did was break the Lions curse with Peyton Manning. And here's the cut of when he did that.
Why the is there a bathtub in the end zone of Ford Field? Am I on drugs?
Trust me, Jeff. Google curse-breaking spell, and you'll come up with this. Fill a tub with 100 cups of water and a cup of salt.
Doesn't smell like water.
Because it's whiskey. Bobby Lane would have preferred that.
If this stuff really works, why didn't you use it to put a hex on the Patriots?
Belichick's dark magic was just too strong.
And the Lions curse was broken.
33-9 since that event happened.
33-9, and Jeff Daniels is responsible for all of it. And he's with us right now. Hello, Jeff Daniels.
How you doing, Mitch?
We've been on this thing since 6 a.m., so we're 4.5 hours in, and so far doing okay. We raised $2 million last year in a day. 100% of that goes to help needy Detroiters, so we're hoping to try to match that today.
You're heroic. You guys do this every year, and it's a great, great thing.
Well, we appreciate that, and we appreciate you. And boy, I see you a lot because, it seems as like the Lions profile grows, so do the profiles of a handful of people that we associate with Michigan. You being one of them. I saw you doing a song. Was it the Thanksgiving game that you were on?
Yeah, they have me. I'm kind of as traditional as turkey. They have me on that Thanksgiving pregame Lions show now 2 or 3 years in a row. And it's only because people are absolutely convinced that Peyton and I broke the curse. It was just a comedy bit. I mean, he called and said, "Do you want to do this?" And we shot it in June. And, they didn't air until the end of October of that season. And at the time, I think they were 1-6. And it aired that Sunday night. And then, off they went on a winning streak that hasn't stopped. And, do they have to win the Super Bowl to break the curse? Maybe. But, what Sheila and everyone has done at the Lions, they have. Maybe the curse they broke was the losing, is that we now feel great pride in the team, but also in the city and the state. And you're proud to be a Lions fan. You're proud to be from Detroit. And, that wasn't always the case, certainly when you were a Lions fan. So maybe there's a nobler cause that we broke.
Well, it's a good feeling. It's a good time to be around Detroit, but that same sort of spirit is what we celebrate here and try to help one another. And like I said in the open, we get a lot of people, kindly, who I've met over the years who've agreed to help us, but really don't come from here or don't live here. You're kind of the inverse of that. You've become an international film star and never left here. And you and I have known each other for a long time. And we've had discussions over the years about, how possible is that? And was there ever a point in your career where you said, this is costing me to live here in Michigan? I could have had that role if I went to that party in LA, if I had been there that night or whatever. But, I was here at the Purple Rose Theater instead. Was there ever a moment where you said, I need to move out of Michigan in order to make it in my career?
No. Well, initially when I moved here back home in 1986, I'd been in New York City for 10 years. I had maybe 3 or 4 movies, and the career was going up. And I knew that I would take a step or two back because I wouldn't be attending other people's premieres. I wouldn't be going to other parties where you have to network and all that. I just checked out of all that. I just wanted to be an actor. I didn't want to be a star. And so I was hell-bent on making that happen. And it did. I mean, there were a lot of years where it was, it slowed down. And, Dumb and Dumber was one of those where I took it as a risk. For me, it was a joy to do with Jim, but it was a risk. There are a lot of actors that had turned it down and didn't want anything to do with it. And I jumped in because I wanted to change things up. And that bought me 10 years. But then there was another period where I got to be 50 and suddenly I was no longer of interest. And then some time went by and then I got Newsroom and that bought me another 10 years. So it's just what happens with a long career, whether you're in LA and New York or whether you're in Michigan. That's what I've learned is if you just persevere, if you just keep pointing towards that thing you want to do, which for me was just to be an actor, not a star. If you're lucky with a couple of breaks, you might actually see it through. And in my case, it turned out to work out just fine, especially with streaming, because that's where all the actors and that's where all the writers have gone is to streaming.
Yeah. As we're talking to Jeff Daniels, you mentioned the Dumb and Dumber thing, and I wonder we're pretty close in age. I think you're a few years older than me. But
I'm sure I am. Yeah.
Is there any role that you look back on in your younger years that you say, man, I can't believe I did that, and that's so far from the work I do now, or if the me now would never take that role then, or couldn't do that role now?
Well, it's there's an old showbiz adage, one for you, one for them, and the them is to pay the bills, and if you're going to have a long career, and you're not an A-lister, you're trying to climb the ladder, you're going to take some things that are for the money. For me, there were family films like 101 Dalmatians and My Favorite Martian that I did that I was happy to do at the time, and I was paid to do them, but I wouldn't do them now. Maybe Dalmatians, but I wouldn't even do that. Once I was able to kind of, the last 10, 15 years, I'm doing what I want to do, and I wasn't being offered that. And I think, again, with the writers kind of running to the streaming networks, that's where all the writing went. That's where that off-Broadway kind of edgy storytelling went. And I was always attracted to that. So I don't have to, basically now I get to do what I want to do. And that wasn't always the case. So that changed after Newsroom.
Yeah. Well, for a guy who's done everything from To Kill a Mockingbird on Broadway to bringing to life one of the Tom Wolfe characters, you have spanned quite a bit. And do I read somewhere here that you're playing Ronald Reagan in something upcoming?
I did it. It's over. I did it. It happened. It was intimidating. You have to thread a needle because you have to capture his voice. You've got to capture the look. There was a meeting in 1986 in Reykjavik, Iceland, between Reagan and Gorbachev, and they discussed lowering nuclear weapons. It was a very tense time in the Cold War, a famous meeting. And we went to Reykjavik in October, and we shot it. And Jared Harris plays Gorbachev. J.K. Simmons plays George Schultz, who's another Michigan native and Lions and Tigers fan. And it was basically the three of us. And we shot in the house where they met, in the same room where they met, in the same chairs where they sat.
Wow.
And it was Pete Souza came. He was the White House photographer, not only for Obama, but all the way back to Reagan. And we invited him and he came. And when I walked on the set as Reagan with the hair and the suit and the mannerisms, and I started talking, well, not only Pete, but the crew just went silent.
Can I hear some of your Reagan?
Well, I've only got one word. I'll give you one word. And it was the key word. I use it a lot because the voice is elusive. Well.
There's kind of no other word needed for Reagan.
You don't need to say much else, Mitch. Get in there. If you just get in there. What's interesting, Mitch, is Timothy Chalamet is going to do Dylan here in a couple weeks, the big movie. And Ed Norton plays Seeger, Pete Seeger. And it's a thing of suggesting the voice versus, as Timothy says, doing an impression Olympics.
Right.
And if you can suggest the voice enough, you still see it's me, but with his hair. Right. And if you can suggest it, maybe the audience gets pulled into you that Reagan's kind of in me versus going at the camera. That's what we did. And it was great. I'll tell you, we had a great time doing it.
Sounds great.
Jeff, can I share a great Jeff Daniels memory? A very quick one. Very quick. Several years ago, we met, Jeff, and I told you, I said, one of my favorite movies of all time, The Purple Rose of Cairo. You shook my hand and said, God bless you for not saying it was Dumb and Dumber. So both great movies, but Purple Rose of Cairo is one of the absolute best. God bless you.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Justin, I know that you're a massive music fan and a great musician and singer in your own right. John Pizzarelli, who's been a longtime friend of mine, and of course you know him as a great international jazz player and singer.
And he's the real deal, yeah.
He's the real deal, and he's here over to my right and has composed a little thank you ditty for you for joining us on the program. So here's John Pizzarelli.
We got Jeff Daniels here, lots of movies he's been in. The Purple Rose of Cairo, God of Carnage, Blackbird, Terms of Endearment, The Squid and the Ink. He's been nominated for 5 Golden Globes, 3 Tony noms. He's won 2 Primetime Emmys, and he's on the Michigan Walk of Fame. He's Detroit's own Jeffrey Daniels.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Thank you, Jeff. As always, appreciate your support here. Anything you want to throw on? We auction a lot of stuff up here. Could someone, I don't know, maybe do a Zoom call with you, or meet you somewhere, or shake your hand, or get a movie collection, or something?
I don't know. I've got from Mockingbird. They gave us these picture books, limited edition, and it's basically a collection of all the reviews and pictures from the Broadway production. I can sign that and send it to you. You can sell that.
Sounds good. All right, we'll throw it on the pile. That'll bring in a few extra bucks. Appreciate it, Jeff. Appreciate you. Thank you for taking time today to talk to us and helping everybody in Detroit. Jeff Daniels. Fantastic. Okay, so put that in there, Vince. All right, we've got a To Kill a Mockingbird special edition picture book there that will be signed by Jeff Daniels. Make a great Christmas present for somebody. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, MitchAlbomRadiothon.com. That's how you make your donations or find all the great gifts that we have. And you can always text a donation. Mitch13, the number, Mitch13, to 59925. Back with a whole lot more and many, many more guests right after this.
Another beautiful day at Save Play. Going to pick up the kids. Have a great day.
Welcome to the Say Detroit Play Center. My name is Eric Reed, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Executive Director. And let's meet our students who are about to come in off of our bus. What's up? How y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Yes.
How's school today?
Good.
All right, good. Good to see y'all. How was school?
Good.
Huh?
Good.
Time for the D. Our students have eaten, they played, and now it's time to learn. We are entering the Deep. The Deep is our education center. It's named the Deep because it used to be a swimming pool. The Deep is where our young people come mandatory Monday through Thursday to spend at least an hour and 15 minutes on a variety of academic enrichment activities. Our young people are engaged in tutoring or literacy with the help of our staff. The students can get the individual attention that they need. This is our reading table. One of our certified teachers who's actually providing some reading enhancement activities to a group of our students who are struggling just a little bit with where they are in terms of reading and comprehension. Cubicles are set up for our students to have some individual space to either work on their own or to work one-on-one with our staff. One of the things that we're blessed with is to have a number of volunteers that come in and support the work that we do here. And I have with me now Mr. Malcolm McCants. Malcolm is the Director of Education, and he oversees all the activities in the Deep.
We offer breakout sessions in STEAM, creative writing, and reading.
We've got some students that are getting some homework assistance from Miss Diane, who is a retired certified teacher. And so whatever our students need, we want to make that available. Now let's go and look at some of the activities and the electives that are available to our students here 5 days a week. Notes for Notes is a national organization that provides music studios across the country. Our wonderful art teacher, Ms. Kai Pearson, can you talk a little bit about just kind of the value of having this kind of space for young people?
Especially in Detroit, this kind of space for young people to express themselves, to learn who they are as like humans and artists, to hone those skills with people from the community like us. I think it's a one-of-a-kind space and it's needed like throughout this city.
As we leave the creative arts room, you may hear some music in the background, and that's because right next door is our dance studio. And And we have a variety of different dance genres, hip hop dance, tap dance, modern dance, and then we also have an African dance and drum program. And so today, our students on Mondays are engaged in their hip hop dance activities. We're now in our gym area. We are extremely committed to making sure that our students increase their health. And so we exercise, calisthenics, running, agility, and then we also get into organized sports, including basketball, volleyball. But we also like to get our students outside, where we have a terrific AstroTurf football field, we have a baseball diamond, and we have a grass football field. We try to utilize our outside facilities as much as possible, both for recreational opportunities as well as for competitive sports. So that about wraps it up for our tour of the Say Detroit Play Center.
You have nothing to lose but your...
What's this going to do for you and your family?
What it's going to do?
Yes.
Oh my God, y'all just saved our life.
Aww.
Man, I just can't tell y'all how happy I am.
Say Detroit has been changing lives for the better since 2006, when I wrote about how our city was providing homeless people 3-day shelter parties to get them off the street.
Radiothon here on 760 WJR, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, Mitch Albom, Radiothon.com. We will read out your donations over the air if you like, and we'll get to them. We can't always do it right after you make them, but if you stick around and listen, we'll try to make it entertaining for you, and eventually we will read out all your donations. And, of course, you can go to that website, MitchAlbomRadiothon.com, to do your Christmas shopping with all of our great auction items and incentive items. It's great to have celebrities like Jeff Daniels, but what's most important is that you hear from some of the people who are benefiting from Say Detroit. One of our programs, we operate many of them, is with the College for Creative Studies, our Dream Scholarship. The Say Detroit Dream Scholarship Program was started in 2011. Last year, $50,000 was given to the College for Creative Studies scholars so they could study in the field of art education. Many families have limited resources, which makes college a difficult dream to obtain. We are committed through this to secure scholarships for students' education at CCS, where they get an amazing, rigorous, innovative education to prepare them for a career, not just a job. Don Tusky is the president. Don, always great to see you. Thank you.
Great to see you, Mitch, and thank you so much for your great support and for all the donors for Say Detroit support, because it really does provide a great opportunity for our students to study art and design, and it's really important to have a lot of great artists and designers in Michigan.
And J.C. Williams is with you, who is a first-year illustration student, a Detroit-based digital artist. His goal is to cultivate beauty in Detroit via muralism and explore art therapy as a practice. J.C., thanks for coming out.
Yes, of course. Thank you for having me, sir.
How old are you, JC?
18.
18. Okay. And would you have been able to go to the College for Creative Studies without being one of our scholars?
It's a 50-50. I'm not going to lie. If you don't mind, I can tell you the story on how
Sure.
I actually found out about it.
Yeah, tell us.
Yeah, no. So I was woke up one day, checked my email, checked the primary. I saw, oh yeah, it's a scholarship offer. I was like, a scholarship offer for Mitch Albom. It's way too good to be true. Head over to my counselor, and I sat down with her. She was like, oh well, looking at financial options, there's actually a dream scholarship. I was like, dream scholarship? And then I checked my email. I was like, yeah, there's something I want you to listen to. I want you to see. And then I show her the scholarship. It's like, JC, this is the dream scholarship, bro. So I jumped for joy. It happened, and now I'm here, and I'm studying. I'm feeling very great. I've improved already, even within the 2 months that I've been here. So thank you so much for actually allowing me this opportunity.
Well, that's a great story to how you found out about it. And it's a great lesson to remind everyone, always check your email because you never know what might be in there. But, this was actually one of the first charities I began when I got here. My relationship with CCS goes back to actually the mid-'90s. Because when I started out, I wanted to be a musician, and there was nobody offering me any scholarships to study music. I had to do it on my own. And I thought, well, if there's any artists out there who need some help here in Detroit, that would be a great thing to do. And we've now put through. Don, how many kids have come through the
I
program?
think about 25 or 30 at least.
Yeah.
So it's been really just a great program for so many students. And, we want to make sure that we keep doing it and making sure that we keep CCS really affordable in a lot of different ways. And we couldn't do it without your help and the great donors that are giving to the program.
And JC, I love your idea of beautifying Detroit with muralism. You maybe get some of those whales off the buildings and you can have something done more by a Detroit artist. What would be your dream?
Well, man, my dream, have you ever heard of Backpack Durden?
I have not.
Backpack Durden, he's a really cool muralist. He did a thing last year, I believe, for Blackout Walls Detroit, mural festival ran by Cindy James. But
who's an alum of CCS, by the way.
Okay.
Yes. They have a big mural just of their face on a huge building. I can't remember exactly where, but it is very impressive.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I want my face on a building per se, but I want to be given the opportunity to place a symbol or a landmark or something that represents the community that they can say, yeah, I'm actually proud to be from Detroit.
Yeah. Well, we're proud to be from Detroit. We're proud to help you. I hope you take this opportunity and turn it into something that will help other people. That would be the best thing that we could accomplish. So thank you for coming out here. God bless you and best of luck as we'll continue to follow your career.
Absolutely.
And Don, it's always a pleasure to see you and meeting with your graduates every year, and coming down there is one of the best days of my year because I get to see where our things go. So we'll continue to do the Dream Scholarship for many years to come. And this is just part of what you're helping out with, folks, here at 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, to help young people amongst many, many other groups, seniors and veterans and children without medical care and all the rest. That's what Say Detroit does. Mitch Albom, Radiothon.com is the website, or text Mitch13 to 59925 to make that donation that you've been talking about making at Christmas time. Now's the day to do it. We'll be back with many, many more guests joining us right after this.
What is this going to do for you and your family?
What it's going to do? Oh,
Yes.
my God, y'all just saved our life.
Aww.
Man, I just can't tell y'all how happy I am.
Say Detroit has been changing lives for the better since 2006, when I wrote about how our city was providing homeless people 3-day shelter parties to get them off the street while tourists were in town for the Super Bowl. A city that is super just for a weekend isn't very special come Monday. So we put out a call to raise enough to at least help all year long. The idea of Say Detroit is in its letters, super all year. You answered our call, and to amazing results. Say Detroit has grown into a charity that offers help where it's needed the most. And we need your help as we meet the increasing needs of people at risk.
We thought it was all said and done with. There was nothing else we could do. We had almost given up. And then Say Detroit came in our life.
We're providing pathways to success for Detroiters in need. And we're doing it with a focus on solving learning, healthcare, and housing challenges. That's why our programs, like the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic, are so important. Not only is it free to all patients, it now has a pharmacy on site.
The clinic is also now hosting Wellness Wednesdays, monthly support groups for women, and providing one-on-one coaching and resources for mothers during their baby's first year.
It's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunities to be healthy.
Their whole concern in this clinic is to take care of you when you come in that door.
The Say Detroit Play Center is about a lot more than play. It's really about learning. We partner with the city's top sports teams to turn an abandoned recreation center at Lipke Park into a first-rate after-school program where students have a safe place to study, play, and socialize.
Every time I come here, it just feels like home. It brings me hope.
The pandemic created a learning loss for many of our young people. We've helped them catch up, and we're partnering with local schools to keep kids in school.
They work together to make kids learn here, so that's why I like coming here. I grew.
It means a lot to me because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to do half the stuff that I'm doing now.
And we'll be offering more to neighbors on the east side of Detroit with a new annex. The Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will provide job training and opportunities for young people and adults.
A diverse community thrives when its members learn to respect each other. That's why our Better Together program launched in 2020.
human beings connecting with other human beings. We bring law enforcement officials in plain clothes together with the community, gang members, high school students, people with substance use disorders, and they would grill meals together, sit down and break bread without any labels. Once you connect with each other as human beings, you can begin to identify that we're struggling with some of the same issues. We struggling with some of the same trauma. We desire to be successful. We all desire to raise a family and have a good family life.
A good family life requires clean, affordable housing and safe neighborhoods. Our Working Homes, Working Families program puts families without a decent place to live into refurbished homes that are previously donated or abandoned.
After getting our home, their grades went up. The behavior became better. It adds a sense of security for them, not just me. I would say my home is home now.
This is just some of the work that Say Detroit does to improve the learning, healthcare, and housing challenges of our city's neediest people. Please help the efforts of Say Detroit by donating or volunteering. Follow along as we share the experiences of your neighbors on their journeys to success all year long. Our story and theirs is only just beginning.
Say something positive.
Say something inspiring.
Say Detroit.
And say something amazing.
And prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
Are you the parent of a 2 to 7-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting free radio offer. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the Parents' Choice Award-winning online learning program that's actually changing the lives of early learners everywhere.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Right now, we're offering a special radio promo
The
to
new
try...
event is offering up a fun way to taste some of Detroit's newest restaurants while helping out a great cause. Mitch Albom is here to talk about Eat Detroit.
Street fees you're being charged. It's not the size of your nest egg that matters, but rather the income it can produce. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who have retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and the money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money into this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better, stress-free retirement, call today to speak to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Retirement Deception. Call 888-926-9443. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free, so don't delay. Call right now, 888-926-9443. That's 888-926-9443.
Welcome to the 13th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon on News Talk 760 WJR. This hour is generously brought to you by Cooper Standard. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Now, live from the North Side Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Albom.
All right, we are in hour number 5, 6, and we've been here since 6 a.m. We'll be here till 9 p.m. Last year, we were able to raise over $2 million in a single day to help needy Detroiters. And what's most important to remember, 100% of what you donate to Say Detroit goes to help the needy children and veterans and homeless and many others who we help with our organization. There are no administrative fees. I take care of all that, so none of your money goes into that. It goes to help other people, and that's what's so great about it. And we have some amazing people who have helped us out here. And I have to say that I have been blessed to have been in my career on many TV shows as a guest, but my favorite one to do is the Today Show, when I get to see Hoda Kotb, because not only do I consider her a friend, but inevitably before the 5 minutes are over, she starts crying and tells me that whatever I wrote made her cry. And I started to cry when I heard that she wasn't going to be on after next year, that she decided to take some time for family and other things, but she's kind enough to join us here. Hoda, welcome to our 13th annual telethon. So great to see you.
Hi, Mitch. How are you?
So great to see you. Thank you for taking time to do this with us.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Every year I look forward to this, Mitch. When you said 13th, I was like, wow. And this is about you. One quick thing about you, Mitch, before we get into it all, is that when you love something, you love hard. And you've always been that way, whether it's a cause, a topic you're writing about, Haiti, the orphans. You love hard and you don't let go. So if anyone's lucky enough to be in your orbit, they have a friend, a protector, a mentor, a parent for life. So lucky us.
Well, that's kind of you to say. But right now, we're very grateful to have you with us here and taking time. And I have to ask you, so I haven't had the chance to, because I know everybody's been inundating you with it. But it's a very brave decision when your career is on television to say, okay, you know what, I've done what I want to do, and there are other things I want to do with my life. And when I saw that you decided to do that and leave the Today Show, I think early next year, I was so happy for you and proud for you, because there are people who just want to die on the vine. They just want they want their last moment on earth to be on television.
Yeah.
You've never been that way. You've always you're very dedicated to your family.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us why you made this decision now.
Well, I've been there for a long, long time, 25 plus years. And something funny happened on my 60th birthday. We did a big party on the plaza. And I remember it so clearly. It was like I was looking out at the plaza, and it was this beautiful sea of people and friends of mine that I've had for a lifetime. And in that moment, as I was looking out, I started crying, because I knew it was the top of the wave. Like, I knew this was the spot. Like, this is as good as it gets. And I felt it. And I also felt a sense of calm. So in that moment, I thought to myself, I love the word repotting. It just felt right. It's like you pull yourself up by the roots and you feel scared because you're dangling in midair and you don't have any water or any soil or any sunlight. And then all of a sudden you place your roots down firmly somewhere else. And so it was sort of all kind of clear to me. I knew it was both heartbreaking and exciting. It was both killing me and giving me life. It was all the things at the same time. And when I made the choice, when I said it, I think I'd said it quietly to myself, but I spoke it out loud after that day. And I thought to myself, I think I'm ready for the next great adventure. And my job's always ridden sidecar for me for many, many, many years. And I thought, that's a real coveted seat to ride sidecar with someone. So who gets that? And it reminded me that my kids get that. So yeah, I'm off and running.
Well, you are truly dedicated to your family. I've seen it personally. And I can only imagine the reactions of some of the people when you, like, what did Jenna say when you told her for the first time?
I think Jenna said, no way. This before I even said the word, she goes, no. Her words were, no. That's what she kept saying. And she kept going, a week or so after it, she kept going, are we sure? And then now we kind of laugh about it for both of us. Like, we're both going through the stages of grief. And she laughed. And, but at the end of the day, I think it was surprising to Jenna too. And I being kind of surprised myself, but I think I also realized that when you know, you know. When I told Savannah, it's funny because she said, I want to say something. And I think this is okay to say. She goes, you got balls. And I go, what? She goes, you got moxie. She goes, there'll be time for us to, mourn the show, and I'll mourn myself, but not today. She said today is about celebrating something that is pretty cool. So anyway.
Well, you do. I don't want to say you got balls, but you got moxie. I don't want to be the one who says that to Hoda Kotb, but Savannah could say it. But it is moxie, and I salute you for it. And I know whatever it is you're going to do, it's going to be fantastic and rewarding. And I only hope it includes that trip to our orphanage in Haiti that we keep talking about, although it gets harder and harder to imagine with all the terrible things that have gone on down there. And it's it's awful. But our kids continue to thrive down there at the orphanage, and amazingly, but we have to sneak in now with armored cars and land in little airports that nobody knows about and try to get our kids snuck out. It's all like espionage stuff. But one day you and I will get there together in safer times, I hope.
I definitely want to do that, Mitch.
I hope so. And as you know, our little tradition here, John Pizzarelli, the wonderful jazz guitarist and musician and singer, prepares a little ditty to thank you for coming on with us. And John is here from New York. He flew up from your town. He's over here. He's got a little song for you. Go ahead, John.
Hoda Kotb, I will miss you with my coffee. You're the feast that greets my early morning light. You have joy in your heart, Hoda Kotb. It's so early, I'd be surly when you wake in the dark, Hoda Kotb. Please know you always make our dreary mornings bright, Hoda Kotb. Hoda Kotb.
Oh, wow. That was beautiful. That was absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much. Wow. Wow.
You don't get that everywhere. You don't get that on every telethon, do you?
That's top drawer right there. How's the money raising going? How's the fundraising going?
We're good. We're hanging on to our pace of last year. We got a long way to go because we had a great year last year, but we're hoping. People are really generous.
Okay. I'd like to, I always like to chip in too. So I'd like to chip in, if it would be okay with you guys, for 15,000.
Oh, well, that's fantastic. Yes, that's okay with us.
That's
by
all
the way.
right.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's very, very kind of you. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it, Hoda. I look for personally. Send me your new number, okay? Because whatever I've been sending to has not been getting through. Okay.
You got it. I'll
all
send
right.
you my new one.
But it's great to see you
I love
again.
you,
God
man.
bless you. Love you too.
Bye,
Hoda
guys.
Kotb, everybody.
Thank you.
Joining us from New York City in today's show. That's just fantastic. I didn't even hear what she said. My ears are so clogged. What did she donate?
$15,000.
$15,000. Okay, that's pretty damn good. Okay. Charlie Rothstein joins us here, the founder and senior partner of Beringia. I should know that since you're a board member.
But your ears are plugged.
I just know you as Charlie. He's a member of our board and an integral part of what makes Say Detroit great. And he sat down with us. And Bruce Kornblatt, I keep seeing him on the screen, our dear friend from New York City. You can bring him up here. Poor Bruce. I didn't have a chance to introduce him. And his little box with him, with his head down, was up. There's Hoda Kotb talking, and there's Bruce at the top of Bruce's head while he's writing something. Sorry about that, Bruce.
I don't think
Can you bring Bruce up?
It's all good. I appreciate you bringing me on after Hoda was. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
It's like he's stuck now.
No, now Bruce. Bruce is sitting.
He's like a
All right.
like a Netflix.
For
special.
Bruce's sake, please take that picture
Hello?
off because he's going to kill me. Yeah, we can hear you now, Bruce. You there?
I appreciate you bringing me on after Hoda contributed.
Not
I'm
a great
talking.
singer.
I don't know whether anybody's hearing me, but it's never.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Yeah, well, you're popping in and out,
Yeah.
so that's what the problem is. We'll try to get that attenuated. Meanwhile, let me go back to you, Charlie, and thank you for the guidance and the leadership that you have given us with Say Detroit. And you're a guy who's been very, very successful in the financial world. You could have chosen a lot of charities to get involved with. I'm sure you get asked to be on boards pretty much on a daily basis. Was there anything about Say Detroit that attracted you particularly?
Well, yeah. I mean, it started when we met, and you were describing the breadth of what we do as an organization and how we just help Detroiters in need. And it's not just a random thought; it's a really deep strategy, like at the Say Play Center, where we do everything. The kids come in from school. We've got these beautiful facilities for them to play on, whether it's the field, the football field from Matthew Stafford, or the basketball court from the Pistons. But before they get to go on that, they're going to sit down with a tutor. So an hour of tutor time gets them an hour of play time. It's just the whole organization thinks like that. it's a a really impressive strategy to transform and help these kids go from young kids to successful adults. And it's that kind of message that just inspired me to ask if I could help out in some way. So
Yeah.
I'm really honored that you had a spot for me.
Well, I mean, it's nice to hear you were honored, but we needed you. And so thank you for coming along. And Bruce is joining us via the audio. So Bruce, finish the thought.
I apologize. Believe me, I can usually screw things up. This one I didn't, but I'm happy to be on phone, and I wanted to thank you for bringing me on after Hoda contributed $15,000. That's really great.
Well, that was just to set the bar for you. So you're gonna go to 20, right?
I was thinking about it. First, I looked up the word attenuated, and it appears to be that you fix things. So now I'm good. I'm good.
Well, thank you for taking some time to talk to us, and you make a great Bruce. For those people who don't know, Bruce is a big part of our the Mitch Albom show, has been for many years. Bruce, for many, many years, probably more than he cares to remember, has been Bob Costas's sort of #1 producer for all the programs that Costas did over the years, and all the different sports programs, and worked with Thursday night NFL football, and has done the Olympics and all the rest of the stuff. But mostly we just count him as our friend and a guy that we can put on with a New York Boston accent.
Yeah.
You know what? I want to say one thing. Speaking of television, I've been lucky enough to do a bunch of Super Bowls, and I've been in story meetings. And I was watching while I was in the green room. The pastry is delicious, by the way. I was in the green room and watching the intro and reminding myself of what you did in 2006 when the Super Bowl was in Detroit. And I can tell everybody, I've been in story meetings for Super Bowl, at least 5 or 6 stories of Super Bowls. That topic has never been brought up, what the community is dealing with and all that. And the notion that Mitch, who's a great sports writer, great, not good, great, came and understood that there's something more here, and that you did it is so admirable. And I'm telling you, the networks want to know the next big story that everybody can have fun with. And you put your head down and went to work. And I'm proud to call you my friend.
Well, that's nice of you, Bruce. Thank you for that. We'll lower it from 15,000 to like 12. You bought yourself.
Well, you have me here then. Okay. Now I want to make
$3,000.
I want to make a contribution. Now it's because I don't know whether anybody knows, but I have a grandson. And actually last year I was on this, and Maria Shriver was with me. And it was the first time you learn stuff from you, Mitch. I always do. And I learned that there are other people that have grandchildren besides me. It's the first time I heard that. It was eye-opening, really eye-opening. So anyway, I wanted to contribute in the name of my dear grandson, Ryder. And I want to contribute. I know now it seems small, but I want to contribute $5,000 to this.
Well, there's nothing small about that, Bruce. No. That's really kind of you. I was just teasing you. You really didn't have to give anything, but
I believe me, I called the accountant 15,000, and he hung up on me. So 5,000 is the best I could do. But I want to say one other thing while I'm here is that this is always one of my favorite days of the year. And for everybody out there, I'm born in Boston, now New York, so I can see from afar, and I can see that in the world right now, there's 2 kind of things that everybody sort of agrees on. Nobody agrees on anything, and nothing works. Those are the 2 things that kind of people at least agree with.
Right.
This today, what you're doing today is putting a lie to both of those. Okay. Number one, nobody agrees on anything. Who could not agree with the good deeds that are being done? Much more importantly, not as importantly, is things are getting done. I see the testimony in the green room. Real people. This is not some theoretical conversation. Okay. It's nothing to do with that. It has to do with real people and real solutions. And Mitch, one of my dearest and closest friends, I always admire that, but I was brought in anew today, watching how real people, the look on their faces, something's getting done here, folks. So anybody that can give anything to this, know that it's going directly to that. And in this world right now, to contribute something and know you're getting it back in deeds rather than theory is so important. So please, everybody do what they can here, because it's an unusual task that my friend Mitch is doing.
That's nice of you, Bruce. Well said. And I agree. That's the two things that people can agree on. Nothing works. Yeah. Or what's that? Somebody, I don't know, it was a book or a record album. Nothing matters, and what if it did? You know, the hopeless and the helpless. But that's not our attitude here. We do believe in getting things done. Hang the line if you can with us here. I think we'll just take a break and then come back with Tarek Skubal.
Can I
go ahead, Charlie? Yeah.
Can I give 5,000 too?
You can do whatever you like, Charlie. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. For 10,000, you can move into Kenny's chair.
I'll be outside in about 10 hours.
All right, Jeff, should we take a break, or is Tarek with us? Oh, okay. Right now. Okay. All right. This is, we have to play it by ear, but joining us now, I think from New York City, is a guy who I always tease about getting.
That's not Hank Azaria.
That's not. That's Tarek.
That's Tarek Skubal.
Okay. It's a good thing I didn't say what I was about to say. The star pitcher Cy Young Award winner for the Detroit Tigers is Tarek Skubal, and he is with us right now, I think. Can you hear us, Tarek?
Yeah, I got you. Thanks for having me.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for coming on. First of all, congratulations on just an amazing season and a well-deserved award that nobody seemed to have any doubt. You know, it's one thing to win that award. It's another thing to come close, and maybe you were tied with somebody. You were just overwhelmingly it. I mean, you had the year of years. So congratulations. Tell us how that felt.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It was it was a great run. You know, what I was able to accomplish individually and what we were able to kind of set, as a team, making that playoff run, that was a ton of fun to be a part of, and look forward to getting back in spring and doing it again.
Do you have any sense when the season started, like, oh, I'm going to have a great year this year?
I think, the beginning of the year, I was healthy. My arm felt good. My body felt good. And when those two things are kind of in line, I can put my head down and go to work and be the best version of myself. So I always have a ton of confidence, whether, the results are there or not. But, I was healthy to start the year, and that's what matters.
When you pitch as well as you did this year, when you finish a game, are you like ready to go out and pitch? Like, I just want to do the next one, like tomorrow. And then you got that 4-day wait, to just think about it.
No, I think, when I go and throw, it's pretty much empty the tank. So that next day I'm pretty run down. I don't think I could throw a baseball, probably over 85 miles an hour the next day. And I don't think an 85 mile an hour heater would work in the big leagues. So, yeah, I need some time off. That next day I'm pretty tired and just, focused on recovering and getting my body ready to go again.
Yeah. Only a professional Cy Young Award winner can say, I can only throw at 85 miles an hour. Yeah. How useless that must be. Yeah. Well, here I don't know how much you know about Say Detroit, but we've been in operation for many years, and we help everybody from children 5 days old all the way over to senior citizens and veterans. And so your presence here and support here helps us raise money. And I know you've seen the spirit of Detroit here, and it's probably unique in how the people rally. The way they rallied for the Tigers, they rally to help other people.
Yeah, no, I think that, it's as fortunate of a position that I'm in, it's important to give back and understand the people that support you and take care of those people. I think that's what it's all about in my eyes.
Well, thank you for doing that. And
you got to be on vacation right now. I see you by the shirt you're wearing.
You look
and
nice
the tan.
and relaxed.
I know you're not in Michigan right now.
I'm actually at the gym right now, so I paused my workout a little bit, and then I'm going to go finish it up after this. But
you don't need to be at the gym. You're in the off season.
Yeah, let's relax.
I got to get my body ready to go again. It's a long year.
If you can hang on for 1 second, we're going to be joined by Hank Azaria, my good friend, who, of course, is the star of many, many movies, and also did Brockman, which he played a baseball announcer, and he's with us on the phone. Hi, Hank.
It's Brockmeyer. Look, hello, it's Brockmeyer. Come on, Miss Albom.
Yes. You want to call something for Tarek Skubal while he's on the line with us here?
Not unless you pay me. No. I will accept payment in whiskey or other substances, but I will need something in return.
All right. Well, we'll try to do that. Tarek, thank you for spending time with us. I want to say bye to you, so I want to hold up your workout. Really appreciate it. Everybody give him a round of applause. Tarek Skubal, the Cy Young Award winner for the Tigers, joining us.
I appreciate it.
And meanwhile, Hank, I wasn't expecting you this early, so sorry we weren't.
I'm so sorry. I'm in sort of planes, trains, automobiles hell today. So yes, thank you for having me on a little early.
Well, it might be early for you. We started at 6 a.m., so we're going to 15 hours here, trying to raise money to help needy Detroiters. Craig Gass,
yes,
is here with us right now. Your celebrity stalker who tracked you down. And, yes. And he's stalking you again, by the way. You know, he wasn't here until he found out that you were on, and then he crawled up onto the stage.
Huge fan. I'm a huge fan of Hank's.
Thank you, Craig. Thanks a lot.
And John Pizzarelli is here as well. And I have to say, for John, who, of course, is a professional musician, Hank's major deal right now is traveling around with the Easy Street Band, in which Hank is the lead singer in an unbelievable Bruce Springsteen tribute band, which I happened to see at his 60th birthday party, which was also a concert. And I thought that was like a one-off, but then I found out you took the whole show on the road, and that's basically, you're a rock star now, right?
It's basically correct. I've been imitating Bruce since I was a teenager. And now I learned to sing as Bruce. It's very addictive. I recommend it. Anybody turning 60, this will cheer you right up. Just sing like Bruce. It's all for charity, Mitch, which I know you appreciate and endorse and enjoy.
Yes.
And it was so much fun. And I really kind of got obsessed with perfecting. Like we're way better even than what you saw that night. That first night was just like my first nervous shot at it, and I've gotten totally obsessed. In fact, I'm on my way to LA for a Simpsons Christmas premiere party that Disney's throwing, and the band's going to play 4 or 5 songs.
Wow. And do fans like react to you? Because I actually played with Bruce Springsteen. I don't know if you know this or not, but we have this
with Matt Groening and them, right?
Yeah, Matt Groening. We have a band of writers called the Rock Bottom Remainers, Stephen King and Dave Barry, Amy Tan, a bunch of other people, and we were playing in LA one year, and he came out and to see us, and then he ran on stage with us afterwards. I didn't even know who he was. I thought he was the janitor because he dressed like the janitor. And I said, and he grabbed the guitar when we ran out for an encore, which we never get asked to do. And he was wearing a guitar. And I said to Dave Barry, the janitor, that guy just grabbed the guitar. And he goes, that's Bruce Springsteen. I said, wow. Oh, well, I guess he can have it. Wow. And we played with him. And I can tell you the audience reaction to us versus the moment when Stephen King said, oh, by the way, here's Bruce Springsteen. He didn't even get the Steen out. And the crowd of like 800 went to 80,000, and they just could not scream louder or whatever. Do you get that kind of reaction playing Bruce Springsteen?
Well, no, not like Bruce gets, but we've been selling out. And part of the fun of the show is I do monologues. I really do. I kind of stay in character as Bruce. And I tell stories, what songs mean to me, kind of stories behind the songs, how Bruce wrote them, what he was going through, my connection to him. I tell, the night that I met my wife leads into the song, She's the One. And, so I kind of become this like almost shaman of like, I'm the kind of the ultimate Bruce fan. And it kind of creates this like fan experience, like imitating him. And it's really fun. We played the Stone Pony a couple weeks ago.
Oh my gosh!
Which is Bruce's birthplace, as you know.
In Asbury
and
Park,
that was really bananas. And I should actually send you a link to our Thunder Road video. And I gotta say, we do a pretty good job of sounding like Bruce in the E Street Band.
Well, you got a lot of moxie to go to the Stone Pony as Bruce Springsteen and play. So you got to be pretty good. Speaking of music, John Pizzarelli is here with us, and he has prepared a little musical thank you for joining us here.
As he always does.
As he does. So perhaps you want to do it for him?
I got it.
All right. Hank Azaria, oh Hank Azaria, does every voice ya, Motu Brockmeyer ya, even Anastasia, Hank Azaria rolls along. Lots of voice and greatest stuff, mad about you and even Huff, Gross Point Blank and Cradle Will Rock. The Birdcage made us laugh around the clock. Was in Godzilla. Along came Polly, the Simpson movie, and oh by golly, well, Hank Azaria just keeps rolling along.
Have a good day. That was really good. You left out Bruce Springsteen, but you got everything else, so that's all right.
I'd only known.
I want to ask a question about when you give those.
Just one thing about that, Mitch. Like, not too many songs are inspired by somebody's IMDb page. So
Hey, a question. When you do that tribute and you do the stage raps in between the songs as Springsteen, do you keep it true to the authentic Bruce, or do you do like a bastardized version like Will Ferrell does with Neil Diamond? Says, this next song was about a hitchhiker that I murdered a couple weeks ago.
No. It's a good question. It's not parody. It is a true tribute.
I love
I'm
that.
Trying to sound as much like Bruce. It's kind of weird. It's obvious I'm not Bruce. I'm not out there as a Bruce impersonator.
Mm-hmm.
I sort of, I'll tell you the way I set it up. It's like, I'm talking as Bruce in the imitation. I'm saying I based a lot of my vocal impressions growing up on hero worship. Guys I idolized, I wanted to sound like them. I found that I could, so I did. Now, Bruce was the top of that list, but there were others. For example,